wait for the progress bar to do the thing. It's currently trying to live stream on YouTube. Doing its thing. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Thanks very much for joining us. Take it away, D.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get out of here. Back to you, Freemy.
Cheers. Thanks for that, D. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Like D said, or like I said actually first, please do remember the show is for adults only. If you guys are kids, please go do something else. Sesame Street, or I don't know, playing in the street or some shit. I don't even know. Bud Kilowatt's giving us the green light. Good to see that. Not for boys and girls, but rather for ladies and germs. For example, if you are, of course, an adult of any kind, honestly. You're more than welcome to hang out. You're more than welcome to hang out in the chat, of course. And of course, you are welcome to hang out in the panel, provided that you follow some simple rules. Don't be a dick, don't show your dick, and don't be a lunatic, honestly. Better hurry up and come on here before 50% tariffs are enforced on really breathing or something. So better hurry up while you can afford it. Whoever's in the chat besides Bud Kilowatt, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. He's the first in the chat. Congratulations. And I guess I'll hand it off to D here. Go for it, D.
Oh. What's going on, everybody? Ram Ram Dosto. Namaste. Salam alaikum. Hope everyone's having a great night. Thanks for tuning in. Sure, it's good to see you, Bud Kilowatt. I haven't seen you in a while, bud. You should come and hang out, buddy. Don't forget Top Chat, Loud Chat. I'll tell you what, I got a bunch of different strains I'm smoking on, mainly a lot of different stuff. Anyways, I got white runs, which is awesome. But we'll get into that later. We got hash. Yeah. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers, folks. I honestly have nothing better to do, so I might be hanging out for a little bit, but this is a takeover, so I'm going to give it a D here because I might go roll a joint. I actually have a little bit of outdoor grown white runs. So I might roll that up and smoke a little bit. It wasn't my favorite cut, honestly. It wasn't the same cut as I had a couple of years ago. That was just honestly gorgeous, spectacular in every possible way. And unfortunately, I don't quite remember where I got that White Runs cut. I do have the label somewhere, so I can figure out where I have it, but at this moment it's lost, so I don't remember exactly who I got it from. But anyway, probably academic anyway, because honestly, today I discovered that I basically can't grow in my garage, or at least not for not the way that I wanted to. So anyway, whatever. But ladies and germs, uh, do hop on, join the conversation, join the chat, say hello in the chat, and of course, join the panel. And I'm gonna hand it off to D here. Go for buddy.
Ram Ram Dosto, everybody. What's going on, everybody? 9 people watching. Cheers, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. I am your host, D Zombie. I will be here for the next couple hours. Hope everyone's having a great night. Couch Flyer in the house, second in the chat. Good to see you. A long time no see, Couch Flyer. Thanks everybody for tuning into the pre-show. Earlier, just before the show, we were talking about jalapeno peppers and hot food. Hopefully, who was it? Shit, now I forget who I was talking to about it. Smoke Sense, what's going on? Not Leave Me Alone. It was. Shit, no, I can't remember. Oh well. Yeah, like Sumi says, get on, get in, get on, hang out before the tariffs start on Tuesday. 25% tariff tax coming for Canada. So I will be probably boycotting a lot of U.S. products, not buying them and all that. Just try to stay strictly Canadian for now, which means a lot of stuff I was looking actually today, and a lot of our produce comes from the U.S. and Mexico. Mexico's okay, but yeah, it's crazy. Cheers, Doctor. Leave me alone. Third in the chat. Or fourth? One, two. Yeah, fourth. Fourth place, that's okay. Bronze medal. All aboard. I'm okay. Now I'm gonna bring up the list and I'll tell you guys what I'm smoking on tonight. Let me clear rid of that. I don't need why. Oh no, I don't have to worry about that either. Oh shit! I didn't even post a link on the pre-show. If you guys want to hang out, uh, there is a couple rules. Don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. And like Fumi says, don't be a lunatic. And we'll just get along just fine. Just anyone's new people are welcome. Just say hello in the chat and say, "Can I get a link?" Any regular guys, any people, definitely come on, hang out. You're always welcome. Just ask for the link nicely. I'm sure a blue name like me, probably me being the one gonna post it for you guys. Uh, yeah. Um. Oh, now we were going to talk about my list of what I'm smoking on. I got two different lists because it's two different places. I order from two different company delivery services. We have tonight Venom OG. Where am I? How come I can't be? It's like fuming. Oh, there we go. There we go. We have Venom OG, Kush Mints, White Runts, and we got this strain called Coffee. Koffee. Coffee with a K, and it's pretty darn good. It's good. I got up this morning and I had made a coffee and I smoked some coffee. So it was awesome. Cheers, Jones and the Grow in the house, hardcore. What go on, everybody? And I got some hash. I got a little bit of gaffer tape left, which was um Fumador Fumador's strain grown uh going by Poor Pizza Dave. Sorry, I zoned out there for a second. These are all Poor Pizza Dave's. And then I got like the tiniest, maybe enough for like one hit or one bowl, nice bowl of in my pipe of Nana's Boy. That stuff was fire. Nana's Boy was fire. They're all fire, first off. And then I got a bunch of black cherry, or not black cherry, black Candyland still. It's pretty cool. I still got like another whole temple ball of that. It's good too. I really like it. And I'm trying to hold on to the gaffer tape. I want to put some of it away, like this Sulago Labatt. I have some Sulago Labatt, which of course is Fumadoro as well. Cheers, Joseph Anthony. That's been curing for 3 years now. And it smells good, man. Minty. It has this minty, like, mentholated, like, it's crazy. I got my smell back, by the way. Oh my god. Yeah, real mint, like menthol. Like maybe like almost like Vicks vapor rub. I don't know. I have to smell some Vicks to compare. It's been a minute since I smelled Vicks. Okay, oh yeah. So I got Kush Mints, coffee, and white runts. And then I also have oh that's the straight same place. Hold on. Where's the other place going? There he is. And then I also have Super Pink Kush and for nighttime which is later on, would be space runts. So I got white runts and space runts. Oh, 1 second, guys. There we go. Muted you guys just in time. You guys wouldn't have to hear me hose down the place. Oh, let me put the ding donger on so I know if anyone wants to is coming and hanging out. You know, don't want you guys sitting in limbo. Okay, there we go. What's everybody smoking on in chat? I'm gonna roll a joint. I think I'm gonna just roll up some white runts. This stuff is their top shelf A plus plus stuff. 32% THC. Came in a real flashy bag. Whoa. Check out this flashy bag. I call them the flashy. Fuck off. Fuck you, bitch. It's all flashy. The flashy bag. But it's good. And it was a bit cheaper than the apples and bananas. I was almost gonna get apples and bananas because it's good. Oh yeah, I only have enough for one more joint. Only have enough for one joint. Oh! Yeah, going to save you. Yeah, we'll see. From Southern Vermont. All right. Oh shit, eh? All right. Chop chop and the chop chop. Come hang out, guys. If you need the link, just message me on in the chat, and I'll post it for you guys. For you. And if anyone's new, excuse me, that might be watching and that doesn't know, there is a chat. You just gotta scroll down. It'll say live chat. It'll say join the conversation to interact with dot dot dot. It says open panel. You click on the open panel. All right, hardcore. Hit the open panel, and it should pop up on the right side of the screen. And then just click top chat to live chat, which is better. Right, guys? Better chatting experience. Get all the messages, and then you can chat and say hello. Hello. Hello, my friends. I'm gonna roll just friggin' white runs. The last of the white runs. In the flashy foil bag. The flashy flash. But it's good. I like this stuff. Even the apples and bananas is good. Still like that. I want to get some more of that too.
I miss the old cut of white runs I had.
Whoa.
Presumably the legit cut. This was probably just something that was hunted from seed or something. They presented this as the white runs cut, but sometimes people just, yeah, it's the white runs cut. Anyway,
Yeah.
it didn't grow anything like it. It didn't. It like the original cut that I had was first of all gorgeous, like I said, beyond gorgeous. The aroma, the flavor was spectacular, multifaceted, really, really interesting. Reminded me a lot of just a little bit of Hindu Kush with some cookies. Really a spectacular cross, honestly, of all those kind of sort of nonsense breeding crosses that you could argue are sort of just shuffling the same cards together. The white runs came out really lovely, and the other thing is that it's really resilient. It's actually a really resilient, strong growing plant. Honestly, this cut that I had, the opposite. Honestly, like granted, I was not around for 6 weeks. It was a total dumpster fire, but even still in veg. Um, during the flower time that it was there on and the flower itself, yeah, second tier, honestly. But that other cut, oh my absolute fuck, if I could get that back.
Oh, dude. Yeah. There's some fire going around here that white runs. I really like it. That and banana.
Also just absolutely gorgeous.
Not banana.
Absolute spears of beautiful, beautiful, slightly purple, almost like lavender colored bud. Beautiful, beautiful. Cheers, folks in the chat. Cheers, Dr. Levy. Cheers, Jones. Cheers, Cranmore Bros. Good to see you, buddy.
Thank
Uh,
you, hardcore. Yes.
Hardcore's hanging. Hardcore's talking about Mylar.
Yeah. I was showing the white runs bag off.
Oh, gotcha.
It's all
Um,
flashy, flashy.
oh yeah, right on. Cheers, Couch Flyer and Smoke Sense. Couch Flyer's asking what happened to the garage. Oh, I've been messing with it for what, over a month now, honestly. Easily over a month. and I thought I had it nailed down. I thought I had all the electrical figured out and everything else. I came home the other day, and one breaker was basically popped, and it turns out that the old homeowner basically ran that same fucking breaker to like everything, hither and yon, basically. I can't even find what's shorting it out right now. So, long story short, had an electrician, retired electrician friend come over, and he basically just shook his head and he's like, "Yeah, yeah." So, other than replacing the panel, basically, my dreams of growing out there is just not going to happen. Maybe a little bit, maybe one light or something, but even that's complicated. So, I don't know. I don't know. This house is basically a dumpster fire for growing. Like, I have enough space technically to grow in here, but I'd have to grow like a fucking like a vagabond. One tent here, one tent there, one tent somewhere else, like a clown. So, I don't know. I don't know if I want to grow like that. So we'll
Our
see.
basement, our basement's kind of fucked up like that in a way. It's one breaker, and whoever rewired or changed the breaker, they tied everything to like one breaker. So even if you turn the light switch off and on, the power, the electrical the plugs, they're all off too. And now they popped the breaker somehow, so now half of the basement where we live in, our power doesn't work. So fucked.
So yeah.
Mhm. So we have to run. So we just have a extension cord running from the other side of the room to power stuff. Cheers, everybody in chat. Hey, old fashioned.
So yeah, I sure am glad I bought this house. Here's coffee pot. Up on people, perhaps you have something positive to add. We're basically about to go to war with basically everybody, so hopefully you have some kumbaya before we have to fight each other. No,
What?
legit, they're talking about potentially invading Panama, Mexico, what else? Greenland. We're currently
Really?
in trade war with Canada, Mexico, and China already.
Yep.
He started, by the way.
Tuesday.
I didn't fucking start it.
That shit starts on Tuesday, apparently. So
Chris.
I won't be.
I wonder if the that's not even worth asking.
I won't even. So I won't be buying anything American for a while.
I blame you. Blame you.
Yeah.
On the other hand, we're going to have a hard time. Every single fucking fruit and vegetable that you find in the store, 95% of them is Mexican. People don't realize most of the oranges you consume, either eat or drink, are from Mexico. Most of the, like I say, fruits and vegetables. Bananas come in many cases from further south, but a lot of them transport through Mexico. So my guess is that in many cases, the tariffs will still apply because the distributors are probably Mexican. So that will be really exciting. Be prepared to pay $4 for a banana.
Yeah.
So
I don't think we're at. We're good. I think we're good with Mexico.
that's the thing. People don't realize that Canada and other countries are going to decouple from the US. Right now, we are the biggest market, but by doing this, by basically punching ourselves and everyone else in the dick, we're going to cause a massive, massive problem for everybody. We're going to put a lot of jobs put a lot of people out of jobs worldwide. And they're just not going to come back, kind of like with Russia. They're going to basically avoid the US. And the US is going to have a problem suddenly where they won't be able to get the things that they wanted to. A few years ago, Brazil had that problem, basically. I can't remember exactly what it was. They didn't have hard currency to pay with, or anyway, regardless, they couldn't get enough wheat, basically. Beg, borrow, or steal. They couldn't fucking get enough wheat. And they were legit worried about a famine in a country that's actually pretty prosperous. They ended up fixing that. I don't remember, like I said, I don't remember enough about the details, but it was a legit a problem where basically they kind of burned their bridges with the. I wish I could remember a little bit more about the circumstances, but anyway, they basically, according to my memory, burned their bridges and nobody wanted to sell them shit essentially. So we're going to get to that same circumstance. For example, Canada is just going to be like, We can't take the chance. We can't take the chance that we sell you all our grain and then suddenly your president changes and all of a sudden it's 50% more expensive. It's ridiculous, honestly. Imagine if you had a business right now, an import export with Canadian goods or US goods or something. Yeah, coffee pot. That's actually what a lot of people are saying. Here comes Captain Dank. Coffee Pot is saying, I speculate he wants people to have civil protests like in France, a general strike, and then he can declare martial law, easy as farting. I'm glad I'm involved in our village community garden. Yeah, that's what it's going to come down to down here. I'm legit concerned because between the price of vegetables and stuff from places like Mexico, and then also, let's be honest, the rest of all the fruits and vegetables come from California, some from Arizona, a few other places. Well, guess what? 85 to 95% of the workforce is Hispanic. Apparently, a tremendous amount of those people have just stopped coming to work. There was a story the other day from Bakersfield where literally 75% of the workforce just stayed home. So, prepare for all the fruits and vegetables to become really unaffordable. So, basically, if you don't grow it yourself, and it's going to become maybe Mad Max style enough. I mean, if a fucking tomato costs you $4 at the store, you're going to have to guard your tomatoes. Imagine if you have like 100 tomatoes outside your house, people will start stealing tomatoes because they will actually be worth money. Like we're going to have Mad Max shit here before people realize. Anyway, hope you guys enjoy it. What's going on, Captain?
Oh, we're already having that here in Ohio. Ohio has a Senate bill coming up. It's um, Senate Bill 56, and they're trying to reprocreate all the money from the cannabis program. $300 million they want to add into the state slush fund. They want to cut gifting out. They want to cut the number of plants from 6 to 2 per person. They want to get rid of the diversity and program, the equality program. They want to take all the money that was earmarked for other projects and they want to dump it all into this one big slush fund for the state. It's over $300 million.
That's the thing. It's out in the open already now that basically the oligarchs can rob everybody blind and nobody's going to care anymore. Like, what's someone going to care about $300 million? Like, Elon has control of the entire $6 trillion fucking treasury payment system. Nobody's going to notice the $300 million anymore. So
Well,
I think we're basically coming into 1990s Russia. I think that's basically the plan. Total chaos where everybody rips, not everybody, I mean to say that a very small cadre of friends basically rip off everything that isn't nailed down and the rest of us. Poverty basically soared to, I think, 50%, 55% in Russia at the time in the early 90s. One of the reasons why the Russians have been so reluctant to th overthrow Putin, people always say, oh, why do they tongue gargle Putin's balls so thoroughly, right? Well, one of the reasons is that the 90s was that fucking bad. You had to basically have, first of all, you had to have, remember with like protection rackets, basically with the mafia, every single like street corner basically had like a different little mafia essentially. You had to hire mafia to literally guard your business or your house or your apartment or anything. Every single building basically had to have an armed fucking guard. And that armed guard, sometimes a guy would come up and just shoot him in the head. It was like The Wire. It was like literally, it was like fucking Chris Partlow in The Wire. They would just come up and shoot the fucking armed guards sometimes and just take over that building. It was complete fucking chaos. Entire organizations, like the Bolshoi Ballet one time didn't get paid for a year and a half because one of their directors absconded with the money to fucking Switzerland, like stole all their salaries. And so they just worked for free for a year and a half. I remember reading this story years ago, and apparently because the Bolshoi Ballet is like a national treasure in Russia, there what is it in St. Peter? No, I think it's in Moscow. The city of Moscow basically did a food drive to feed the fucking ballet dancers because they didn't have enough goddamn food. Meanwhile, the rest of the city was also starving because I remember 50% fucking oh, that's what we're heading for. But
Mhm. Start getting your crops ready for this year, folks. Start
honestly,
growing your own vegetables and fruits and stuff.
you ain't kidding. Yeah, I don't think it's.
You
Yeah.
know, what's his name's in it would be in a good position. Oh shoot, he comes on the safety meeting. Um,
North Star.
North Star. North Star's in a good
Oh, he
position.
said over and over he doesn't have that much. I think he has more land than he likes to let on. But you're right. He's well, I don't know. He said he doesn't have a lot of greenhouse space for wheat. Maybe he has enough space because actually he said he has got fruit trees and orchards and stuff. So yeah, actually North Star is probably one of the lucky ones here on this show.
I'll
Yeah.
rent you
Hardcore,
some in
well,
the back
hardcore I think
40.
has access to some land. I'm not sure if it's his land
I
flat.
can rent you the back 40.
Really? Well, there you go.
Yeah.
No, anybody with land and stuff is going to fucking make it through this. I'm genuinely concerned that this is going to lead to another Great Depression. I realize that some people in the chat are going to think this is hyperbolic, but if you pay attention to the news in the last few days, I think this is heading towards not a recession, but a depression. So
Yeah.
they're going to literally have to grow their own fucking food. I don't know why these people are so gung ho, and the most infuriating thing to me is that there is no one to stop them, apparently. You grow up thinking, oh, there's somebody that could stop a deranged lunatic from taking us all over the cliff. No, apparently not. Apparently not at all. So,
It's being done right now, people.
yes, it is.
Wow.
Norm says, read the Gulag Archipelago, Solzhenitsyn.
We're all kind of screwed here.
Uh,
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, if this bill actually goes through, oh, Ohio is just fucked because
Imagine being
everything that
limited
the
to two
people
fucking
voted
plants.
for,
Yes.
everything the people voted for is getting turned over and handed all the stuff that was promised in this bill that the people actually want.
Yeah, what was it? They wanted the weed for addiction counseling or whatever, and so they're just going to give it to the state slush fund now.
Yeah,
Fuck that.
so it's much bigger than what everybody thinks because this is the start of recriminalization. If you talk about this the Senator Hoffman talk about it, it's he wants to put people back in fucking jail again. He really does. This guy is a fucking asshole. I'm sorry, people. I'm really outraged about this, and it's got me really politically active in the past couple days. I fought, I stayed out of it as much as I can. I've had to speak up when my time came, and it's my time to speak up again. Because if not, we're all going to be screwed, people.
Yeah.
And this is what the state of Ohio passed. So the people of Ohio want this, but a couple people are saying, nah, we don't think so. We want to divert all this money over here into the slush fund. Well, how much money did you lose out of that slush fund, or did you steal, motherfucker? That you want to pay it back so bad and get this money back to them.
And my concern is too that that will set a precedent, basically, that not even just a precedent, but a an inspiration for other state governments that will do the same thing. They'll say, well,
Exactly.
just steal that money and just use it for whatever the shit, whatever the fuck they want to spend it on.
And fuck the people that voted for it and voted for it because of these reasons.
Yeah.
Because they thought, hey, this class 3 license is going to be given out. They want to do away with that, which is the license that we, the people, the small people, can actually afford or come up with something close to affording it. The diversity fund is gone. The equity fund is gone. Fuck. That's why we voted for this, was to actually get something out of it and not be screwed over again. Oh, we're going to give you 6 inches and now we're only going to give you 2.
Well,
Yeah, fuck
that's
you.
what he said.
What was that, D? That's what your wife said?
Yeah, something like that. Your mom.
I
Yeah.
don't want that 2 inch thing. I want at least 6 inches, motherfucker. Go away and come back when you got it.
You heard it here first. Um, yeah, I don't even know, man. I've been telling my friends, tighten your belts. You know, whatever's gonna happen, tighten your fucking belts. Don't overspend. You know, get your silly spending under control. You know, a friend of mine has like a TV shopping addiction or whatever. You know, I was like, both of us were talking about this shit a couple days ago on the phone, and I was like, yeah, don't. And she knows. You know, basically, better tighten her belt. This is going to go on for a while. I mean, eggs. The people were talking about fucking eggs before the election, right? A dozen eggs now are super expensive. They've gotten up and up and up and up. That's not going to go away anytime soon because the number one driver of it is avian flu, which of course nobody's talking about because this country no longer discusses actual news. It's all just fucking garbage. It's just all horseshit essentially. So everyone's all riled up about stuff all the time, but they don't actually know why, right? So
Wait a second. Didn't the orange man run on the fact that he was going to cut the
oh,
grocery kite
whatever fucking ran
bills
on, man.
down?
That was the past, dude. That was the past.
The
Ignore it.
carrot.
Ignore it. You can't hold him accountable. Basically, you can't
You
hold him
can't.
accountable for what
You
he said this
can't.
morning. You know, so whatever he's saying now, that's what you're gonna have to listen to.
I
No, he's
mean, he's passing
moved
off
on
this
past
crash in Washington as something that Biden did. Fuck it, dude. You were in the presidency at the time of it. You're
No,
fucking
he was
responsible.
blaming Biden for the plane crash the other day. Meanwhile, there's been
Yeah.
3 plane crashes already in this week. Uh, Plane crashes never happen. They're so vanishingly rare, and yet we've had 3 already. Um,
Well,
well,
that one was really weird. That was a strange thing because there was a helicopter involved too,
oh, the
right?
one in DC. Still, DC is the tightest controlled. I don't know. Maybe there's a more tightly controlled air traffic control area in the world.
No.
I doubt it. Fucking doubt it. Right? Like, where else would it be? Because DC is a pretty condensed area. It's surrounded by a bunch of stuff. The Pentagon is in the area, on and on and on. Like, I don't know that anybody would fucking be more, you know what I mean? Like, there's eyes everywhere. I'm sure on every single fucking inch of that. Where else? I don't know. I mean, maybe Paris. I mean, shit. I don't know, London or something, but I doubt it. You know what I mean? Like the biggest power in the world, the capital, on and on and on. Shut the fuck up. And a helicopter just flies into a plane. That's whatever. Get used to it. Two daughters. Please don't speak in sound bites. I don't appreciate or first of all, it doesn't really help because I don't really know what it means. If I take it at face value, what you just said, he said liberalism will lead to communism. It's not a correct statement. Honestly, you can look around the world and see quite a few situations where that has historically not happened. So it's factually not correct. So let's dial back the sloganeering and tell me a little bit more what you mean by that. It's only a crime if you get caught, says Joseph Anthony. Yeah, pretty much. Coffee Pod has got the right idea. He says is going to spin up another one and listen for a bit before I get cooking. Harmony Haze dispensary weed mixed with homegrown. Another, we've been saying, I guess probably tomorrow there's going to be a tribute, I think, on Hash Church for Skunk Man Sam. Obviously Skunk, and of course Hayes, and I still can't think of the indica. Captain, do you remember what indica he was really famous for? I mean, he's honestly behind the scenes of apparently a lot of strains, but he was really famous for Skunk and Hayes. He kind of hid the Hayes connection. The Hayes brothers was apparently actually him. Of course, that's contested. It was him and what's his face. Connell Clark, I guess, but under different names. But what was the fucking indica? It wasn't NL5. It was something else. What the fuck? I can't think of it.
Pure Syndicate came from someone else.
Was it
He,
Afghan number one?
I,
It couldn't
I
have been.
think it was. I think it was Afghan that he turned Neville on to.
Maybe it was the Afghan number one. So again, controversial guy. We've had a few people on the show say that he was all full of shit and whatever, but there's a lot of people who swear that he's legit on and on and on. So, and I have to be honest, a couple of the people who swore he was full of shit I've later discovered were full of shit. How funny is that, right? So it's very much a he said, she said kind of situation with cannabis history, I've found. It's annoying, honestly, because I don't know that we're ever going to, I guess, welcome to the world of history. You never really know exactly what happened, but I don't think we'll ever know exactly who bred what 100%, because who knows, maybe he bred three things and then stole another one or something, right? Or maybe he bred everything. Fuck, I don't even know. Certainly capable of breeding those things. Seems to have known everything well enough between him and Clark.
Yeah, if you're looking for NL seeds, uh, I would just buy the purest indica one because the other ones seem to have intersexual traits to them.
Hmm. Wait, did I miss? I think I missed a couple of DJC Jeff's comments. By the way, cheers, Jeff. Oh wait, no. Okay, where's your first comment? Your first comment is, oh, by the way, I missed Smoking Blueberry by Hayes. Nice. That's basically another version of Blue Dream, right? Because Blue Dream is blueberry, no, Super Silver Haze to blueberry, right?
Yeah.
That's right. So blueberry to haze is a little bit like that. He says this female is a little bit more on the haze side for my liking. So Jeff said Chat GPT says Fed discretionary spending was 26% in 2024. I think this is what Trump can pause. Total budget of 5 trillion 2024. He's actually not allowed to touch any of it, to be honest. I don't know why no one's talking about this a little bit louder. The president does not have the power of the purse. That power of the purse belongs to Congress. Congress declares wars, makes peace treaties, et cetera, et cetera. They control all the spending. They control discretionary spending. They control things like Medicare and Social Security and everything else. The president administers those things. The executive branch, in many cases, administer those things. But the president, historically, that's not among his powers. That's supposed to be one of the divisions of power, basically, in this country. And
Power
him
in the state.
seizing that is essentially a coup d'etat that people are not discussing. Uh, they're talking about, yeah, they're talking about, honestly, as we always do, the wrong things. But it is what it is. Cheers, Justin Bean. And then Jeff continues, $5 trillion budget without $1.8 trillion deficit for 6.8 trillion total budget 2024. And then he says crazy numbers, and then says Bitcoin gross worth is 2 trillion. Oh my.
I'm sorry. I'm really surprised that after he pardoned everybody, the police force just didn't walk out on us
We're in
across
strange
the
times
United
right
States.
now.
Like half of them just walk out.
We're in strange times because most police are notoriously Republican, and most police these days are notoriously pro-Trump. And very interesting times. Trump is gutting the FBI of not even hundreds, but actually thousands of employees, apparently. And the FBI is actually fine with it, which is so bizarre because they're so heavily pro-Trump. So it makes you think that a lot of these guys, and this is what it sounds like, a lot of these guys get a notice from their boss saying they're fired, and they're like, yeah, Trump fired me. I mean, that's what it sounds like. I feel like we're living in a fucking simulation. I swear to you. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but it's not normal life. Like what the fuck, whatever's going on here, it's like this shit. I don't even know what someone needs to turn the router back on and off or something because the fuck,
Yeah, plug it back in.
the fuck, dude.
Well, when Trump became president, my friend lost his job that he was going to take in the private sector. Good thing he was able to bring back and get his resignation back from the government
Until they
because
find out.
he's got a government job.
Yeah, until
He
Elon
work he works in immigrations with he actually does the numbers on refugees.
yeah, that job's gonna get cut pretty soon here.
Yep.
Well, US aid was cut. Apparently they're cutting bunch of different health agencies around the world just already closed because of this, because they don't get funding. What the fuck? Like, it's difficult to explain how significant this is to people because I think a lot of people
Yeah.
don't understand what soft power is, and a lot of people don't actually understand that the US won. This is kind of gamer speak basically, but the US won a cultural victory. So has anyone ever played Civilization or any kind of the games that are similar to Civilization, SimCity or anything else? Honestly, Civilization is the big one, right? The one that you can get lost in like for 3 days in a row, and you start playing it and you start your little civilization. Gandhi's nearby and he's like for some reason always nuking you at the end, but you literally disappear for like 3 days and you're like you eat whatever crumbs are on the floor. It's famous. The game is famous for that, right? Well, anyway, one of the possible victories, of course, is a nuclear victory, a military victory, basically, or a space victory, and so on. And one of them basically is a cultural victory. And the US, a long time ago, won a cultural victory to the point that you can go even to Afghanistan today, even to Afghanistan, where you basically shouldn't be, candidly. They have Coca-Cola. You can get fresh, cold, crisp Coca-Cola from a fucking glass bottle. You can get Pepsi. Actually, you can get a bunch of different drinks. You get Fanta and stuff, but you definitely 100% of the time can get Coca-Cola. And everybody there knows the brand. Everybody there knows basically McDonald's hamburgers, on and on and on. They know Michael Jackson. They know American music. They're probably humming Post Malone's latest country bullshit. Like, is so pervasive around the world, and it's all enabled by soft power, basically. It is soft power, essentially. It's part of our soft power. The fact that when McDonald's left Moscow, they renamed the fucking place Tasty and That's It, basically, is the translation. Stupid fucking name. But anyway, they wanted it not to go away because they realized it was basically like ripping away something that the people really loved, basically this Western fucking food, right? Anyway, they tried to like emulate McDonald's success, but it kind of misses the magic. Apparently, it's not the same flavor and everything. Whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. But what am I trying to say? Um, this is like us voluntarily closing up all the McDonald's in the world just because we're basically pissed off. We're just like, meh. It's so absolutely fucking foolish. Shutting off all the aid, apparently pulling out all the troops from Europe, on and on and on. Just like, wow. I don't think you could destroy America's soft power empire faster if you wanted to. It's been what, 11, 12 days, and dude, North America hates our guts already. Who else is next? It's a speed run. I don't understand. I just don't understand. I'm very lost. So I don't know where it's going. So buckle up, I would say.
We're going to be getting soon. We're going to be having a new election here in Canada
Oh yeah, I heard that.
for a new power prime minister. Sorry, so it's crazy here because of what's going on here, and then with all the crap with the U.S. It's crazy, crazy times.
They already have qualified immunity coffee pot. Um, I wonder what else he offered them, honestly, because they're already basically untouchable. That's one of well, that's according to people who dispute police issues. That's one of the biggest problems with police is that they're effectively immune from most lawsuits. So basically from the word go, you can't really do anything to someone who even if they're on camera, basically doing something terrible, you have to jump through so many hoops to get the police union involved and everything else. It's ass backwards, it seems, for a lot of people. The police union, of course, defends police. They say that that's appropriate because, of course, they have to be able to fight criminals and so on and so forth. So it is a little bit of a he said, she said issue, to be honest. But still, yeah, we don't get to have mature discussions in this country anymore. Cheers, Agnes Beckett. Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, Agnes. You know what I'm saying? Oh, time to roll another joint. This is D agrees.
Roll another huge joint.
Ding ding.
Been Remo in a while.
That's someone I haven't watched in a very long time. I gotta
I
catch
know
up.
he's still on YouTube, but for some reason I never watch him.
Yeah, I'm just busy.
That's basically what it is. Like I never watch Hash Church anymore. It's not like I don't like it. It's just you know.
Yeah. I wonder what his kid looks like now. Cause at first when I saw, he was like a little kid, and then he started being on camera more. He's like a young, older kid. So I don't know what he looked like now. Uh, Joseph.
Sorry, I'm fighting with my joint here. It's trying to kill me.
I was just trying to look up Afghani. I could swear that man, Seed Finder's totally different now. What the absolute fuck?
No ganja.
Skunk is Afghani.
Yep, from the Super Sativa Seed Club. Oh,
That's why my all-time favorite weed is Afghani 1 from Sensi Seeds from 94 to 97.
so presumably, supposedly, Sam gave those to Neville, and Neville released them, right?
He worked them.
Uh,
They could shoot on their horn.
Neville worked everything he got. He just didn't IBL it.
hmm. Yeah.
Excuse me. Like I said, that joint tried to kill me, man.
Oh, true ganja lion.
Oh,
Sorry, guys, I can't spell tonight in the chat. I'm just trying to type way faster than my brain. It's thinking. Hash brick, dude.
so they were supposed to have a meeting on Wednesday in Columbus, Ohio about the Senate Bill 56. They canceled the meeting for next week. Which is actually a good thing. It gives us more time to get together and get down to Columbus and hopefully block this.
Cheers, Jeff. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, hey, what's up?
Hey, Jeff.
What's up, Captain?
Hola.
Yeah, I was listening before. Hey, I was wondering with the if you could use a sub panel for your electrical problem.
Unfortunately, the panel is full.
Oh, and you can't put a sub panel. Yeah, you like one of
To my
those
electrician friend, the only thing that I could really do to add more power is to literally get a new panel. So
new panel, and yeah, which I guess you could do, but
I'm not going to be here long enough to justify that. So
yeah, too bad. Too bad.
yeah, pretty frustrating. The whole point of basically buying the house and everything was so that I could fucking grow and everything. So it's like, yeah. So that's that done. So whatever. So it is frustrating.
Yeah, yeah, things you could do, but no, it would be an investment.
Agnes.
How many amps you got going in your house?
Who gives a shit anymore? Doesn't fucking matter. Fond memories of Afghan one from Sensi True Breeding, done in 6 weeks. 6 weeks, goddamn.
58 days.
Wow.
My Afghani, I cut down at 58 to 60 days.
Yeah, it's like technically, I don't know, once the frustration wears off, yeah, I can technically still grow, but it's Mickey Mouse style, in my opinion. In the garage, basically, the plants could get full height. Basically, that's one of the things that I'm kind of proud of myself for growing. I never show it off really, but my plants grow like outdoor plants. Essentially, they grow big and strong and happy. And people are always surprised when they grow my seeds, which I haven't sold for fucking months and probably never will at this point again. They're always surprised at how vigorous they are. Well, guess what? Because I fucking grow vigorous fucking plants that grow 6, 7 feet tall in my fucking basement at the time, and now more recently in the garage. Well, so I was planning to grow that way basically here. I can't grow that tall here. I just don't have enough ceiling height. So I could buy a bunch of LEDs or whatever, but yeah, I don't have tens of thousands of dollars to replace lights now. I don't know, especially with this fucking trade war coming. So yeah, it's pretty frustrating, and I don't want to grow a tent here and a tent there and a tent there like a fucking jerk off. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
Boy, this farm I have looks pretty nice right about now.
What does, Kevin?
I'm sorry. This farm,
Oh, an indoor farm or what?
no, we have a family farm.
Oh, right on. Tell us about it.
Got a couple oil wells. It brings up natural gas as a byproduct.
Oh, wow.
Feeds the houses natural gas for the winter.
No kidding.
Nice.
Yeah. Self-sufficient.
That's killer.
As long as those oil wells pump oil, we get gas.
Hmm. Oil's going to go up in price. You're going to make a lot more money soon.
There's only 4 of them.
Well, the price per gallon is going to go up quite a bit.
We don't make dick off of it.
No. Oh, is it like leased or whatever?
No. It, I say that and we get paid, but it's nothing that gets rich. It won't pay your car insurance. Let's
Huh,
put it that way.
interesting.
But there's 2 houses that are connected to the property, and they have people living in them, and they've had natural gas for
Adds up.
the entire time that they've been there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It depends, right? Because there's a guy that watches the show. He'll probably laugh because he knows who he is. He and his dad basically were sitting at home one day watching football, I think, and they got a knock on their door, and a gas company was like, "Oh, we'd like to drill oil or gas, whatever the fuck it is, outside their house, and we'd like to pay you every month for the rest of your life." So, dude basically gets a pretty good income for the rest of his life. I knew another guy, basically, I was kind of gaming buddies with this dude.
Yeah.
Texas, actually, of all places, because Texas, I guess, is also full of oil. Well, apparently, kind of the same deal. Basically, somebody just kind of showed up to his house one day, and they're like, "You got oil, by the way, buddy." And so he has a lease every single fucking month. This guy made like $20,000, which I guess isn't like you say, it's not millions, but Jesus fucking Christ, I'd like a free $20,000 every month. Shut the fuck up. So yeah, he
Or
lives
how about not
Mm.
having a
constant
gas bill?
vacations and everything else. What's that?
What
Hmm.
about not having a gas bill every month?
Well, I think his was just, I guess in his case, I don't know about the natural gas. I think it was just like crude oil or whatever that came up. I don't know. Maybe there is byproduct natural gas in his wells, but um, in his case, he's just got money. I think he'd rather have the money. All things
Well,
considered, I
that's
think people would
the
rather have the
heating
cash
bill.
rather than the natural gas.
Yeah, but think if you don't have a heating bill, whether it be electric or
If you had
gas.
money, you could pay the heating bill. So if you had the money instead of the gas, you could pay the fucking heating bill. You could leave. You could move somewhere else that doesn't have a heating bill. That's what D would do. D would be like, "I'll take that money and I'll go somewhere else, and I will not have to have a heating bill." That's what he would do.
Beverly Hillbillies.
Barbados, here I come. What's that, Jeff?
The Beverly Hillbillies.
That's right. That's
They
right.
be shot into the ground, and up came bubbling crude.
I moved to the central of the upstairs where it's nice and hot. I
I
won't
always
even move.
wondered
Can't even
the
move to
house.
Florida. Can't even go to Florida now because they got snow.
Yeah, right. Well, not only that, but fucking hurricanes and shit. I don't know if you want one of those.
Yeah,
But I was
and
gonna
this
say, the house I grew up in, we always suspected, not like seriously, we weren't like, oh, there's gold in them there hills, but we always sort of suspected because the original deeds for all of the properties, and all subsequent deeds, actually, if you ever sold, got a new house, whatever, it would include the original language. Mineral rights were not included. So we always wondered, oh, was that just sort of preemptive about the old? Because apparently it was once upon a time was this one old timer that settled like literally in the fucking 1900s because there was a um like a what was it called, a pioneer cemetery in the area and stuff. So literally this guy might have been one of the fucking pioneer kids or something, right? So anyway, apparently this old timer sold off the land in the, I don't even know, the fucking 30s or some shit, right? Anyway, and he didn't include the mineral rights. So was it just some guy who didn't want people digging in the hills, or did he actually know that there's fucking gold or whatever the fuck in them there hills? So we always wondered, and it was kind of a joke, like, oh, there's probably gold up there, but probably not. But who knows?
We sold a piece of property that we still hold the mineral rights on.
That's cool. Yeah,
That
ganja.
way, no drilling.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Ganja Line says it fuels the house for free, so that's awesome.
Mhm.
Goodness gracious, Coffee Pot is saying it's negative 17 Celsius there. Holy fucking
Yeah,
shit.
it's cold.
Jesus H. Christ.
It's not
Do you
so
think the
bad
geese are
here.
going to have to pay tariffs as they fly north? I hope not. 50% tariff on all geese. Agnes Becca
Price
said,
of
"I'll
mail
figure
to
out running
Canada
lights
is
on
going to go
gas."
up.
And actually, you can. You can totally run gas lamps. That's what people used to do. Um, Standard Oil, the name Standard Oil actually came from kerosene and not from motor oil or gasoline or anything else. It was basically standardized kerosene. So he made his fortune not on gasoline for cars. How funny is that? He made his fortune on oil, kerosene rather, for lamps. And then came the cars, and he was like, "Oh shit, I can sell that even faster." Okay, Rockefeller didn't have a southern accent, but
Yeah, in Ohio talk.
where was he born? I know he was a Californian, but where was he born? Do you remember? You can look it up. I wonder
He
where
got a computer.
Getty was born too. Wikipedia.
Carnegie had a lot to do with
What are you,
Standard Oil.
Rockefeller?
Yeah.
John D. The fucker lived like 97 years. Holy fucking ass balls. Born in
Cleveland, Ohio.
Richford, New York. Nope. Uh, Burial place, Cleveland, Ohio.
Hello, Cleveland.
Motherfucker lived 97 years. Born
Yep.
1839 in Richford, New York. Died May 23, 1937 in Ormond Beach, Florida. Oh, but then they hauled his ass up to Cleveland. Who else is I going to look up? I was going to look
There
up.
there are parks here in Cleveland that are now communities, but they used to be parks and they used to be named after Rockefeller and Carnegie.
Brambles.
You can come to Cleveland and see all this history before they take it away.
John Paul Getty was born in Minneapolis, Minnesota in 1892 and then died in Woking in Surrey, England. Woking, I believe, is a castle. No, it's a town. It's a town and borough in northwest Surrey, England. Apologies to the, how would you call them, Surreyites or Surreypodes or something? Surrey pods, I want to say. What's going on, Hardcore?
Walk one.
Did you roll another joint?
How's it going?
It's okay.
How'd your spraying go?
That's what she said.
That was vinyl siding too. That wasn't wood. It was vinyl. That it's been below freezing here for fucking God knows how long. And we had a 2 day period there where it got to like 40 degrees. And but all that siding, it was from like a previous homeowner that was gonna um eventually do what the garage that I built. And but all of that siding had been like laying on, it was like basically buried in the yard. Like it was like under a few inches of dirt. And so there was fucking like just dirt and cocoons and all sorts of shit just in and all the cracks and crevices and shit in the siding. And then it was also just muddy, like the surfaces were pretty muddy too. But my main concern was just spraying out all the black, it's just frozen black shit water, whatever the hell, all the fucking frozen pieces that were in all of the channels. Because when you install that shit, it interlocks like you're clasping your hands. And if there's anything in there in that little spot, you're gonna get lumps and it's gonna look like shit. So I had to do that while there was the right temperature. Otherwise, it would have been just a pain in the ass.
Getting the job done.
But you know what? I've been fucking around working for this guy up here for so long, and kind of just basically taking a hiatus on life. And culmination of just a bunch of things happening lately. It's just like I said fuck it, and I called up a buddy down in the Minneapolis area, and I'm gonna go fucking frame house down in the Twin Cities next week, starting next week. So I didn't want to do it again because that life really sucks ass, but I'll be buff and I'll be fucking rich for a little bit, comparatively speaking, at least. Then I have to deal with metropolitan area.
Mhm.
Never fun.
Why does love life suck so hard? Because it's kind of fast-paced work, or what?
Yeah,
All the
it's.
people.
Wait, I don't know if you ever seen a framing crew fucking
They're a little salty,
Waffle
that's
House,
for
but
sure.
I'm
They're
a little monkey
drunk.
man. I climb rafters and walk on top of 2x4 walls and um yeah, there's not a lot of fat carpenters.
Hmm.
I mean
No, they
they
drink
exist
heavy.
obviously. They just learn ways to do things easily, but
The
no,
only
I
way
know the
you
crew
could
that
be
I'm
a
gonna go
fat
work with.
carpenter is if you were a finished carpenter, probably, huh?
What's that?
The only way you could be a fat carpenter is if you were a finished carpenter, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I did finish carpet quite a bit of finished carpet for several years, but we don't do pretty sure that the guy I'm working for or I'm gonna be working for, I think he just does the um what they call for just framing up a house where there'll be a concrete pad there or a basement pour already, and we'll just come in and we'll frame up all the walls, um, slap OSB on the walls, or and then throw the roof on, shingle the roof, and then
Yeah,
put Tyvek on the outside and install windows and doors, and then we move on to the next one. We don't do any interior work or any fucking around beyond that. I think that's the way that most contractors do it on in the big city. I did a lot of that in Fargo, never not in the cities, but no, the guy I work for now,
Oh,
he's
thank you,
drawn to
Mark.
person to he likes to take advantage of every penny he can get. He's a slumlord, and yeah, I don't know, just one of those people that condescending all the time when they have no right to be.
I'm so glad I worked for a really good guy.
Yeah, no, I know the guy I'm gonna go work for. He's good shit. He's my age. He's not fucking full of himself. He knows his shit, and he's got
Yeah.
plenty of work.
Lumber prices are going to go up, though.
Mm-hmm. Not in
Yeah.
Canada.
Yeah, not in Canada. You're right.
So on the future safety meetings, you're going to be seeing me do many would consider some sketchy as fuck shit.
People don't think about people that put up buildings and houses, and you're walking on a plank 30 feet in the
Arr.
air. It's 12 inches wide.
That's what
Yeah.
she's used to.
Well, and it's not the tall falls that hurt you either. It's the short ones.
Oh, bullshit.
Because your
34
body doesn't
feet
have time to
sucks.
react um and maneuver itself.
I did.
That's why you hear so many people dying off of a step ladder, only falling like 6 feet because their body doesn't have time to move or to contort, or the fear doesn't kick in until your body goes limp.
Oh.
Yeah, like every time that it's been a few years since I've been up on a roof, like for instance, like putting rafters up or something like that, like fucking, it's it's funny watching people that are like what I used to be when you're up there, but or walking walls is what they call when you just like you put your walls up, all 2x4s, usually like the exterior walls are 2x6, but anyway, where all the walls meet with each other, you end up putting a second layer of boards on top of that like overlaps everything and locks it all together.
Arr.
And the quickest way to do that is to get up on top of the wall that's 3.5 inches wide, and then just walk along that.
Yeah.
I mean, the fat carpenter will be on a ladder doing it, but I don't know. It looks sketchy until you just basically,
You get up there and do it.
yeah, if you haven't done it before. I'm no Mexican ripper though. That's both a compliment and a diss at the same time.
How so?
I ain't
Because some of them
crazy
are
going up
really, really
those
good at what they
steeps.
do. Some of them are really, really good at what they do, and others are absolute junk, but they're quick.
Here you go.
I got you.
I don't
See,
know.
I guess it depends on the part of the country because, for example, in like in LA, you basically couldn't find a non-Mexican roofer. It just essentially doesn't exist. Yeah, okay, there's some a few white people, like honestly, a few, but you just really won't see a non-Mexican or non-Hispanic at least roofer. And the best ones, they're obviously all Mexican, and also the worst ones, they're also fucking Mexican. So it's basically the same shit as anything. It's like a contractor. Like years ago. I hired, and the guy had great reviews and everything on Angie's List. Amazing fucking reviews. Dude was a fucking dipshit of a fucking uh, yeah, general like Windows and everything. He was going to do a bunch of stuff for us at the time. Uh, how do I put this? You can get shitty contractors, you can get good contractors, you can
Oh
get
yeah.
shitty roofing crews, you can get great roofing crews. And so, for example, some of the absolute best fucking workers you can possibly have are Mexicans, like in the entire West Coast, right? So, but it's comical because everybody's met that same shitty, fast crew that you're talking about, right? But in California, there isn't like white shitty crews. There just aren't white roofing crews, right? I mean, maybe
Oh,
there are.
I guarantee there's shitty crews in California. They do
Oh,
shit quick like everywhere else.
tons of shitty crews. It's 100%. Yeah.
It's it's the lack of building inspectors that's at fault more than anything. I don't know. And the other thing too is why that's what I was trying to think of. Why a lot of the Mexicans up here tend to suck is because they're not used to a lot of things are backwards as far as like um your vapor barriers and everything and like how insulation works and then people from like Florida have different codes too, because everything's got to be built for hurricanes out there.
Yeah.
And there's just certain
Yeah, they're
building
not really
styles that are
building
different.
it for freezing snow and stuff in California. That's an interesting point. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, in some parts of
Texas.
California, there's parts of California that get 10 times the snow that we get here in Minnesota.
Really? Huh.
Yeah, but I'm sure of it. I'm not sure of it. Oops, I guess I am sure. I don't know. Part of me says I'm sure of it.
I mean, maybe like around Tahoe, for example, or Mount Shasta. There's definitely places that get snow, but I don't know if it's more snow than you. But whatever, it's all relative, right?
Didn't Texas recently get snow as
Yeah,
well?
Florida too, apparently.
Yeah, Florida. I have a friend that's just from Toronto, which we have lots of snow here, and she just went to Florida and it's snowing there. Like, should have just
Looks like,
stayed home.
looks like I already murdered a zombie with this wheel because it got some fucking
Ah,
a spray paint can exploded next to it,
that's
and
pretty cool.
it's got a bunch of fade on it. But Marshall's actually going to be getting this thing one of these days here.
That's pretty cool. I leave it like that. That's awesome.
It looks like it. I can't. I would maybe, but I owe the chap a good looking wheel. Nothing else.
That Big Bear. Yeah.
Yeah, big. I think someone was in someone's chat yesterday that was talking about what they live in Big Bear and they had
Justin Bean.
record snowfall. Or maybe there was someone that was on a that you replay a Eagles.
Was it Justin Bean? Because that's who just mentioned that. Over.
We barely got have any snow here this year.
I wondered why I got like 30 new followers. Episode 369.
Haha.
Huh.
Either I've got to maneuver or MacGyver another black light, or there's going to be no black light action on this tonight. I think it's probably going to be the case, actually.
Here you go.
Oh, joint.
I did that one from Thailand.
What's everybody in chat smoking on? Let us know. Cheers to you. 37 people watching in the chat right now. Thanks for joining us. We're going to be here for a while longer. Hanging out.
Hang
Uh,
it.
what?
I still got weed on the tray. What are you smoking today, Brian, or tonight?
I just smoked my last little morsel of no name bud. I will
What?
Oh,
probably
man.
I'll probably scrape a little bit of resin before night or morning comes.
Oh, Venom.
Damn.
I was smoking Venom OG.
Weren't you smoking like 20 different strains? I heard you saying when you started.
Yeah. Well,
I
not
heard white runts and pink runts.
no,
What's everyone's favorite runts? I kind of like the white and the black, I guess.
White Runs is awesome. I really enjoy the White Runs. And then we have um the other runs, which is puts me to sleep. They're good for nighttime.
I
Um,
wonder if they make a unts runts for raves and shit.
yeah, that's rave runs. I'm trying to figure out the name of it. Here, the other black bag. Hey, oh, Space Runs. Space Runs is good for nighttime.
For that coffee, sneezy, something head feeling.
Oh, dude, we have one. I have a strain called Coffee. It's awesome.
Like cough like with like COUGH or
K.
K. Yeah, exactly, Captain.
why would
KOF.
people why would people change the spelling of something from a C to a K? Trying to be cool?
Good greens.
You
Did
don't pull that off
F8.
if you're hardcore.
I paid $200 for that pack.
If anyone in chat is the response, the one that fucking gave me that name, let me know because I've been curious about that. I know I didn't come up with it. I stole it from someone else.
Huh.
I might have changed the spelling on it.
Bought it
maybe-
for breeding purposes.
The weird yellow looking.
Loud grunts.
But hey, Kevin Jordy bought a pack right after me.
Cool.
That was out in California, Fumi.
Overall,
What's that, Captain?
That was out in California when I
Right.
bought that pack of coffee off of Good Greens.
Oh, right on.
welcome to California.
Swami.
When I blow the whistle, get the toy. Muffin shatter. Right on.
That was a nice hotel to stay at, though.
Oh,
That one in Garberville.
Yeah.
If your girl starts acting up, then you take your friend.
but by the way, egg.
Jive, what can I say? Can't fit them all inside my OJ.
Look out!
That room that Rebel Grown had, that was fucking awesome.
Lots to the right.
I'm so glad I met you and everybody else there.
I'm not too glad I met some of those other guys. I got ripped off for a few $1,000s. At least I didn't have to pay for the hotel. That's a bright side. I
There
did
you
have to
go.
pay for the fucking food, but I didn't have to pay for the hotel.
Well,
That hurt.
it's
Egg.
probably the best food around, to tell you the truth.
Oh, in that area for sure at that point.
Yeah.
It was a weird thing. We experienced how a lot of businesses had closed down, and it was like everywhere in every direction. It was like ghost towns. It was so bizarre. And
Yeah.
it was the hollowing out, essentially. I'm sure more than that, but it was a big part of it was the hollowing out of the weed industry. And so a lot of that area up there, um, literally the entire culture, it's kind of funny, like in what is it called? Garberville, um, gosh, why
The
can't I?
Emerald Triangle?
Ada. Yeah, the whole area up there, basically, a lot of the towns kind of function on a cash basis. And so, like, if you go to the grocery store and stuff, everyone just whips out cash because even the non-growers, everyone's working with cash, basically. And that probably all changed, right? Like, because people didn't have as much cash anymore. And yeah, it was really interesting to see but interesting in a bad way, to see the absolute hollowing out of the thing because it looked like a vacuum and sucked the life out of the place. Grocery
Yeah.
stores were closed. I mean, at one point, I always try to eat a banana, and at one point, I could not, for the life of me, find a fucking banana. Like there wasn't a place nearby within like 10 miles that I could get a fucking banana. And I didn't have time to drive further than that basically because we were always doing one thing or after another. And so I didn't have time to go to a fucking like a proper grocery store because apparently there was one like 20 miles away, but it would have been a 40-mile trip, right? To get a fucking banana. So it
Does
was
anyone have the 24-hour Walmart back yet or not? Or did that go
they
the way
exist. Yeah,
COVID?
I think they exist. I don't know. I think there's one
Because
in
around here, all the Walmarts used to be 24 hours, and now they're fucking.
well, not all of them. I don't think all Walmarts were 24 hours.
No.
Well, I'm not saying they all were, but the ones in the I
Superstores.
can think of like 5 of them within a 3-hour radius that were all.
Well, they must not be making money because believe me, if there's one thing that Walmart knows how to do, it's fucking make money. And they won't do any goddamn thing that doesn't make their money, not for one extra second.
That's just, yeah. It was just after
Probably
COVID hit,
don't.
they all quit doing the 24-hour thing, and then none of them ever came back yet. Because it sucks. A
Probably
lot of times
because
that
they
was
don't
the
have
only
people
thing.
working.
A lot of times that was the only thing that would be open at 4 in the morning.
Mm. We had a big
Yeah.
big loss here in the Pacific Northwest. This chain called Sherry's. I wonder if it was named after someone named Cherry. Anyway, as far as I know, it's been there like my whole life, pretty much. Everyone that I know always thought of Sherry's as this old place that's been there since forever. Well, all of a sudden, overnight, basically, they closed and closed all their stores. They were 24-hour restaurants, basically, kind of a diner, basically, and they were known for this kind of octagonal, so hexagonal. I think it was octagonal building. So they were all kind of this round, but octagonal with kind of yeah, it's like a fucking octagon. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, the buildings were always shaped like that, so you could kind of see the
Hmm.
windows all the way around. Yeah, they were
Ollie
cool.
Heat,
You
John?
know, eyes and
Th-
shit.
Those are
Uh,
supposed to be more efficient.
pardon?
Those are supposed to be more efficient.
Oh,
A,
definitely
a
for the
circular
wait staff and
building,
stuff. Yeah, 100%. Because
well,
the
you can
wait
get
staff
anywhere.
is easier.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
more round, more circular.
Yep. Um, But yeah, a lot of people have fond memories of that place, right? So anyone, for example, high school kids, college kids, a lot of people would study there at 2 o'clock in the morning. Where else can you go get coffee at 2 o'clock in the fucking morning and a slice of pie or whatever? No one's gonna bother you. Well, that was freaking Sherry's, and all of a sudden, boom, they're gone.
We got Perkins here.
Mm.
We
Or
got
the
dead.
big city folk down the road do at least. That's the one thing that stayed open 24 hours.
LA has
Pardon?
quite a few diners. One local chain is called Norm's, and they're not their original store, but one of their most famous stores, La
No.
Cienega Boulevard. This really beautiful, called bougie architecture, diner style, basically like from the movies. This diner essentially. They were almost going to shut it down to put in a the fuck was it called? Rockin' Chicken or some shit. What is that place called? Not Dave's Chicken. It was the other place.
Hot chicken?
Fuck, I can't think of this
What's
other
the hot
chicken.
chicken?
No,
New thing, apparently.
I can't think of the other brand. Anyway, this other fucking brand that apparently owns the land, but evidently enough people protested, and they were like, "Oh, okay, okay, okay." So Norm's is still gonna be there. Yeah, Norm's is great. I like Norm's a lot.
No.
Didn't Bud's mom, what's the
Oh.
word I'm looking for? Wasn't she the agent of Cliff Clavin on there? Or was it Norm?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
That
He
sounds
said that she
familiar,
was
part
Tom
hardcore.
Hanks's agent, a few other people.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that he was saying that she was a Marlon Brando and
Yeah.
all that shit.
Yeah.
That'd be crazy just having Marlon Brando in your living room when you're growing up.
Mhm.
But you're a little bit more grown up too.
He actually worked with his mom at that company.
Yeah, he said he was like a producer for a few years. He's saying Norm. That's
Yeah,
what
he's
Norm.
got some.
Bud says
No,
Norm.
Bud.
Hop on, Bud. Show us your fucking.
Norm.
Yeah, I challenge anybody else. I think Bud maybe has had the most interesting life of anybody that's hopped on
No
this road. I
shit.
swear to you.
Yeah, no, I can't. Yeah, I can never get enough
From
Bud stories.
Lifetime, Grateful Dead, like not even what's the word? Super fan, friend of the band, a little bit more than that. Arguably, provided all of their nose candy, on and on and on and on. I mean, the fucking holy shit, man.
Well, when you get comfortable with somebody,
He gave the most interesting man in the world a line, and
Oh,
the most interesting man in the world bowed
he
his head.
would really give him a run for their money. I want to say that maybe if you found the most interesting man from even that guy from the commercials, who was actually a pretty interesting man, I think he would still find Bud pretty interesting. I think that they would be neck and neck pretty much.
Dos aquí.
Let's take it off. He's got a split. Have a good
it was
Ew.
one.
cool hanging out with him.
Ew, what?
Coffee, Bud Coffee, or Bud Coffee Pot. Bud Kilowatt is making coffee. That's what you should change your name to, Bud Coffee Pot.
Then you confuse everybody.
Has anyone ever bought a coffee mug pipe?
Probably.
He knows.
He could change his name that way
Oh, I've
too.
seen those like coffee mug slash pipe. Is that what
Yeah.
you're talking about? There's like a coffee
Yep.
mug and a pipe.
It's more of like a tankard type deal, like one of these almost. Is what I'm imagining.
Hmm.
It's
No,
bigger
no,
than.
I've seen them at like high times and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember. They used to be a little more prevalent. I guess maybe I'm thinking of high times when I'm thinking of them, but
Seems like too much trouble to me. And like you have to keep the whole fucking thing level and everything. I don't know. Just gets dirty and oh man, too much work.
I guarantee you, there's
Oh,
some people that swear by it. I got
well,
my coffee right
I
here.
don't
I
know,
got my
man.
weed right here.
I got one.
If a coffee cup bong makes you happy, who the fuck am I to say otherwise?
Me and a friend were just talking the other night about a fucking when we were in high school. He took a portable. Or was I talking about it on here? Maybe he had a portable air compressor for your car that was just like the size of like a fucking I don't know like a small VCR and plug it in a cigarette lighter and then just put out fucking what it like something small like 20 psi or something like that. But he MacGyvered the thing so that he put a like a Liberty Bowl or like I don't know like a fucking a good sized bowl like big like a fucking I don't know you can fit a gram of weed in there or whatever fucking nice chonker taped it to the intake on it and then we'd have four people sitting in the car and the hose was like just enough to where we were like almost kind of had the kiss in the middle of the car and the second he turned that machine on, the first person like you would just put the thing on your lips and you like try to inhale a little bit and then it would just you'd never be just gonna start hacking and you pass the hose on to the next person because it just would like try to expand your lungs for you. And I don't know if anyone ever got second hits off that or if it was like just such a hassle to get that thing around one time. But the thing is that because we're in a car, the cool thing about it was even when you don't get the hit that you want, that smoke that's blowing out is still firsthand smoke. So you're still sitting there uh actually getting ripped off of it versus when people we used to always just cheat the car out, and we figured that our secondhand smoke was getting us higher. And we were probably just killing brain cells is all it was. But
Like the Roman soldiers in History of the World Part One. Wait, stand over here. No, I'm gonna stand over here for a little bit. They're like standing over this burning weed cart.
There you go. Hope you saw that, Agnes. Yeah, P.S. Baby shit. Buddy. The baby shit ones.
Come on, people, join the show. Come on
so the
before the
babies,
tariffs make the Zoom meetings more expensive or some shit.
the babies drink like milk out of bottles when they're infants, or they just go straight to Molson in Canada there,
Probably.
See-
Yeah.
or
yeah.
Labatt Blue. Is that another one? I'm Canadian.
About blue, that's what I drink, actually. I drink beer.
They drink it out of the upturned poutine.
That's right. That'd be the potato vodka.
There you
I've seen salmon flavored vodka before.
go. Oh,
Oh God.
connoisseurs.
There was a good reasoning behind it. I forget what it was. It paired really well with something. Maybe salmon
Pairs
broth.
really well with mental illness.
There is there is something called Seagull wine.
Oh, delightful.
Yeah, they it's the Eskimos. It's an Eskimo thing. They take a seagull and they stuff it in a jar with water and they leave it and let it ferment in the sun. And they
Sounds
drink
Nice.
it.
great. I'm very tempted to try that.
Oh yeah, that's right up there. Fuck.
Lesbian seagull.
Yeah, yeah. Hey Al.
God, I'm hack job on this thing right now.
Oh, it's terrible, hardcore. We're so disappointed in you.
Mm.
And once I get
This picture.
we'll just put more coats on top of it. Marshall will never know.
Uh,
It's like an
Hey,
everlasting
Well,
path.
Picasso painted over a bunch of his canvases.
They go NASA
well,
taped over the
isn't
fucking moon landing.
isn't art always not done?
I wouldn't say that.
A blank piece of paper is a tabula rasa. I know that much.
Mhm.
For blank slate.
Ooh, that sounds good. Smoked sense. Chicken beer. Blueberry muffins number 12. Blair's was fifth in the one in the row. Yeah, that's the one Mrs. G liked that one. Agnes. She has to bake. She just finished the other day.
I got a buddy that made a what was it?
All
Uh,
like
chocolate banana
oh
waffle or something like that. And it was just like a dark stout beer, and I'm usually not a dark beer drinker. And but this the guy he runs a brewery. He's been pretty successful at it. But it was and it was really fucking like thick and really like I want to say like 14% or something like that alcohol. And like you would drink three of those things, and you would felt like you fucking just had an 8 course meal, and you're feeling fucking drunk.
no shit.
Well, it's because you did. You basically ate probably
Yeah, no shit.
better part of a loaf and a half of bread.
What the fuck?
That was weird.
Yeah.
Joseph Anthony saying the Russians, I think he's saying the Russians ate baby fish as a chaser back in the day. They still do. Most of the time, when Russians like to get drunk, they have kind of an assembly of, with like vodka usually. With beer, oftentimes it'll actually be the same stuff, but especially with vodka, maybe other liquors that they have cognac or something with them. They'll have some chopped up veggies, for example, some cucumbers and stuff. But mostly it'll be salted fish. It'll be basically sprats, sturgeon, caviar eggs, basically salmon eggs, essentially, or even actual caviar. Um, Salty stuff goes really well with vodka.
Next one.
They'll
If
chase
you
and those they're not actually baby fish. Although I mean, obviously you can get baby fish. There is such a thing as baby fish. For example, in Japanese food, believe it or not, one of the most expensive ingredients in the world that a lot of people don't even know about is baby eels, and they have them in both
No.
Japan and Spain. Literally, when you can find them, they can be something like $800 a kilo or some shit for fucking baby
No.
eels.
Gross.
It's
so
I've actually had baby eels before, believe it or not. They're to me they weren't that impressive. I love seafood and I wouldn't pay $800 a pound for, but whatever, to each their own, I guess. Uh, but
so
the fish you're
up here,
talking about probably sprats, which are actually it's just a literal little baby. It's not a baby fish. It's like a little sardine, pretty much, and they live in the Baltic Sea.
up here we got a tradition called shooting the minnow. Um,
There we go.
a lot of the times it's something it's like your polar plungers or whatever, where
Oh, 25.
people pay money to do these stupid things, and then they donate it to a good cause or whatever. But you search YouTube for Joe goes to the Eel Pout Festival,
Oh.
which I shot and directed for him. Fucking one of the last shots of the video is me slurping the
Hmm.
minnow down.
Hmm.
Because there's several scenes where they were that's one of the things that was happening at this big, basically a festival on the lake where people just get drunk in fish houses and pretty much good times. But
That's what your mama calls it, slurping the minnow.
yeah, they're live minnows too, and
That's what
they'll
your
catch
mom
them, and
said. Yeah.
you throw it in your mouth and do a shot.
Oh.
And then it's live when it goes down in your belly.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
I
I
feel like
was
that's a
over in
party foul. I
Thailand.
feel like if you're gonna eat something, you give it the courtesy of fucking killing it first. Shit.
What sardines the other day?
I
Oh,
was
they
in
don't make cancer.
Thailand.
They're just fish.
Go for
I
a
was
cat.
in Thailand and my friend said, "Hey, why don't you come fishing with us?" And I said, "Cool, I'll roll a couple joints." And he said, "Yeah, we can smoke one on the walk there." So I thought we were going to go fishing with fishing poles. No, we went up this river and they
Popcorn.
would dam it off, drain out some of the water, and they would
Mhm.
scoop the
Yeah,
little fish into a bucket.
Hmm.
heard of
And
that.
I said, "What are you doing with that? That's not fishing.
Yeah.
You know, fish is big. You know, you cook it up on the grill." No, this is fish for the soup. So you
The Native
just
Americans.
throw the fish into the soup? Yeah. Okay.
Fishing.
Remind me not to have this soup.
Oh man, I'm blanking on the name of a plant. Maybe someone can help me out. They call it cowboy ass wipe. It's got a really tall inflorescence that looks like a donkey dick kind of.
Yeah, you know.
Uh,
Oh fuck, what are you talking about? I've heard of that before. Cowboy
Uh,
paper.
that's what the ladies call me.
mullen is what I'm trying to think of.
There we go.
So, the Native Americans used to take the inflorescence of mullen, that big dong looking thing on the top, and dry it out. And apparently, when you put it into a body of water, it suffocates the organisms trying to breathe the air in that water. And essentially, they would I don't know if they did it in like in running streams or in small ponds or like I don't know the ratios or anything, but they would dump that shit in the water and then all the fish would float up to the top. And I don't know if they would die or if it would just temporarily suffocate them and they would live through it, but it's something that's hard to find information about it online, but it was a thing.
That's fucked.
Yucca apparently is really poisonous for fish too.
People smoke mullen too, I think.
Yeah, it's actually I've smoked mullein before. It's apparently therapeutic for your lungs, evidently. I don't know. When people have lung infections, supposedly they smoke it. I don't know if that's good or not. I'm not recommending it. I'm just saying people do.
I need a skinny brush.
Stick with my weed.
I need to make a coffee.
Cheers, folks in the chat. Who's just joined us? J5 just joined us.
Oh, Johnny Five.
I was gonna say have fun. You just showed your 95.
I got a beef to settle with J5.
Uh-oh.
You got a what
Fucker tried-
to settle? A score to settle?
Yeah.
Oh,
What's the score?
he shoots, he scores.
Score.
Oh,
Precision air. Using a knife to make things smaller.
sardines are
Oh.
good. I actually had a can the other night, Jack Beanstalk, with like, and the cat was like all over.
I was gonna say I love canned sardines, but there's good canned sardines and there's bad ones too. I'm sure you can find bad sardines. So obviously, if you had like, what did he say? Did he eat them in prison? Because I'm sure prison sardines are something else. What are? Yeah, I'm sure prison sardines are not the highest quality sardines you can get. So I bet you he's not. He's probably not lying. Like my grandma. During World War II, she escaped a fucking concentration camp and made her way to the Caspian Sea and basically survived the rest of the war basically in Azerbaijan on the Caspian Sea and subsisted basically of canned fish because they have like a whole sardine fleet there basically for the fucking Caspian Sea. So she would basically eat whatever like canned fish or fish remnants basically that they had and potato peels basically. And then after the war, like she wouldn't touch a fucking smoked or tinned or preserved fish to save her life until she was basically like 75, and then she started to eat it a little bit, which is very unusual for that culture because, like I just said, you always have some smoked fish or sturgeon or whatever the fuck on the table, but she wouldn't touch it. Oh my gosh, she wouldn't touch it because she had that association of basically surviving on nothing but fucking uh,
Yeah.
sardines for
Hey,
'Have you
years.
ever had Scherstrommen? I think it's
Surströmming, no, but people laugh about it all the time. It's apparently not nearly as bad as people think it is when you eat it the right way, basically. But of course, on TV, or on YouTube, people always eat it the wrong way. But you're supposed to eat it like you're supposed to open it underwater and shit, and you're supposed to basically drain the fluid, whatever. And then the very strong fish you actually mix with like onions and stuff. So I don't know, I haven't actually had that, but I've had super stinky cheeses, for example, and people are like, "Oh my God, it's the most disgusting cheese," and it is. If you smell the cheese by itself, holy fucking shitballs, it's disgusting. But when you smear it on a piece of bread, oh my God, the disgustingness kind of peels away, and you have all these really interesting complex flavors, sometimes very creamy and so on. It's the same thing with durian. Like basically, durian smells like death and like it smells like dead death, right? It smells like fractal death, basically, or something, right? Or a fart that died inside of a
Stinky
dead
fruit.
fart or something, right? It's just horrible, right? But it actually tastes spectacular. It tastes like creamy, kind of like juicy fruit gum. It tastes very similar to jackfruit, but this little bit more creaminess. Brunswick, sardine fleece, those are okay.
yeah,
There's
Durian-
Thailand. In Thailand, there's hotels that tell you not to bring that fruit into the
Oh yeah,
hotel.
oh yeah. The airlines won't let you on there and stuff. But
We get a lot of lutefisk up here, and they soak that in lye until it becomes like a gelatin.
mhm.
Or what's the thing in is it China where they eat the fermented dead baby bird in the egg?
Balut, I think,
Yeah.
in the Philippines.
Balut, yeah, that's
Although China has the what is it called, the century egg, which I don't think actually is as disgusting as it sounds. It's just a an egg that was soaked in what is it called?
why.
my
Vinegar?
cat's go crazy
An
in a second.
alkalized or preserved egg.
I think
Uh,
they eat some kind of fertilized egg too in China.
it's a mixture of clay, ash, salt, quicklime, and rice hulls for several weeks to several months. I actually thought it was faster than that, and then it turns into this like crazy black egg.
Haggis.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
and haggis isn't even that weird. People always think it's super weird, but the only weird thing about
Fuck
haggis is that it's
no.
made in a sheep stomach, right? The rest of it is just barley and
And a good hot dog is made out of sheep or casing anyway.
good to see you, buddy.
Hey, bud.
Yeah, it's just upper intestine.
Heck no, right, Agnes?
Have you
No.
ever had regular sausages, or how should I put it? If you ever had real sausages from a butcher with natural casings, because traditionally they're with natural casings, it's sheep intestines usually. So it's no fucking weirder than haggis, honestly.
Eddie, would you like some sausage?
What's going on, bud?
You look like you're cold.
Is it 65 degrees?
64 degrees.
Ooh, that's gotta be
Right,
torture.
yeah.
For him, that's freezing.
Probably like in the low 50s outside, but that's cold to me.
Mm.
Yeah.
So-
How's everybody? Been a little while. Been busy.
Hey, bud.
Yeah, hey.
Hey,
Yeah, I was wondering about you with those fires.
What's that?
What's the grossest thing you've ever ate, bud? We're talking like actual like food stuff.
Well, do you mean gross or just unusual?
Yum. I got the cat circling me too, by the way.
Because that's the thing, hardcore. Like if you're talking about gross, it was probably something that was spoiled or something, right? Or something that gave you food poisoning, I would imagine would be the grossest. But do you mean
Sure.
just unusual thing? You know, I laugh about it all the time. I eat gefilte fish, and people are always like, "Oh, gross! What the fuck?" And I laugh because I'm like, gefilte fish is literally like the mildest flavor you could possibly imagine. Like you actually have to put like when you put it on a sandwich or something, you actually have to kind of add flavor because the thing is so fucking like mushy and yeah, I mean it has flavor, but it's so mild. It's very, very delicate. It's carp and carp has this really delicate fucking flavor. Like if you cook
There's a
carp,
lot of different types
and
of
it
carp
tastes a
though.
little bit like cantaloupe. It's really it's absolutely one of the most delicate fucking fish.
But carp are bottom feeders too.
So are so are halibut. I mean, what the fuck? Everyone, oh, it's a bottom feeder. So is Dover sole. So is a halibut. Like, what's the problem with a bottom feeder? There's absolutely nothing. So are crab. Crabs are bottom feeders. Snow
Delicious.
crab, Alaskan king crab is a bottom feeder. Lobsters are bottom feeders. I mean, it's comical to me. Oh, it's a bottom feeder. And what?
Lobsters are bottom feeders.
Lobsters are bottom feeders. 100% they
Love
are.
bottom feeder.
I can name a couple bottom feeders, but I've been a bottom feeder for most of my life.
Yeah, basically, I'm a bottom feeder in the scheme of things.
Why lightning?
I know
Yeah.
Captain's a bottom feeder when he's in Thailand.
Oh,
What's the loss?
Like that?
Like it's saying salmon eyeball.
I like liver
Captain
and onions,
picks
and I
up
like
with another
sauerkraut.
man's
I
spills.
like liver and onions too. What's that, Captain?
Captain picks up with another man's spills.
That's a Grateful Dead lyric.
No,
How would
good.
you
I
One
know
don't.
that?
man, one man gathers what another man spills.
I don't. I'll admit it. Hey,
Is that called like a snowball or
if it's
something?
gonna trickle down, I'll take it. I like doing other stuff in my life. You got to have a hustle if you want to do things in your life. Where I come from,
Are we talking about? And then I don't, man.
that's why I started in silver fucking 30 years ago. I remember when silver was $4 an ounce,
Why don't you just buy
$5 an
Microsoft,
ounce.
man?
Gold was less than an ounce of weed. Fuck. That's when my mom finally accepted me growing cannabis. She sold a diamond ring to her friend and then watched her friend pay me more for an ounce of cannabis than she got for the gold and the diamond. That was okay.
yeah. Well, those were the days. I remember that when weed was just an ounce was
95, 6, 7.
And then the thing is, yeah, you could grow an ounce of weed in like 90 days. Gold, it takes a lot of effort to get that up out of the ground.
No shit. That's why I called it the green gold, the pot of gold.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I mean, ounces still basically are $100. That's still pretty good in the scheme of agriculture products that you can grow in 90 days.
Can you imagine how much piss was spilled back in the day when they were trying to? Where were they trying to find the
A good kitty?
gold? The gold something. They basically, I don't know if it was trying to extract gold from urine, or if it was like not quicksilver, but like gold. Fucking God, I can't think of words tonight.
That's okay. I can't type for shit.
I think there's got to be a way that man can make gold.
Yeah, that man explored those avenues for a long time.
Yeah, you just got to dig it out of the fucking ground.
I'm sniffing now.
That's how you make it.
Left over.
Well,
It
there's
was
the
made in
theory
a
that
star in a what do you call it? A fucking birth of a galaxy.
that with the Egyptians and the aliens that came before them, that they made the people mine
The
gold
Anunnaki?
because they needed gold, yeah, to put in their atmosphere to
Yeah,
reflect the
particulate.
sunlight.
Yep.
Joe was just talking about it. Because gold can be yeah, I just ate some gold. It was wild on some bakery stuff. It was the first time I was like, this is weird. I didn't even want to eat it, but it can be pounded so thin that yeah, it could just float a little part of it. And that's why they can put it on bakery goods. It's so thin. Like I touched it with a metal fork and it almost like there was some kind of chemical reaction happening. It was so they say like it's like nano almost.
That gold leaf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or quantum. Maybe that was a quantum. You can get that quantum
What?
tunneling. I think is it
Yeah.
through gold can be
Really?
pounded so thin. You
I
can
know.
My
I,
quantum
dad
I
tunnel
was,
into
drank
it.
a fair amount. Well, not a lot, but I downed a couple bottles of Goldschlager back in the day.
my dad was like a custom picture framer, and sometimes he would be doing like museum quality uh, uh, framing, and yeah, they would put real gold leaf. Like he would
Yep.
have like, oh, there's the
Little bit
gold
of
leaf that's
glue.
like, standard. It's not really gold. Oh, there's this gold leaf. They, yeah, it was real gold.
It's weird eating it. I didn't like doing it. They say it goes right through you.
Well, I mean, don't they say that like gold came here from like the
Asteroids.
yeah, like all the gold that's on the planet came here through space.
Yeah, made the
Imagine how many
stars
times the Earth got hit.
or supernovas, maybe actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm one of the people that kind of believe, yeah, that the Earth is like billions of years old, not thousands of years old. So
Yeah.
Champagne supernova
Yeah,
I'll
one of
say the
those.
same thing.
in the sky.
uh,
Nice.
Champagne supernova.
Good paint over her face.
So I caught a couple of mice this week that were just in my garbage pail. Like one night I went to I it's this plastic bag that hangs underneath the sink on the door. It's just open, there's no cover on it. I would throw something in, and his mouse was staring at me. And I took that one out, and I just let that one go free. I think I said that one. But then another time, I took the bag, I closed it up, and I was going to bring it out, and I heard some scratching. I realized there was a mouse in there too. Yeah, these mice are just dumpster diving into my garbage.
Underneath your sink in your
Yeah,
house.
yeah. I was like, oh,
What I what I
not a bad way
use
to catch them.
you can take a like a 5 gallon bucket and string a wire piece of wire across the top, and then you want to put a tin can on that wire. So your can is like this on that wire, and it'll spin spin.
Yeah, yeah. They try to run across
And then
it.
you take and you put a little ramp going up there, and then you smudge peanut butter up on that little ramp, and then you put peanut butter on the sides of your can. And then what they do is they go and they try to grab that peanut butter, and then they go, ah, my little hands can't grab, and then they drown, which is probably horrible death. But mice are gross, and it's not the mice that have the plague; it's the fleas on the mice that have the plague. I think, right?
Oh, is that it? I thought it was the poop had something too. Some virus.
Well, half the world would be to have still have the black
Which
plague
is
then, as far as
Reset room.
you got to go and think about it after you took shit in India. Who's taking all
well,
these shit?
looks like everything's still going in Bud's place.
Get dizzy as fuck.
Yeah,
Ooh, I like this man.
that looks nice.
Should slap him on full screen if he's up there. I can't see anything.
Here, can you spotlight Bud?
What are you doing? What are you doing over here?
D.
Oh, it's fine.
Craziest cat.
Spotlight for everyone. Is that good? I don't know if that
There
goes
we
on the
go.
YouTube though.
Ah!
There we go.
And Bud said,
No,
"Let there
Hold
be
your
light."
hold
And
your
it was
phone
lit.
sideways, bud.
it
Oh
didn't do
yeah.
it for everyone. I
I'm
think
dizzy as shit.
Well, I'm gonna come back and look at these in a second. That one section, the half a tray is like, I guess a hunt. Not a hunt. It's just some new genetics that I'm running the. I got a biscotti, a Gary Payton, a Yuck Mouth, uh, Bruce Banner, uh, leathers. I can't remember. I ran just the first time to decide if which of them are going to go forward. I think Biscotti's in the running because it got big, yielded, and the the Yuck Mouth. Oh, it smells really good, but and it's in a prime spot as far as light. Is it really bright green like the Yuck Mouth stickers used to be?
No, but I guess I smell that what they consider that halitosis smell, just underneath it as it's finishing. Not it's not that predominant, but I get why it's called that, I guess. But yeah, I can just
Not a
tell it
pinky
doesn't
white.
have the girth in the bud. Like it's a bunch of smaller type of nuggets. So
Little
that
baby.
one is probably not in the running to go forward with. And then our other guy just gave us a new one called Sherb Cream Pie. And I smoked some of that. It's pretty good. So now we have Sherb Crasher, and then we're starting out Sherb Cream Pie.
Isn't there a sure banger too?
Hey,
Yeah,
bud,
that's the one that's most popular.
if I send you some seeds, would you grow?
Come on there.
I want something in your garden.
I
Send
might
me.
kind of like been the only seeds I've cracked in like almost a year and a half, 2 years were the two varieties from my kid Robbie. And oh, I got tracking. So someone reached out to me on Instagram. Well, I knew him from like back in the Cali Connection Swerve days at the Cup. And then somehow he texted me and oh, this guy's worked for cookies and all these like in the cannabis industry. And then he said to me in the initial DM, the best weed I ever smoked. This was a pretty big compliment to me. I don't know if he even realized it. Was your Blackwater from 2014. And then somehow the conversation comes out to where, oh, I just happen to have the original first, what would you call it? First generation of Blackwater seeds, which
F1s?
that's the only place you're going to be able to find that pheno that I had found back then, not the second generation that he changed the lineage a little. Not that those aren't good, but this one pheno that the
Search sure
purple,
enough, you might find it again.
right, like oh, and then the fires. He was affected by the fires up in LA, and it's been a couple weeks, but oh, I got the tracking, so probably Monday or so. I've been so excited to get these seeds. Where like my new thing, if I do crack a pack of seeds or two, that's as far as I'm going. Like I
You got carried
we
away
had
there for a
like
little while.
dozens of them going at like a couple years ago.
You was
Yeah,
naming off lists like J5 back in the day, yeah, a couple years ago.
the only way you can really hunt through something, at least me, is like a one or two varieties at a
You
time,
only need you only
and,
need one pack, dude.
and back them up, and like really put like your effort into those. When you get too many, which I did a couple years ago, where at a certain point I had so many seed things going that I didn't even back them up. I didn't even take clones. I just grew them out because it was just too insane.
Get back.
Luckily, nothing went through my hands that was like, oh, I wish I would have saved this one during that time. But yeah, I'm back to like only doing one or two different things at a time where I could really put my attention into that project. And
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say no. I don't know.
This is strawberry flavored with gas.
Well, like it's weird because
This is sesquiterpene.
from the beginning, I didn't keep clones of this Bruce Banner because I don't know. Like I don't know. Well, I have weird things. Like Bruce Banner to me is a Colorado strain. I'm a Californian, so like in my weird way, I am like I don't like Colorado strains or any strains that veer outside California. Like there's enough California strains that I don't need strains from some other state. But actually, now that
Okay.
it's almost finished, the Bruce Banner's fucking pretty good, and it is strawberry. It has like that strawberry in it. But I didn't keep clones of it. I can always get another clone of it, but it grew pretty good girth. I call it girth, like the density of the nug, weight.
Yeah.
You may get some huge colas.
I should have probably kept a clone of it, but like my buddy, I only from the first round of plants he gave me, which like 10 different varieties, probably over a year ago. The one I didn't back up, I wanted back, and that was called the cream.
Wait, don't back out.
And then I asked him to get the cream back. And when he brought me that, he brought me like 8 other varieties with it, which that wasn't really so net like that's where the Biscotti, Gary Payton, all these other ones come in. And yeah, first off, as I'm getting ready to harvest that room that usually runs full trays of whatever variety for we have like, you know, multiple pounds to sell. The tray that I did all this sampling on, there's only a half a tray of slaps in there, and the rest of it is like test whatever, which I already know. Oh, somehow, a bunch of my customers are wondering or waiting or asking about more slaps, and oh, there won't be that much slaps because there's only a half a tray of it. So like now in my other room where there's 8 trays, not 4, it's easier to throw a few here and there and not really affect the
Outcome.
My partner said to me a long time ago, yeah, we grow pounds. So if it's not a pound's worth, what the fuck are you taking any space up for it? Well, how else do you find out if something's worthy or not?
Yeah.
And our other source, the guy that gave us most of our good, he's related to whatever. These are like proven from legal commercial grows. These are strains coming from there where they've already proven, or at least to them, that the weight, the look, everything. Where when you start messing with seeds, yeah, a lot of it's just a waste of time, or some of the plants are a waste of time or waste of space, or it's more of a hunt, and that costs money, space, energy, supplies.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
And in today's world, well, you kind of got to watch all that.
Soft core back in.
Oh, bright light.
What are you, Mogwai?
Like Gary, my partner, he's been in Germany. I guess it's going on 5 months. He's dual citizen. First, he was coming back Thanksgiving. Then it was before Christmas. Then it was before New Year's. Then it was the first of the year. Then it was first week of February. Now it's mid-February, but he'll eventually come back. Yeah,
Maybe.
I already know.
In
Like,
September.
one, he didn't see what I saw, why I made these decisions. But like his favorite strain out of the ones we were growing was apples and bananas.
Oh,
Oh, that's long since gone. Same with grape gas. I got rid of two strains. Now the grape gas, all right. But the apples, like, I don't know, I got rid of it. To make room for other things. I made a executive decision and I haven't told him about it. I'm waiting for him to come back, and then I know he's gonna go, what? You didn't even save one? No.
no.
Like where I pretty much always want cheetah piss as my personal, he always wants apples as his personal. For years. Like we grew those, I think going on 3-4 years now. I only, out of the core four, we call them, I only kept two of them, slaps and cheetah. I got rid of the other two to make room for other things, Sherb Crasher, and kind of I'm searching for one more to be in the core four, because four varieties at my scale is yeah. If I have more than that, then I'm not growing whole pounds, and like the customers want whole pounds. They don't want like, oh, I only have a half a pound of that, or only have this much of that. And when you do more than four, you end up with like weird amounts of shit.
Yeah.
Nothing's worse when the trimmers finish up and it's like 15 ounces, an ounce short of a pound. Because you had one or two other plants you were testing that you snuck in there. That's the difference of the 16 ounces or 15 or whatever. I get that. Now, here I'm much more accountable. And this is like my only op. Back when I had my own place and this place, well, this place ran a certain way. And then at my place, I wasn't, I had no, like I didn't have to keep
Parameters.
track. I realized because now I have all these notebooks where I have to keep track of the weight, all the data. And for all these years, I at my own thing, I never I, when trimmers would finish, I wouldn't even weigh what the total was of the whole crop. I didn't need it was just my own thing. A lot of why the numbers, it's a partnership. So you got to keep the numbers for the split. And for other reasons. I mean, like now that I'm and because I'm not good at organization, yeah, it's hard for me to like write down everything or keep track of like at this point, yeah, he's been gone 4 or 5 months, and he's just going to want to see. He's just going to want to look at the notebooks to see where things like what the yields were, what the it's not. I have to tighten that up because I haven't been staying on it. I'm not a note taker. And some of that back in the day, even keeping your recipe written, anything, you wouldn't keep things like that because that would be part of,
No.
if you got in trouble, that
Charge.
would be all part of the evidence. They would
Yep.
present that shit. So today it's
Every
not like
picture
that.
was a charge.
Yeah, like even, like my two clipboards that have the recipe sheets have like years. When I make new sheet, it goes on top, and the previous one just goes on the bottom. So there's like years worth of that. So then that's evidence that, oh, well, there's years of you doing this. Where you like back in the old days,
Back in the old country.
you didn't want to leave anything that they could use against you.
I'm doing it now. Back in the old country.
At least that's my excuse of why I'm not good at writing shit down. And that I only went to school to ninth grade, and it's just not my thing. I'm not organized like that. I wish I was, because like now that I do it here for like a year, or I'm in the like part of it more hands on. Yeah, I like being able to look back at all that stuff, yield averages, or all the things. Data's like, yeah, today it's a data driven thing. I get that. but I'm not good at the data thing.
I'm good
I
at
went,
smoking
I went
weed.
and bought because we were just using like
Yeah.
notebook, like lined, and then well,
11.
I guess it was in December because like I'm starting 25 with like fresh books. I bought these ones I bought a couple that are 5-lined accounting and 7-line, like the green accounting notebooks that are meant for columns, and because I think that'd be better than in the line paper we just make columns kind of, but I bought some notebooks that already have columns in them
Moving on up.
to be more organized or whatever. Trying to get with it.
My
If you
mom
turn it
came
up,
out to the garden the other day when I was mixing up nutrients, and I just grabbed the bottles and just started. Okay, I need this much. I need this much. I need this much, and I need this much.
I was gonna say, but doesn't the recipe just don't they have it on the side of the bottle for you there?
Dude, I haven't read a bottle what it says on the bottle.
Yeah.
One, like maybe at the beginning, but like that would just be to have like a starting point of like
Idea.
a third of what it suggests or a half. Like I would never use what they say.
Bullshit. No way.
No, I mean I learned that.
Burn your plants.
And my whole thing is more of a less is more approach. Where Gary, he put his thing, even though he learned from me way back.
Run them hard.
He likes to run them hard. Well, since I've been in control here, if you really go back and look at the sheets,
1,200.
yeah, I slowly use less. Where he probably won't even notice that. Maybe he will. And he'll be like, yeah, well, why aren't you using the recipe from a year ago? These were and now it's only this amount because I'm like slow without saying anything. I just know and the customers are saying, oh, shit's better because less is more is the thing. There's a threshold. If you use too little, you're not going to get any results. But if you use too much, you're not getting good results. That's no. Especially now where genetics are so good, and my thoughts on it is like, yeah, if you really have like these Ferrari and Lamborghini genetics, you want the genetic to express itself, not be forced to by recipes and inputs. You don't want to push it. You just want it to have like its basic needs. It needs that. It's basic needs for sure. And then let the plant express itself, not be like forced, if that makes any sense.
The third input
makes perfect.
You might get a little more yield, or there's things you can get out of pushing the inputs. Even the inputs aren't just newts. It's the CO2, it's the environment, all of that. Because if you push the newts, you have to push the environment on top of it. I turned down the CO2. I've turned I adjusted everything for the slightly lower, maybe not slightly, probably we're at 20% to 30% less of everything. And I think we're better results. And maybe the yields are slightly lower, not even really measurable. Well, kind of it's the things about that is you can't really gauge one room's crop against the next batch and the next, because there's so many variables on branching. Each plant's different, and each batch of plants are different. And so it's hard to like go, well, was this because of this, that, or the plants weren't as big, or they didn't get topped enough, or any number of things. So it's hard to go, well, we got 16 pounds out of that room, and now it's only 15.
next time it's 7, there's so many variables. It's not as simple as, oh, that's the newts or that's this or
Environment.
too many variables. Like even a plant, like to have an average of like each plant is his own. Oh, and especially because I still use HPS. Yeah, you have the sweet spot of the canopy, the basically the middle and the corners in the edge of the tray are different. Like when you harvest, yeah, plants on the corners look great. Usually those are the taller ones on the edge from the beginning. But then when you put it down and go to hang it, there's like a weight of the what plant. And sometimes I'm always surprised
That's
with
what
the,
she says.
well, not surprised, but
Things
where
don't
the
wait.
LED light that I have one LED light. The corners and the edge aren't as drastic different. The coverage, because the light is different. I mean, an HPS light, it's in a central spot, and as it, yeah, there's the sweet spot right in the prime area, underneath it, basically in the prime area, and then as the edge isn't as good as the sweet spot. With LEDs, there's really none of that. It's a 4x8 tray with the right LED over it, the right size, covers the whole thing. Like the edge in the corners got the same amount of light and spectrum and whatever. I don't know all the terms, but where HPS, yeah, you have the sweet spot, then you have the weaker, the edge, the corners.
Like
It's not
lumber.
really the edge as much as the corners. Where a lot of times when I'm setting it, and even as I'm topping and getting plants ready to turn back, I already have plants that I've designated from the way I manicured it or shaped it to be the corners. Like they're usually taller, and then they're usually only 3-sided, not 4-sided. Not because, oh, there's going to be a corner side of it that's just not going to be in prime conditions, so might as well not even have branches there. Just I got, like, when I say 3-sided, yeah, so the
world phyllotaxy.
corner side is like, oh, I cut all, like there's no branching. I take all those branches off for the part that's going to be in the corner. Like I heard you guys earlier, and my dad's friend Dell was super into this when domes, building dome houses, and I remember the whole thing there is, yeah, if humanity didn't go square, we would have much more efficiency, space. Like if from the beginning we didn't have 90-degree fucking squares in our housing, buildings, our whole thing. Like there's people, especially the dome people or people that believe in the round or circles, and there's some
I know
to that oh, if everything was built that way, even though at first it would be a big adjustment because all of our furniture, everything is built around us living in squares. If we lived in rounds, yeah, I don't
That's
think
got
that
a nature.
and then there's people with the square saying, yeah, there's a reason we went square, I guess.
I thought you were talking about like going straight edge or something.
Well, straight
Dropping
edge is
out.
basically, I mean, when I say there's a corner, sometimes I think if all of our growing was in round, I think it would be better than square.
That's me in the corner.
Like I am a person that thinks that way, like dome, or having a round house. Like my house that I moved out of, it was an octagon.
You ever seen
when
a
I
Chuck
had
Norris
to put flooring in or any kind of work there, when people would bid, it was a whole thing because it's a lot of like work to have all those cuts in a round or an octagon shaped house.
Was it a Chuck Norris house?
When it's square, it's like, yeah, it's this way, and it's simpler.
Get it gray. Get it
When I
white.
put the hardwood floor thing in my bedroom, which, yeah, that's when I realized, because I was helping the guy out a bit, like how many cuts and how, like, instead of just squaring it off and going boom, 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 boom. No, every part of the whole thing had to be laid out different and take a lot more work to cut it all in. And even as growing, like if somehow we grew it round instead of square, I think it would be better. But most grows are set up square, right? Right angles or whatever you call it. Eliminate right angles.
Just inject smoke and mirrors into your tent, and that should take care of everything.
You know, like even if tents weren't square, they were round. Like 3 foot or 4 foot round. Now there's different things with structure and there's more to it. Square is pretty simple and easy to, you know.
And there's the people, the underlight people that do the.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
need some.
years ago, you know, this underlighting or side lighting was more of the thing like 20 years ago. Yeah. No, I ain't buying it. One, like, you know, like one, whatever's going to be underneath the canopy over time is just going to get, yeah, how are you going to keep those clean and like,
You see how
and
commercial
then when
shop
you
that.
cut everything down and reset the room, yeah, I can't imagine. And no, it seems like for the gain, I, and that's to take lowers and unders and make them like more viable. Yeah, no, just defoliate all that shit off from the gate. And then the energy that could be used growing those transfers to the prime pieces in the prime real estate, like prime canopy. Like I see that. Like if you take all the sucker buds and lowers off, it puts the energy that the plant was using to support that, and there's more energy to put in the prime pieces. At least that's the logic there. I don't know.
The bugs and the disease don't tend to attack healthy plants on the other, on top of that.
Well, that's the truth. Like with bugs and powdery mildew, all those things, when you have an outbreak or whatever, they're going to go after those plants in the corner, or any of the least healthy plants first, rather than the prime area, the sweet spot, whatever you want to call it, the sweet spot, where they'll eventually get to those, but they'll start on the ones that are, I mean, they're not like weak, they're healthy plant growing, but they're like not getting full light from like whatever. I've noticed that they always attack. They first get going on the corners or the edge or plants that aren't in the prime sweet spot.
The weakest one.
Yeah.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Yeah.
That's why I spray every 2 days in veg. 3 days. Not too much in the cold temperature though. Fuck, fucking bugs can't live out there.
You spraying Eagle 20 on him or something?
No. Athena.
You know, that's almost just, oh yeah, fucking now, man.
Hey, when it comes to it,
I've used all those like, Lost Coast and Dr. Zymes, every product over the
it
years.
comes down to the money.
And
Also, what's his name? Dead Bug?
and the stuff that Athena put out called IPM,
Yep.
Now, I mean, it's you gotta remember
I it's money. That's what that.
product like that isn't an eradicate product. It's a control product, right? So,
If you know what IPM is, you probably don't need to buy it. Maybe
but
it's I print money or I piss money.
yeah, okay. Yeah, you can make but they're formulated a certain way and whatever. There's convenience, obviously. I mean, that's some of what you're paying for when you buy like pre-made products.
Just add water and buy more.
Like, now the convenience charge needs to come down or whatever. The green tax on these products need to level off with the current market of the finished crop. I get why they could charge $30 a gallon or whatever when weed was 4,000 a pound, but now weed's 1,000 a pound. So then the bottle should only be $25 or $15. And for the most
Yeah, that
part,
ain't gonna happen.
it's like they spending pennies on the actual what in there, meaning the mineral nutrients are like they don't spend much money. So it's all profit or mostly all profit. But
You
I
ever
get
drink?
if you were an established company, 20, 30, 40 years old at this point, that ran and was built on a certain profit ratio, it would be really hard to correct and go, yeah, I guess to be more competitive, we need to drop all of our new prices or our bottle prices or our product prices 2/3 or 75% to match the market. No, they're actually going up because shipping and this, that, the other. And that's why most people don't use any of that stuff anymore. That's what I think really pushed the living soil and the more organic thing in the last so many years, indoors at least, is the cost of all that stuff and people finding alternative ways to do it without those costs, the overhead of the thousands of dollars you spend at the fucking hydro store or however you get your products. I get that.
Fun to be green too.
I'm one of these people that just stick to I don't change easy. So it's not even a thought for me to like not use hydro products or nutrients. And just wing it and hope that the soil
That one, I heard that would get loose.
How do you go from veg, I guess, to plant? I get all the reasoning. I've listened, but no, I'm a product guy. I'll die one. Because when I started this in '91, yeah.
Funny enough, you'll die because of the
It was
product.
like this one hydro store. And when it came to the new shelf, it literally wasn't even an area because there was only like one or two products. The first General Hydro products came in these like round plastic
Container.
these containers. And the label literally was like the most simple label printed on there. And this is before the Flora line, the liquid line, any of that shit. It was A, B, and C. 3 different jars you had to buy. So the cleates weren't as good. So it was like basically grow, bloom, micro, grow, bloom. The 3 separated for they didn't like react against each other. And then over the years, now you go into a hydro store and it's like shelf or row after row of different products, companies. Way back in the beginning, you only had a very limited choice.
I can remember when I was in California, they had some really generic beer that was just like a white box that said beer in black letters on it. I want to say it might have been Mexican, but it was only like I got it something like $4 or something like that for a 12-pack or like $3. It was just ridiculous.
Well, see, I don't drink beer, but in my area, I see people at the grocery store and use Modelo. That seems to be the most popular beer people are buying, like at the store. Modelo. I definitely like a popular beer, at least around here. Yeah, so overnight, Modelo is 25% more money because of this stupid thing. Like, I can't imagine what avocados are now going to cost, or tomatoes. Like 25% tariffs on. And wait, Canada? Well, how did Canada get
We
something
get
from
our
this?
tomatoes from Canada.
But you
We're gonna
notice, like, at
Lot
first
of
it said,
Remember that the
here's a
last time
sign
that we had
about.
a Bud, you're pointing out a beautiful thing. Uh, the last time we had a trade war with Canada and Mexico was quite literally Trump's last term, where he unilaterally renegotiated NAFTA into the U.S. Canada Mexico trade agreement.
Not NAMBLA.
Now he's broken that again and
Yeah,
thrown
that's
the
what
tariffs on it.
Mexico's saying. They're saying, like, wait, we just
people on that.
entered this thing with you so many years ago, and now fundamentally what you're doing breaks everything you agreed to. What, 4 years ago, 6 years ago? Yeah. No,
It's
this is. I
Yes,
tried
sir.
not to be like, no, because it drives me nuts. It gets me triggered. I even feel it right now. I can't even believe this is like our reality. Like, what the fuck? Like, this is insane.
Democracy.
But all right, this is like, even I noticed on like Mark Andreessen, I listen to these weird podcasts, tech guys, and yeah, I keep hearing this term. Yeah, he's unleashing the Roaring Twenties, and all that comes to my mind is, didn't the Roaring Twenties end with the Great
Have
Depression?
machine guns.
Yeah, so like, we want to unleash the Roaring Twenties. Like, that ended in 29 with the Great Depression. Like, I'm not so sure we want the Roaring Twenties.
Speak easy.
Like, oh, all this is going to create this like thing. And hey, I'd be down with this tariff idea if the back end of it was to level the playing field, to build back our own production, and bring
Infrastructure.
back manufacturing and jobs and businesses here. But that's not part of what it is, right? So it's not like, oh, we're gonna tariff these other countries for then we're more competitive. Because even if with 25% tariff, that doesn't even bring us competitive. The cost of employees, the cost of manufacturing here, we're beat by so many countries. And like, yeah, whatever we tariff, we still sell shit, export a lot of stuff. Well, those countries are just going to retaliate back. It's just like, what do you call it? Yeah, once that snowball gets going, humanity's already learned these lessons in the past, like you're saying. Like, here we are trying to.
Great Depression in many ways 100 years ago was literally caused by the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, literally tariffs.
Yeah, like part of what I realize is, like, and this is a story that came out. So like, somehow he goes and says in this last week or something that, oh, the desk that Abraham Lincoln wrote the Emancipation Proclamation on. Like, pretty much in elementary school, everyone learned that no, he wrote that on the train. That's why it's shorter and whatever. And what he wrote at the desk is opposite or something else. But somehow, dude doesn't even know that, and is saying publicly, oh, yeah, the desk that Abraham Lincoln wrote this on. He didn't write that document on that desk. Like, that's fact in history. But somehow this guy doesn't even know the basic shit that you learned in like school. Beyond the fact, when it comes to, he always brags, he went to Wharton School of Business. That's like Ivy League top business school.
Wharton.
And there's not a single economist in the world.
Thing is, he went as an undergrad. The Wharton School of Business is an advanced degree. That's what he conveniently, people don't realize. The Wharton School of Business, literally the School of Business, is the graduate school. He
I
went
want
to undergraduate at Wharton, which is a normal school. It's a good school. It's a fine school, but it's not the Wharton School of Business. It's not the same fucking thing.
Right.
It's like saying you went to Harvard Law School, but you actually went to Harvard fucking gymnasium school or some shit. Like, it's not the same thing.
And when every economist, basically across the board, there's not like a group of them that are going, yeah, this concept on tariffs is No, a tariff is a tax. End of story.
Tax on
Who's
us.
going to pay the 25% more for the Modelo beer is us.
Yeah.
Not the company, not the government, not anybody else.
That's the thing. It's a tax on us. We will pay those higher prices. There's no way. He's either doesn't understand or he's misspeaking or something else. You can fill in yourself. China is not going to pay those tariffs. Canada is not going to pay those tariffs. We will be paying those tariffs.
Our premier, here is ready to take all the American liquor off the shelves and everything at all the liquor stores in Ontario.
It's a trade war. Even though he's out, your prime minister, I saw a clip of him when this happened, this thing, and he's like, "Yeah, we're going to retaliate, price back things that they buy from us." Okay, Canada and Mexico should be our closest allies as far as countries, not our
Our closest allies until today.
No, it's not our prime minister. I was talking to our premier, Doug Ford.
Well, I know things are changing up there, but the old guy, whatever.
Oh no, this is different, bud. We have our prime minister, and then we have our members of parliament, but also we have someone else called a premier, which is like all of the certain provinces, like Ontario, Newfoundland, Nova Scotia. They all have.
If I was to equate that to us, the prime minister's like the president, the parliament's like the Congress and all that, and then the premiers are like governors.
Yeah.
Don't you got the Queen too to worry about? The Queen of England?
No.
Queen of England. It's a
symbolic
king
head of the government. She doesn't actually say anything. Well, first of all, the Queen's dead.
The head, whatever, figurehead.
They're the technical head of the government, but they don't actually do anything. They don't say like, "Oh, Canada, you got to do this," or whatever.
They're on the money. That's all.
Like the King of Thailand.
I looked it up.
The King of Thailand actually is a little bit more powerful. They just don't exercise that power. Interestingly enough, they defer.
Canada's like fully independent. It wasn't that long ago that
What about the Hash King of Nepal?
But they're not like a province of England.
I'm sorry, who?
The Hash King of Nepal.
But who was Bud talking about? Actually, I think
I
about it. The question was for both of us, but Bud
under
first.
The assumption that like Canada mainly because they still have some, their ties to England, right?
Oh, I got you.
I remember looking it up on Google, and I forget the year, but
yeah, it wasn't that long ago. It was like 65 or something. Now I know what you were saying.
Right.
But yeah,
Canada doesn't like pay England money.
What year, D?
England can't tell Canada what to do. Canada's completely an independent country.
Yeah. What year was it, D?
Well, I don't know about the year, but it's called the Commonwealth.
Gotcha.
Just like Australia.
That's right. You guys are like New Zealand, Australia. Who else? I think also technically South Africa, a few other countries, a bunch of those island countries, Bermuda and so on. They're all part of the Commonwealth. And Hardcore, you were talking about the Hash King of Nepal.
Yes, the Hash King of Nepal is the original creator of all that is and all that ever will be. He's fucked all of our moms, and he's.
Are you talking about Joe Pietri?
Everyone's fucking him.
I don't think we're allowed to say his full name in aloud. You can write it down
because it summons all of the angels or some
Here's,
shit.
Until you bring it up, Brian, I remember hearing him on a couple of those podcasts talking about all these projects and plans he had for whatever. Not one of those things have happened, right? The seed company, like he just like disappears and then surfaces again with a bunch of other bullshit.
I got a new phone number.
And there wasn't a sector. He had a lighting hustle. See, he's just if you can't see it, that is a hustler. Okay, he's a hustler. Okay, there's nothing that Like, oh, he probably had some real life experience in there, but oh, he's a hustler. Been a hustler
He's
for
been
Yeah.
shot at, I imagine.
So,
Dodge bullets like the most interesting man in the world. Oh yeah, bud, we were talking about you earlier. We think that you give the most interesting man in the world a run for his money.
there's Norm.
But oh, I've lived a life. Sometimes I've thought of it as like Forrest Gump. I'm like, because I remember Forrest Gump was like in all these spots, like in the world at the right time. That's the thing.
Just jumping it.
Apparently, the book was even better.
That was one of the best movies. I don't watch movies that I've seen, but I've watched that one a few times.
Jenny, is he like
It's
me?
just a great movie, and there's like even from the first time I watched it, and then from the last time, you see little things within the scenes, and there's a lot more there. That was like when they used to make good movies like that. I don't think they were even capable of making a movie like that in today's.
Man, you ain't got no legs.
That was hey, Tom Hanks was my mom's client, like all the way, like where he used to have a VW bus in the first $1 million movie. He already had bosom buddies and was on his way and lived in this like duplex in Sherman Oaks and would take 20s out of the ready teller when he needed cash. Like he was real, like even though he was already a star, basically, like he had bosom buddies, that was good money and some other things. But his first big $1 million movie was Dragnet. Right. I remember going to he invited us to the set, and it was on the Santa Monica Pier one day. We went down there because it was close to the office. I met him and hung out for a few minutes. But he, out of all the people that my mom and just all the people I know from Hollywood, he was the most level-headed, even though he became total A-lister and top guy. I think he's still like pretty much a good guy. Like none of that shit went to his fucking head. He's not some fucking crazy movie star, just a simple guy living a good life. But when the majority of that movie was shot out in the Mojave Desert, out in the desert, and he would drive this used whatever, this Universal, the studio thought that it was like risky that he drove such a car out to the set because if he's late, it breaks down, whatever. So one day he calls my mom and basically is like, yeah, you need to arrange to have this. It was a VW, whatever model, like I don't know, not the Bug, but one of their other cars at the time that Universal gave to him, right? And have it picked up and transported to my sister up in the Northwest. I want to give it to her, right? And then he continued to drive the VW bus to the sets, even though they gave him a fucking brand new car. I thought that was a classic move, and he just gave it to his sister. Like, yeah,
everyone needs to go to YouTube
now,
show
because I know, like, it wasn't like it was some beat up VW that he didn't have at the shop. No, like that thing was solid. He had it, it was running good. And it probably is still running to this day. Whoever has it.
You gotta find a song by Buckwheat Groats called Tom Hanks. And hilarity will too. Damn phone is being
Because when you said like Marlon Brando and Marlon Brando was a total recluse. Like I don't think he ever came to the office. No, meetings or anything would have to be at his place. Up on Mulholland is where he lived, which that house is like there's a driveway that Marlon Brando's house is on, and Jack Nicholson's house is on. And Marlon Brando's is like straight out of Apocalypse Now. He has like way 20-foot bamboo, all this crazy. You can't see. It's and Jack Nick because it's that part of Mulholland's called the top of the world, right? That's why it's a super cool spot. You can see the valleys and the coast and downtown LA. It's like this top of the world in LA. And so Jack Nicholson's pad utilizes that, the sight lines. And one time I delivered something to Marlon Brando, and it was the ladies that worked there were all Asian, right? The housekeepers and all that. They let me in. I couldn't even see him in this room. And he like murmured when I left the documents there. I think he had to sign them and then I had to take them because it was like this. It reminded me of Apocalypse Now. He was like in the dark in this fucking weird spot. And, and his life story with even what happened at that house where his son killed some crazy shit happened at that place. I was long since not part of it, but I knew that when all those things and all those stories, forget, yeah, it was his son who went to prison for murder. Brando or no,
Yeah.
I forget his name. It was a tragic thing. As much as he was a great actor and all that, he was definitely out there for sure. He had his own whole. He was super weird. All right, let's go.
Money and drugs make you weird.
Yeah, I mean, like I like even with Howard Hughes, like when I see that story and when at the end when he was like naked, German, I think he was like actually like total drug addict. Like not like, oh, that seems like a cocaine binge, a guy that had so much money or some crazy thing. Like he wasn't sober when he went and did all that shit. That was drug induced.
That's kind of induced.
All right, let me change the camera here. See, this is why like it takes me 2 or 3 runs before I like
We don't see anything,
See,
bud.
you gotta,
expand
you
the
gotta turn on,
variety.
but
So this one that this
Bud, your
personal
camera's
movie,
not
the
on.
guy accidentally made these seeds.
Bud, your camera is not on.
Oh, wait. There we go. It's called Pancake Wilson, and then my kid Robbie up in Ukiah crossed it into Starburst 36. And so there's one more in here. Now, in my clone tray, I have 40, 50 clones. So now I will finally run a full tray or 2 trays of that variety. This is the second plant, which these weren't really topped and didn't go through the same things that the other plants went through, but they were like tester plants. Yeah, it backed up the first one where if I don't know if you can really see, but the girth, like this will be like a 2.5, 3 ounce plant average on a tray. Like I can just tell by the density, the girth, all the different, especially if I top it and do what I do to improve that. Where then the yuck mouth right here that got taller. Yeah, these beds are like, wait, like small, like they're dense and they're going to be tasty, but on average, and that's going to be a lot more work to like trim wise, like weight wise. Because it's weird. Now that I had to bring in new trimmers and then like, yeah, we only pay 100 a pound. We used to pay 200 a pound forever for so long.
Damn.
But how it works is if buds are like big and dense and right, and there's no lowers and there's none of this little shit, a trimmer basically is making like 30, 35 an hour because they should be able to get a pound done in 3 hours or less. Where in the old way, where we didn't
That's what she said.
do all that. The trimmers would take 5-6 hours and shit to get a pound done,
Yeah.
sometimes longer. But you
And they
have it in
get
trim,
sometimes two,
a
three
bunch
hundred
of
dollars for it too, right? Yeah.
lowers. Like at a certain point in today's value of weed, and then you look at how much time they like, yeah, like a bud, and some buds are like self-trimming. You're gonna just knock off of the leaves. Other buds, you got to dig in there and make it look a certain way that takes more time. And yeah, uh, and Jessica, my friend for a lot of years, is now doing most of the trimming. Oh, she hadn't trimmed in the past, so the first few sessions I paid her by the hour to make sure. And always on the little paper we because she knew it was eventually just going to be 100 a pound. And then after, well, now it's been a couple cycles. Yeah, she switched to the 100 a pound because she like makes more than 25 an hour. Like I was paying her 25 an hour.
That's
And
like
then
$1,000.
and some of that it's like we lost our best trimmer over this. Yeah, well, when we paid you 200, weed was like double, triple the price it is now. Now that it's like this price, like, and even that's like 10%. That's 10% of the value
I could afford me.
of the pound you're spending on trimming alone, not the energy. So like, oh, it can't be 20%. You can't have 20% of your cost through the trimming. That's like insane. And that's why a lot of shit is trimmed in machines in different ways. Grow back or shape like like
ShamWow.
and outdoor growers pretty much just process everything into hash or rosin or whatever because yeah, the outdoor market and mixed light and the whole thing. I've seen some of these pounds. They're $250 to $350, and they're killers, like killer. They fucking did great work. I don't know how, like, yeah, and you start going, well, then you had to pay a trimmer too, and this and that, and just the expense of it all. You're getting down to like, yeah, but welcome to being a farmer. Like, if you ever look at farmers, they might have 1,000 acres of whatever, but the amount of money that they can make off of 1,000 acres of wheat or anything, strawberries,
Farmers.
farmers never make that much. They get the least out of the profits from
The current farmers, they don't do too bad for themselves though.
well, okay, but most of those aren't even what farmers? You're talking about the industrial farm because
Well, I'm
like
talking about the average farmer that has 1,000 acres that they rent half of it, and they have
well the small
leases on their $1 million tractors that they can't fix themselves.
Okay, but for the most part, mainly because I hear this from Farm Aid because I've been like Farm Aid guy from the 80s. Yeah, 90% of small farmers or independent farmers or family farmers are gone, eliminated. They've been, you know, they, that's what's happened over the last 30 years. There's very few of those. And okay, some people have found niches, but overall, that's not no. That's why there's none of them anymore. They got bought out by the bigger the corporate industrial fucking farm way we farm.
My great grand uncle was the founder of 4-H.
Yeah, I remember you say that. That's you don't hear 4-H is the thing, and in schools, like even in city schools, there was like a little garden section, and they educated some of that. I don't have kids, but from what I understand, all those type of programs are what's cut out of education.
4-H is still alive and well today, but it's not as big as it had been at one point. Yeah, my great
what
grand
we
uncle is
have,
also
what it's
responsible
turned
for hot
into,
schools.
what it's turned into is the future farmers of America.
Rest of
No,
the
it's 2 different entities.
house, or would you fill it up or whatever?
I competed in a grease pig contest one summer as a kid when I was my uncle's
had an investment in a dude ranch in Grants Pass, Oregon, and I spent the summer there, like working or whatever. I was just a kid or teenager, but somehow we ended up at the Medford or the Oregon County, like the real fair, like, uh, and yeah, somehow I got talked into being one of the kids that did this grease pig contest thing. And like, first off, I had no business. I was a city kid, even though I'd been up there a little while. Cause like I remember that thing as all these kids and stuff, the other boys that were raised around that shit, oh, they were no match. Like I had no business being out there trying to catch that pig. But it was sponsored. That whole thing was 4-H. Like that was like part of their whole thing. I'm sure they're still probably part of that. Like they might be the
They're
future.
huge today. Yeah, like
I
he
mean,
started out because like what
yeah, but
happened is all
like most likely, and I don't know. I'm just saying shit. You go look at where they get most of their funding today, and it's probably from like the industrial corporate farm thing, and it's now
oh yeah.
like it's basically supporting that. As
Man.
Yeah, so
when
the same
initially
guy that
started, that was a organization that brought, you know, like regular farmers that don't even really exist. That's part of what happened since the 80s.
yeah,
We
the
like
same
only over
guy.
40, wait, it's the 80s. Now we're talking like 40 years. The decline of family farms, they call it, or there's a term for it, which was like the majority of farms, whether it was dairy, all kinds of things. That's all, most of that's gone. Now there's a few that have niches, that found niches, right? And even them are under pressure, right?
The same guy. He worked for one point. He worked for Pillsbury, and I think he also worked for General Mills, who back in the day were
Can't die.
giants. But
Well, it's all the thing about it. It's weird that you realize that both in potatoes and in beef, McDonald's is like this controlling factor.
Yeah.
Not all the other competitors, not In and Out, none of them. McDonald's, like, because like a huge amount of potato farming, and they farm the kind of, it's like
a
McDonald's has its
specific,
own
great,
kind of
specific,
potato. It's like a registered variety. And
they're
when
really
you
long.
grow their potatoes, you grow their potatoes. It's not like you grow potatoes and sell it to McDonald's. And so, like, a huge amount of potato farmers are in that deal and just work for McDonald's, growing their variety. And I don't know exactly how they have a influence on the ground beef or beef, but they're just one little, I mean, they're not little, one fast food brand. I always thought that was like, wow, that's pretty powerful that they had like leverage in like two major commodities just
Yeah,
being
and
customer.
I might have to get the story a little bit off. I really got to reread the guy's autobiography again. But basically, how it started the thing was, um, back at the turn of the century, um, you would have all the immigrants that would come and live in what's now considered the big city where he was from. It's like 10,000 people nowadays, but it was initially like a fort, for it's where the settlers would come and they would set up a big log, like a log picket fence type deal, and it would like it's like the old school like Fort Bragg, where you see the fucking, it's just a bunch of like trees, like a, what do you call it, a corduroy type deal. But so you have all the rich people that came to America, and they would live in the towns, and they would have their tea and their fucking cordial and shit. And but at the same time, on the other hand, you had all the immigrants' children, all the other immigrants were farmers, and they lived out in the country, and most often the parents didn't speak English, so the kids were usually like learning English on their own with not knowing, it was kind of really rough situation for a lot of the kids, especially the ones that weren't good at the English yet or whatever. And then he ended up implementing a corn growing contest so that these kids that were always getting made fun of and like talked down at and shit could have a voice or whatever. And then the next thing you know, it kind of blew up, and he fucking he went on to be like the president of 4-H, based out of Washington D.C. for like 40 years or something like that. Responsible for putting hot lunches in schools.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of good people that built our country and the what do you call it? The things that have been developed. Not all of them. A lot of them become these, bureaucracies and outlive their uh, purpose and shit. But like today, I don't think there's people that out of the just doing what's right. Like people don't do anything unless it makes them money.
It's something in for 'em.
Yeah. Where a lot of times when you look at someone like that, that was like more of a selfish,
But
or
like I
no,
say, at the same time,
not selfish.
he did spend many years selfless.
Yeah. Like, or today, I don't know. Like, I don't even know if we have people like that anymore, or less
But
of them.
he did work for big cereal too at the same time, so it's hard to
Yeah,
say.
but even then, they weren't like you say, General Mills and those companies. They at that time
Those
they
are very
were just companies, right? Like,
well. No, well
what
they were all the
become
companies that
is
you
something
didn't
else.
have but 10. You didn't have but 10 things to buy at the store. You had your cereal grains and your fucking bag of wheat and your, I don't know,
Yeah.
stale crackers and
I mean, so they
water.
weren't these bad entities like they are today, or I don't even know if bad's the right word, but
Conglomerates.
well, once it's really when I there's a good, I know Lex Friedman's a stooge, but he had this lady a couple episodes ago that wrote biographies on Milton Friedman and Rand, or the lady from Russia.
Ayn Rand.
Most of that 3.5
That
hours is this lady walking you through economics, leading up to Milton Friedman, who was an influential guy in it all. And yeah, it was so good. I listened to like a couple of days later. I listened to it again to because
who's
I
Tom Galt?
didn't go to a lot of school, so I didn't know about Keynesian economics and this. But the one thing that I realized in this thing was,
You knew about the Keynesian economics.
yeah, that our country's not that old. Like that's something that as I've gotten older, like now I'm in my 60s, our country's only like 250 some years old. And so like,
Bicentennial.
even when we started to bring in economics, it was from what Austrian and German, like we were basing our basic stuff from I think it's Austria, like economic values or scholars and ideas from those countries, our initial. And there was a point when, yeah, we were a frontier country and economics was one thing. And then, we went through some things. Yeah, like I didn't like that's some deep stuff, even the concepts, like, and the different concepts that humans have tried in economics and the results those have gotten, the history of all that leads what I like. And back to this thing, what I realized is, yeah, history, knowing basic history and even in depth through whatever means. How else could you make a decision about what you think today unless you know the history of what brought us to where we are? And that's why,
Anunnaki did it, and they did it in the future, and we're just a simulation.
like,
And
this
deja
goes
vu,
back to like when I'm listening to this and learning all this, then you got this guy running a country that is like, I'm not sure, even though he went to an undergrad at a business school, if you asked him about any of these like historic times of different economic systems and Keynesian this, that, and all that led us to here, I don't think he knows a single thing. He couldn't pass that test in a million years, dude.
right? But I'm gonna
And then,
send you
so
a
how
video
do
link.
you know, like, if you're making these decisions that are consequential and have beliefs that are consequential, and if you don't know, like, the history of what brought us here and the levels and the this and the thought and the all that, you have no
Dude,
business fucking involved in it at all. Like, and
I'm gonna
most of
send
those
you a link
people that
to
are
a guy.
economists, they spent their whole lives, like 50, 60 years, trying to like get a mathematical equation into a graph to be like accepted. And just like artists, most of their shit happened in their like during their life. There was always like a group of people against any new idea. They didn't, right? Nothing's changed. So a lot
They're
of times
called
those people died, and their idea or what they were trying to bring forth for their whole life didn't come into like acceptance or
those
until
people are called Luddites
right.
because there's a guy named Ken Lud back in the day who, after the is when they made the looming weave or something like that, and they're gonna Turk his gerb. So he started a revolt and then broke it all the fucking.
Remember to get a pillowcase.
mills.
Huh? You had to remember to get a pillowcase. There's
It's like weird. In the last 3-4 years since I stopped really watching TV and then listened to podcast, more like educational shit or whatever, at least to me, because like I said, I only went to school ninth grade. Then, and I don't have regrets. I mean, I wonder, like, yeah, like how my life would have been different if I stayed in school instead of ran off with the Grateful Dead when I was 15, right? And then, like, whatever I would have like learned, or maybe even a career or college, because like I it's basic that some of the stuff that I listen to
Maybe
that
you would have got hit by
is
a bus
very
in front of
new to
college
me,
back the second
like
day.
that's the shit you would have learned if you stayed in school. But now all of a sudden I love that shit. Like I want to know more about history and economics and people of the
because you're
past
not
and
told you
how we
have to
got
learn
here.
this.
Like, one thing by listening to that whole thing, and it's the whole world, it's the ultimate house of cards. The whole money, the whole thing. And if you fucking pull the wrong card out, the whole thing's coming down. That's for sure. And it's not simple. And how we got here isn't simple, right? Like even this part that, yeah, everybody knows it's not that long ago. That's part of it. Like when we went off the gold standard, there was another time that in international currency, countries could put a request into the treasury and pull gold out. This was like during Nixon, it was still happening. And then
I'm
there
gonna
was
send you
He
a link
ended
for
it.
stagnation or whatever, created this thing where all the countries that held our currency didn't want like currency, they wanted the gold. And there was a run on the gold. So then they had to take that out where, yeah, you can't like if our country owes you money, you can't like say, oh, give me the gold. Right.
That's
Right.
what the Arabian countries did to us with the oil.
Yeah,
We had to
the thing
pay
that they
them
were
in
saying,
gold
oh,
in
you
like
can only pay us in that,
1958.
right? Yeah, and even in the thing that like I don't even think money's real anymore. I think when it became unreal, and even in this thing, because they asked this lady and she didn't really have an answer. She, Milton's gone. Like, yeah, where we are today with like currency, cryptocurrency, and the all the money basically being in the computer. Like that's where it is. It's ones and zeros. The computer
and it's
code.
they have the stock markets now where they have the high speed trading. These computers are they literally have to be set up like right next door to where the stock exchange is happening.
Well, I remember
I
that
think
was a thing where certain people had an edge because even way back they had whatever speed
they had
internet
that work the algorithm.
fractionally faster than the average person or anybody else could have, and that gave them this huge edge. Yeah.
I'm going to send you a
Well,
link
I mean,
to a
ultimately,
speech.
investors, or here we call it Wall Street, but really the investor class of humanity. Yeah,
God was
they
really
a
big in
lot of
change
the
too.
shit we're in, and a lot of the House of Cards, and that it's basically been uh, dreamt up, or that's them. Like every whatever year somebody figures out a new way to scam, real estate loan, this, that, and just makes it more one step more fragile, right? And so whatever you do to it, you better be careful. It's like that Jenga game or whatever. Yeah, you better be careful. It's all coming down. And
I'm
where
going to send you a link to Ray
I'm pretty sure
Casagrande
our
doing a speech
intelligence and there's
about
like
exactly what
people
you're
in our
saying.
government or whatever see this, but I fully think that what China's goal as our adversary is, they're not trying to have some fucking war with us like traditional war. It probably is more like a Cold War. I think their main goal, period, is to have the yen replace the dollars, the currency that is like the world's basic currency. That would be a win. That would be their goal. And they're just slowly position like, if we don't watch it, that could happen. That could happen. Because a lot of our power comes from the dollar's power around the world. Right? That's one of the, you know, house of cards of the insanity that's been built up by human culture, whatever. Like mainly in the quest for somebody could be rich is what fuels it. Whether it's cut down all the trees, suck all the oil, scam the invest, figure out a way to hustle through Wall Street. It's all for one thing: to be rich.
Funny, funny, funny what money can do. I want to be.
Like I'm pretty sure. I remember when I first heard this thing that like AI, like if you really gave it the parameters and prompted it right to ask him like, yeah, what should we do? What should humans do to? They would tell you. They would probably zoom in and say, yeah, you guys are doomed as long as like this current monetary money uh, uh,
Going to
thing
turn you on to paper clips.
is like your main part of life. Because from the richest guy to the poorest guy, pretty much how much of your waking consciousness in your life is spent over the quest of money. Most of it. Like even when you're rich, you're still fucking trying to get richer.
I'm going to send you a link, but you got to watch. It's a guy named Ray Casagrande from the Austin School of Business or something like that. But this guy, he breaks down. He's got a whole bunch of speeches online about different things in history, but he's got something called "Why Did We Think This Was a Good Idea" or something like that. I posted a link to it in chat too just now. But it's really interesting. I
Well,
think he's doing
I
a part
mean,
two to it.
we
But it's
humans, it's not just like when you get into some of these topics, it's yeah, I mean, the United States is just this little fraction of time in the picture of how we got here, right? Economics and
oh yeah,
money starts way at the earliest formations of humans, as
the
far like
church probably started it because the church is the ones that had the land, and they're the ones that needed to keep track of stuff. You know what? You know why? You know why priests aren't allowed to have children? It's because like even the word pope meant papa or something like that. But priests weren't allowed to have children because that way, if that were the case, then they could inherit their land. And the church needed that land to themselves. So no children for you.
yeah,
Put the money in the basket.
yeah. Well, I would like to think, oh, Like there's some way we can like find the right perfect balance of way for humans to occupy this planet or whatever. But no, it's so complicated. It's so like
It's happening in another
there's
universe.
no simple thing because like you do one thing to address one area, and then there's the repercussions across. Like it's so convoluted, or I don't even know the words, but there's no simple answers. There's no one like, yeah, we'll just throw some tariffs in there. That's going to fix it. There's no, it's much deeper than that and would take like some real like expertise and somebody that's like prepared and smart enough and deep thinker enough.
Like a superhuman computer that will destroy all the politicians.
So, yeah, well, geez, dude, like
I'm just kidding.
I pretty much have been trying to not watch any of that content.
Oh God.
But like, oh, I guess if I guess I might be able to block it, but there's this thing called smart news. And then I get these little things that I delete in my notifications or something. Where it's just like what do you call it? Sound bites or no, text bites. Like, oh, they want you to click on this story. So there's something.
Clickbait.
So like it's almost impossible not to know what's going on. Even if you're trying to like not, I guess, throw away your fucking phone or not look at your phone because you go to YouTube, it penetrates there. It's hard. Like I guess I could just use it as a phone and not and turn all that shit off.
Nope.
Some of it I don't even think you can turn off. Or then you're like not able to go to YouTube to watch this or that or something that has nothing to do with that. But somehow they got and I'm careful with my algorithm. I already know not to click on shit unless you want more of that shit. So I
One
don't
thing you
click
can do to help your privacy a little bit, at least, is to just download a VPN. There's several free VPNs out there.
Yeah.
I use Orbot. I use NordVPN.
Like, yeah, I guess there's ways, and that's just you'd have to, learn about, apply, do. But yeah, it's like I say, I get like I don't even know why, because like none of I'm anti-establishment. I live under a
They
rock.
taught you the word trigger.
I've been like a fucking hippie deadhead my whole life, so none of that shit really matters. That's not the word like that, but it is ultimately. And I guess it's a page. I don't know, but something about all this like is terrible. Like it's just terrible. Like what the fuck? And some of it I realize I'm not going to see the end of. Like I'm already 63. Well, maybe some of it. No, because like some things take time to really like.
What did we call if we got the gates of heaven and then they just told you, well, you were the one that was supposed to fix it all. What happened?
I mean, like, historian, I forget which historian kind of pointed out that
We gave you all the tools you needed.
history of things takes like 50, 100 years before history and historians really like finally write that. Not like a few years after it happens. That's not, so like I in its totality, I want, even if sometimes like, well, I don't even know if planet will even get that far. How will this be like this era, which is long time now, right? And what's happened be like written in the history, like for people a couple generations from now to learn about.
It all happens
like,
at once.
How will it be portrayed? How will it be portrayed? Colossal fuck up that it is on all levels. Like the whole thing, right? It's not one side or the other. It's the whole system is totally fucking wheels are coming off.
It's not complete debauchery, though. I mean, we can go out into the street and get a loaf of bread and be reasonably certain we're going to get back home. Our
have
money
to
is
think
not,
about the
our
roaring
dollar
20s
bills
and the
are,
Great Depression.
a dollar's not going to be worth fucking
The
one,
difference of like the Great
millionth of a
Depression
dollar
today is
overnight.
at that time, the citizens of our country were more rugged. So they were able to go do something like that for the most part.
Tell you what, about
The
2 weeks
millions and
ago,
millions, hundreds of millions of people that live in like urban life, they're going to have a hard time if it gets
and
down
you
to
know
like,
how
you
many
know what I
billions
mean?
of people live in mud huts and don't have water or electricity? And
Are
guess
you
who's
going
not? Guess
to
who's
talking
complaining
about
out of all the people? And guess who has smiles on their
is
faces and
someone surviving
has a
on
swatting flies away?
potato skins, and some canned fish, right? I'm not so sure Americans are ready for any of that shit.
Nope.
A couple of weeks ago, I answered an ad on on Facebook that was some people needed some help loading up a U-Haul truck from their storage unit, and so I go to help these folks, and it turns out it was 3 storage unit, and it was like a 40-foot U-Haul or something like that. All it was canned foods and ammunition. It took like 3 hours. There was like 6 guys there. It was jars, like pickled jars of all sorts of pickled things, and then a whole bunch of
Well,
like the paint can looking cans like that you get at school, and it's all it was.
there
There was
was a local news story I saw that pointed out that like why warehouse space in our area is like uh, not only prices up high, very limited. Like if you're, you know, availability, because there's people, businesses or whatever that were smart enough to see this was coming, and they've like filled their fucking warehouses to the brim with all these products, mainly from Mexico or San Diego, that now in one day there's a 20 like, oh, they just made 25%. You know what I mean? Like I'm like, yeah, that was
or
a
like
pretty smart
there's a
move.
lot of
You couldn't
Amazon
lose
guys that
there. Like the product still had its value regardless if this didn't transpire. You know, all they would
you
have.
know of anyone that does the Amazon reselling or whatever, or drop shipping or whatever the fuck they call it. Or they'll go to a store and they'll check like Tide dish pot or um yeah, Tide fucking pods are worth they're selling for $12 at this store, but they're getting $30 a piece for them on Amazon, and then they'll buy them out. A lot of that's
Yeah,
clickbait too, but
there's one of my
they're trying
friends
to find.
that I'd known. He has some like he fell into this thing where they're like, yeah, it's something to do with like Amazon and products. It doesn't even matter. It's just he just bounces from things that yeah, you can buy it for this and doop and make a few bucks. But he's like, yeah, making a
I'm
lot of
playing.
money.
I like it's fun. Well, fucking Cap knows this too. It is fun to flip stuff, especially stuff that
Yeah.
you like.
Well, a
You know,
deal's a deal. Like, I mean, a deal is a deal. Like, I'm addicted to deals, but I just basically do drug deals, pot deals. Um,
sometimes
but
though people only pay
like if
half down
you're
and they don't pay
selling
the other half.
anything, and I get this. Like, if somehow I changed occupations or whatever, I probably have to be in sales because I'm addicted to deals. Like, it makes me feel good. Like a deal makes me feel good.
Yep.
Even if it's one you only made 20 bucks on. It's not even the amount you make. Oh, bigger ones make you feel better, but any of them, like,
Yep.
I don't know. As I've gotten older, sometimes there's like days where there's no deals. And then there's like a couple days where there's all the deals at once. And then that's when I realized that, like, oh, I'm addicted to deals because those days I'm like, have like a more pep in my step because I did deals. And the days where there's no deals, then yeah, you don't get that. You don't get that rush from the deal. So that's
It's
how
the
I started
hustler hustle.
realizing, oh, I'm addicted to deals.
It's the hustle.
Yeah. Well, some people don't have that in their personality that, most of them are ones that take hourly jobs. They're like, okay, I don't need deals. Then there's other people, I guess, salespeople or whatever, because deals are sales. Yeah, they get into deals. Don't you let that deal go down.
That's right.
I'm on a magnificent voyage.
Sorry to say, but ashes to ashes all fall down.
London Bridge.
Yeah, well, music cares. It's the Grammy. It's an offshoot of the Grammys. It's a big thing. They had their event last night where in generality, they made the Grateful Dead, all members, persons of the year for 2024. But then last night at the event, and individually, they had the presentation and this whole thing, like it's an award for the person of the year for 24. And they chose and they gave it to John Mayer. John Mayer. I was like, yeah, that's pretty stoogey. Like, wait, John Mayer, the person of the year? Like, what? What did he, what? Played guitar? He's not that much of a philanthropist. Like, no, he's about making money. He ain't about giving. But I know.
Because he's got agents too.
He's, he's at that stage where, well, most likely they probably offered it to Bob or someone else. Like, no, I don't want those kind of stupid accolades. I would have tried to go, but it was 2,500 and 5,000 to go because it's like a dinner. It's this fucking thing. Suggested black tie, that type of thing.
And I'm sure that they
Bud show up in a tie-dye.
Billy Strings was played there with it was like a celebrity cast of musicians playing. I haven't really looked at the details of all there was a show, but like I know venues. This was at the Convention Center in LA, big place. That's not a music venue.
No.
Especially if you're paying that kind of money, like, a theater with acoustics and, comfortable seating and like acoustics.
It's out in Anaheim.
Music venue, right?
There ain't no acoustics in this country. That's just all in Greece.
Well,
that's out in Anaheim.
We still have some old theaters and they know, and technology's given acoustics to spaces.
Some of the amphitheaters in Greece that are just like a hill with a little stage on the bottom and then rock seats or whatever. But some of those are built at such precise angles and shit where it'd be like if you were to go, or it's not exactly, but it's pretty much like if you were to go to like your local stadium, the fucking Metrodome or whatever the fuck, and a guy could be down in center field talking, and the whole people would hear him in the fucking nosebleed seats. I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it's almost to that extent.
And there's some venues that in our country that were built to some specs. Red Rocks is one. Like even if you pull up Red Rocks history and you see that like 100 years ago or whatever when they started breaking ground there. Yeah, most of it was it was this acoustic place that then they enhanced by the way they built it out in the angle. One thing at Red Rocks is pretty steep, right? Which they could have probably have done it differently and had a higher capacity and even over the years how it transformed to what the venue it is today. But that's a place that there's like crazy acoustics in, like natural, right? Even though like it's a double-edged sword with like most indoor venues. The problem is the sound, the vibration, the energy is going and hitting the back wall and reverberating forward, right? Right. But then on outdoor shows that usually or where the best sound is, the sound just like going and never, there's nothing that brings it, stops it. There's a real acoustics is a little bit in the middle of that, right? Like which like Red Rocks, yeah, they have these huge flat rocks. I mean, hundreds of feet high, or I don't know how high. But then there's also open space, and somehow it's like this weird acoustics. Like when you're in that place, yeah, and it's an act that is enhancing the acoustics that are in that venue. Yeah, I don't think there's another venue in the United States that has that natural. Now, theaters like Warfield, Radio City, they're in decline. Some of the best theaters have long since been torn down. Those usually have low capacity, but they, when you get into the history of the building of them and the design, yeah, and most of, like you say, it's the history of sound and sound reinforcement and acoustics goes way back to Greek. All these wasn't
The
something.
orators,
Yeah,
where they argued in public.
yeah, and some of that
And
was
logic,
they didn't even
logic
have
one.
speakers or microphones or any of this shit. So a lot of the designs were meant that somebody could talk way down here and be heard clearly throughout.
There's some crazy ones in South America that I forget what the actual what it was. Where like the guy would stand at the bottom of the stairs and
Have you ever seen like
clap
it
or
was
something like that.
old movies and they show that like the people that did sound, there's these, it was like a job. I don't know the name of it.
Yeah, sound effects guys. There's
Yeah,
still a thing.
they were just like
They're
a troop
breaking
of a
bread and
few
they're fucking
people, but they had every kind of weird cockamamie thing, right? That was able to like reproduce the sounds. They're like, even though it sounds like this, they were actually doing this or stepping
yep.
on a wood or like however they, yeah, that art and that doesn't exist anymore because all that shit's just in computer files, right?
I think there's still a little bit of a market for it. That's
Well, there's probably some people, but movies aren't made with that shit anymore. And even that documentary or whatever I saw about that, it was like some of the greatest movies. And here's the soundtrack of the movie, but here's what they were actually doing to make that sound or that effect of sound. It's like the audio track of even
yeah. There's some instruments too that make certain noises that like what's the one
I
that
remember this thing that they showed like an old studio or thing somebody had preserved and went through the items. Like there was like, a lot of them were just household items and things from that, oh, that's how they made this sound, or that's how they made that sound. Things you wouldn't necessarily think. Like, I remember going, yeah, that's trippy. I would never have thought that sound was made by doing this with like a plunger and a whatever, like,
Or
And there
hung
was
through
a time
this
like
tube.
in Broadway shows, that was happening live. Like they would be like somewhere in the building doing those things because there was no tape or not that long ago. As I'm like whatever age, I realized, well, I lived 60 some years. And then all of a sudden now my perspective of like what's long ago, like a couple hundred years ain't shit if you've already lived 60. I think when I was 20, when you talked hundreds of years, that seemed like more too big. And all of a sudden you lived like almost a century, or I guess you could. Then a couple centuries ain't shit. Even though you're not going to live a couple centuries.
No, but you
Maybe.
lived a half.
I saw this one guy, I forget, he was on Bill Maher. He's this guy that thinks he's going to live to like 200 and he
super popular webs or social media, and him and his son, and like, oh, he's like, I forget what age, but oh, he looked, but and it's not like he had plastic surgery or anything. He just eats and does and like everything to the fullest as far as health and supplements and this, and he looked like he was one of those like people that had too much plastic surgery, or maybe he did. I don't know. Like it seemed weird, but he was like being interviewed about the what he like why like, you want to live this long. Or yeah, part of that was because he was asked if you could live forever, would you choose to? And he said, yeah. I don't know. I would. Some people, I guess, is a personal thing. I wouldn't.
I'll see you on the next go round.
Well, that would break like the laws of nature and cycle, and like, yeah, I don't think we're meant supposed to do that. We're supposed to like be in nature, not outside of it. That's just my belief.
I'm a circle with 2 arrows through it.
Is that what that means?
Traveler. Jack Kerouac.
So how cold is it in Ohio? And like, what's your weather like?
Like 23 fucking degrees.
And you're not socked in with snow? That's no. I'm pretty
It
sure
was 41
Ryan
today.
is like how many feet of snow and it's like negative whatever because he's in Minnesota for God's sake.
I think he walked away.
Yeah, well, I looked at
Ah,
the
there he
weather
is.
just to get an idea.
Oh, I was on
You
mute.
know,
Yeah,
we've been in like some kind of cold thing this last couple month or longer
polar
where it's
vortex.
freezing at night, right? It's to me, it's freezing. It's like 42. Like that's our like 42 to 45 is our night. Where when I'm
That was
out
our high.
and I go
I had
outside
I
in
had a
40s.
t-shirt and shorts on the other day when it was 40 out.
Yeah. Well, I put on hoodie, fucking beanie, long underwear, fucking top, and still cold. And I like because yeah, I mean 40 is fucking cold for me. Now during the day we're at 68, 70, sunny, which is weird because I've lived here 25 years. Oh, we've there's 40-degree cold nights. Man, we have a few of those. Not a month straight of it. It's like fucking cold as fuck at night.
Believe me, though,
Usually,
when you just had a 20 below night a couple days prior, that 40 degrees is
Well,
heaven.
I imagine I get all that the difference, like how humans, just like plants, acclimate to their fucking environment. And you grew up, this is your environment.
But at the same
But
time, I bet I
this
hate cold more than
environment,
you do.
at first, probably you wouldn't like it at first. Like some people that move out here, they miss the seasons. They miss that, the drastic seasons.
It is weird seeing a Christmas tree, or not, seeing Christmas with no snow. But
Like a bunch of my friends are, yeah, they're not really that into it, but oh, because it's that time of year, like Lindsay's up snowboarding, Danny went snowboarding, you know, I have no desire to go. I did that shit when I was younger. That shit, even with gloves and the right shit, fucking cold. Fuck that. I'm not into that. I'm not
I know
into
it
cold.
did snow today here a little bit, but
I don't go swim in the ocean now either because the water's like 58. That's fucking too cold. 60
we've
something,
only
I can fathom. When it
we've only
like,
got an inch of snow right now, and that's pretty much where it drifted to. Pretty much melted away when the heat wave hit us.
yeah.
And the lake right now is hovering right at 31 degrees, I imagine. 32. Still making ice at night, they say. Actually, I went and parked on the lake not just the other day, and just sat in my truck and got fucking baked. I don't know, a lot different feeling than just like sitting in a parking lot somewhere or something like that.
Shit.
But shit,
I
to
should
get
go
a
out
fishing
by
house
the.
license for fish house, it's $15, and then for the year you can just be out there. I mean, like there's probably I don't know what the number would be. If I had to venture a guess, I would say there's maybe 2,000 people in this city right now, and there's probably at least 200 people out in the lake as we speak.
Oh, and those
Maybe more.
little like lake house ice fish type thing.
Yep, fish houses they vary immensely. Um, a lot of people just have what they call a pop up, which is just basically a tent, well, a little bit thicker like canvas, and those ones you don't even need a license because you don't leave them anywhere. You take them with you. But those ones, you can maybe fit two people if you're lucky. A most common size one would be something along like a 6x8 or something like that, where you can fit four people in there, kinda. Um, but then you get the guys that go and they pay $150,000 for an ice castle model that's got fucking jacuzzi and fucking you know fold out TVs and fucking whatever you want. They range from every different echelon, and a
No,
lot of
tell
people
us about it.
get the huh.
Tell us about it.
Well, I mean, it's basically kind of like your toy haulers. Basically, is what a lot of them are nowadays. And that's just what they are. Is just a toy hauler, but you just got little l- plastic fucking circles in the floor, like the top of this fucking cooler right here, that you can unscrew and drill a hole in
But
the
then
ground.
there's probably some old scores that are like representing like the same shit from 100 years ago, or
Well, even 100 years ago, they had the little um 4x8s or whatever, or I can show you a couple of fish houses right now, I guess. Or after you're done with your plant there.
Just
But no,
imagine a tiny house on a lake.
yeah, and when it comes to heating, if you insulate a small room properly, it doesn't take a lot to keep it heated. I mean, granted, insulation isn't
well, I
free or
mean,
cheap.
even like two humans inside a certain space creates a certain amount of heat, right?
Yeah, but when it's I mean, it can get cold here too, like I say. But usually people just heat with propane tends to be the way they go.
Here's the kicker, though. These guys build these things out on ice, and every once in a while they fall through.
Oh no, it's not just every once in a while, every year, and it happens quite a bit. And it's because people are dumb.
Russian roulette.
There's a lot of guys that can only put their fish house out for just a couple weeks out of the year just because of the weight, how much they weigh. Because some of the guys, I mean, they have just like extravagant fucking houses. I'll put a link in the chat right now to. I shot a video for a guy that he's out of California. He has the YouTube channel that was called Joe Goes, where he went all around. He did a whole lot of conventions, especially in like LA and shit. Like if there's a porn convention or Comic Con or a boat show or all these different things. And then he also went to different countries. But he did man on the street interviews, or she did. I'm dead naming, but whatever. And then, but the first episode I did with him is I shot and directed one at Eel Pout Festival. I kind of mentioned it earlier about shooting the minnow, and we tour a fancy fish house in that video where the guy's got a $40,000 fucking fish house that I don't know. I would rather make one out of reclaimed lumber and cedar siding and shit. And then you got a sauna at the same time. Yeah, but then you always have your diehard. The true diehards are the guys that just go out there with a bucket and a fucking and their hemorrhoid fucking balloon or whatever you call them things. And they're the OGs, but
Here's something. All right, so this whole room is pretty much modern strains, 5-year-old genetics, except this one plant right here. This is old OG, and it's like a sick ass OG. But this is just barely like 62 days, and this plant's all the leaves are like yellowing and dying. Even though OG is sort of a longer plant for the most part, it's not a under 60 day or for sure.
fuck it, I'll
Where like
take you up
even
to
the
the lake in a minute.
I-95, some of the strains I grew that were held like, old 20-year-old strains or yeah, they seem to like, yeah, have that tendency where the newer genetics, yeah, they're still healthy, leaves are rocking at the same time, even though the plant's pretty much done. Leaves are still healthy. Where on the older strains, yeah, the leaves get that. Truth is, these leaves are just sucking the life out of what energy the plant had. No, that plant's done. Like when the leaves get like that, if it wasn't right in the middle, I'd cut it out now.
What's in those leaves?
But I'm gonna harvest in a few days anyway, because this one's done. And then
Good. I think it's a trip to California for me. I get to finally get out of here.
But I'm gonna take my truck out on the lake in about 5 minutes here. I gotta go start to let it defrost the window real quick.
Warm up.
But yeah, then I'll show you give you a taste of it.
We're 19 now.
what's
And then you
today?
guys can-
Saturday. Okay.
So when you're harvesting, bud,
Well, I'm just thinking about it. Because part of it is not that I really
Yep.
do a dry back, but I try to I'll probably turn the water off the night before. Yeah, it makes the job of cleaning up the cubes. If you can let the cubes be more dry, then you save the
Yeah.
part of it. Like if I don't do that and then harvest, sometimes I do. And then I have to take the mop wringer and then squeeze out the water to the old cubes to bag them up because when they're wet, holy shit, you don't want
they're
to.
heavy as fuck
Yeah, and you can't put as many, whatever. So
in a trash bag.
kind of a thing where sometimes it takes 2 days. You got to be careful. You don't want it to be oh, I turned off the water, and then by the time we harvested, that they were
It was bone dry.
wilty or especially right at the end. No, but you don't want the cubes to be saturated. So, yeah, I don't know the difference in weight, but you go totally wet to semi-dry. So yeah, I guess it's Saturday. I don't have to do anything tonight. If I'm going to harvest Monday or Tuesday, and then I'll let it water tomorrow night once and then turn it off. Something like that. I have to find out. In that room, I can do all by myself, but it's easier when you have two people. One person cuts them down and hands them to the other person that hangs them. You can take down that's 80 some plants in there in less than 2 hours and have an hour and a half. One person, oh, you got to cut one or two down, carry, put them up, back, you walk back and forth. I like the kind of project where you have stations, like when you move something, heavy bags of cement or some shit. You just hand it to the next guy.
Don't move anything twice.
Sometimes you can have cannabis projects like that.
where it's like a chain with a couple people, or one person and
Yeah.
no chain, and now you working harder.
3, 4.
Which is fine. Sometimes you got to do the work, whatever.
We just put the work in.
Work.
And it's been like, well, how do I explain this? Because a couple of my people around me, when I explained this, they didn't agree with me. I don't know. I couldn't put my finger on the last time I've been completely sold out and pretty much down to where I only have like barely any weed or enough.
I'm completely out of
And
weed.
I call that like a lull. Like when I first started growing, me and my wife down here, we only had the one cycle every 2 months at first. And we'd save a certain amount, but usually like a week before, or, you know, we still had to try and cure it. We had time. We'd be almost out or out. And then when you had a new crop fresh, you had this appreciation for it because you went through this, what I call lull, or you had to conserve a little, or, and it has to have been like 10 years. I don't know. No lull at all. Never had to go, oh, I only have that much weed. I better, you know, no, it's just one batch of constant weed. And so
I've got zero weed.
pointed out to a couple of my friends that were disappointed that when I'm like, yeah, no, I'm sold out. What? I sold. You don't even have a couple ounces? No, because you know I have a new business arrangement. Guy takes every fucking crumb, which is great because now I don't have to deal with all the bullshit. But then certain people counted on that, and then this is the first time, and it's not like I tell them, oh yeah, the reason I don't have any is this other guy I met buys every crumb. That's they don't need to know that. But it's actually things like that. It's not at the stage where, but that's what drives price up. Okay. Is when there's like, now this is in my circle. Thing is, I got to be careful because, it's not like there isn't a ton of weed in every direction around those people. Right. But like in the past, when the supply and demand trip, that was what made the price
go up.
Yeah, supply and demand. And somehow, even from the biggest cultivator on down, until cannabis like employs those framework and system, and then the price is just going to keep going down. Okay, like that, like they say it's supply and demand economics. Like everybody loses. Everybody loses overproduction. That's the there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that.
All right, I'm gonna hop in my truck in about 2 minutes here.
So ultimately, yeah, and I'm like saying to my buddies, yeah, but in a week or longer, really, I always say, oh yeah, I always tell them it's gonna be a week from like if I cut it down Monday, I'll say to them, oh yeah, I cut it down a week. It's more like 10 to 14 days, which is 2 weeks. And I realized, yeah, why do I always say a week when I know it's longer than a week? Now, most of them already know when I say a week, that means 2 weeks. But
I was at the gas
a
station.
couple people are
and-
like, oh, well, they're going to wait. They're waiting. Okay. Right. And then that even, one of my friends that usually just gets a couple when he wants, it's like, oh, dude, I'm going to, like, can I get this amount? Like, yeah, that's all part of supply and demand economics, right? So the people that miss getting any or they're gonna like stock up because they're afraid that that'll happen again. I've been out. Yeah, it's gonna be like 3-4 weeks. Our Quest and AC in our drive room, which is X amount of energy, big dehumidifier and AC, hadn't been turned off in 3 years. Because there was always the term, whatever, there was always shit hanging, hadn't been trimmed. Even that's where we store stuff when it hasn't sold, like totes with pounds in it, because it's 60 and dark. Or it's whatever fucking environment I want. Yeah, it's been off like 2-3 weeks. I'll turn it back on when I harvest. We have this weird graph thing that comes with our, oh, it's online for our power bill. And just with like little things I've tried to do to conserve energy, I see it. I see it on the
app.
On the app, yeah.
You see your grow.
The reason why I'm tracking it is I have I have 4 3-ton split minis. One of them died a few months back. Okay. And when we bought these, they were over $3,500 each for a 3-ton, even probably in the $4,000 something. And the highest SEER, and these were good ones back then, was 12. SEER is the rating of efficiency that some system they have on appliance devices or whatever, SEER rating. I don't know exactly. Okay, so one dies. We replace it. Call my AC guy. Yeah, I got a new supplier or whatever. I got to go down to National City, but 10-year warranty, Daikin, which is this brand in India, not in China, that I already have a Daikin. 10-year warranty. Boom. Higher than all the other ones. Quality for sure. Daikin. This is good as any of the, better than the Chinese knockoff brands. I don't know if it's better than the top Chinese brands, Mitsubishi, and well, that's not even Chinese, but Asian brands. 1650, way like half or less. Better warranty, even better functionality. 20 SEER, that's 8 SEER. Now I don't understand the graph, but the AC guy said, "Oh, that'll be noticeable." You see, now it's been enough months, and when Gary gets back, then that's one of the first discussions. And if I was better at math and understanding how to set up the equation, I could see in the app that just changing the 1 from 8 SEER, I could probably do a thing where I go, oh, in 3 cycles it pays for itself, or 2, like whatever cycles of energy, whatever time, right? Oh, in 100 days, if we switched them all at once, they would pay for themselves in this amount of time in energy saving. I mean, that's part of the sales pitch. But it is, I can't really, I mean, I guess there's a way if I had the equations where, yeah, SEER is a formula, math equation that, and then there's a thing where, oh, it uses X amount. And so the SEER, yeah, there's math that you could get down to exactly what energy that is. And then better look at, because some of it is, oh, all these other things are also happening. Oh, I shut the AC and dehu in the dry. I shaved like here and there. When when there's sections of the veg, I turn off the lights. Every little thing. Where those are noticeable to me because for like the last 10 years at my own personal place, I had no power bill. So I didn't think
Yeah.
of those things. Like sometimes I would think as an environmentalist, I'm like, yeah, like I am an environmentalist, so why wouldn't I like? But when you don't have to pay for it, then you're like, yeah, you just
Fuck
let
it.
them run. Like, oh yeah, I never have these turn off. I just let them run. Why would I? Why would I try to conserve? Even though, like, I remember feeling that as a woman myself, that I should just try to conserve as my duty as an environmentalist, right?
But in my own personal thing, I didn't. I thought that was bad. I felt bad about that. Like that's one of the reasons Germany, according to my buddy that lives there, like hasn't really licensed and indoor grow. Everything there has a carbon tax, like any business. Like they've implemented that fully. And a grow, I already know a indoor grow is like way high on like even with the efficiencies that have come in the future, there's still like a huge carbon footprint, I guess they call it, from indoor grows. So then that would also you'd have to account for that. From this article I just read and I sent him, it looks like Germany as a whole is just fine with purchasing their cannabis from Canada.
That's the way they should actually do it, actually.
And when it comes to outdoor season, no, it's not like there's maybe a little window in parts of the country, but it's not really, like, yeah, you can grow cannabis anywhere, but the reasons that certain crops thrive in certain areas because of the weather in those areas. Like, yeah, you can grow cannabis out in Ohio, but your window, you have to outdoors.
Hit the window.
Way better in Northern California, mainly, all the different reasons. Same reason that
And for all those different reasons, it's good in Southern Ohio.
Well, probably a shorter season and more.
It's okay. We can
Yeah,
live with it.
okay. Cannabis can be grown pretty easily, but anywhere, not really. I mean, you probably have to plant.
No, we select our strains to put outside.
But then, like, what is
we know our place?
Is your season like late July and then harvest in October, or is it more like June to September?
I try to pick things that finish at the end of September, first part of October, because then the rains come in October.
Now, in some areas,
gives you bud rot.
Where Ryan's at, October, it's already fucking too cold. Not every year, but some years, most years. And in Ohio, couldn't the weather be, it's an early winter, and fuck, it's already where
but then we
in the prime area of California where there's agriculture for whatever crops that, each crop has its own thing. Oh, that's what makes California prime ag area and other, because of the less chances of
but
things
the thing
like,
is,
you have like a more consistency.
We still do it.
But
we still do it.
And it acclimates, and like it's some of those terroirs, that's what makes that variety what it is, right? That's what they say about African strains and Malawi and shit. It's the environment there. You can take that Malawi and out of that environment. Some of it's the soil, the clay, or but it'll acclimate and it'll represent. But it's not like the Malawi that's grown down there.
Or you take Cheryl, that's been growing up back here for 80 years, and then cross her and see what interesting shit may happen.
And like we're far from like land race at this point. Everything's been bred and
Um,
hibernized and brought
Oh,
to
that
like
someone said that like the feral that feral hump that I'm working with, some would consider that a land race because it has
oh well the Pharaoh, yeah, okay, but like as far as like having that in control to
been
like scale it, it's what probably has intersex issues, probably has all the things that the plants of that stature have at that point, right? I mean, we've had so many years of breeding that like even though we bottlenecked it and whatever, oh, we've definitely like just look at old high times when they show like weed from like the 90s and like even I remember like what was popular and even the
was
GH
posting here.
was more like a 1444 was a veg NPK. Yeah, you want the stretchiest fucking plants that are fucking 10 feet tall, water them with 1444. But we didn't know any better. Like now the veg recipe's way different than that. That's, you know, pretty consistent with the NPK. 1444, that's like a ton of nitrogen. And yeah, your plant's going to like stretch. And you look at the pictures of indoor weed from that era, and that's what it was like speary, stretchy, where now everything's like, yeah, we've manipulated it over 20, 30, 40 years through breeding and our practices, maximized it for our need, our end goal. But some of those weeds that were like airy and what do you call that one? Foxtaily and stretchy, the highs were incredible. Now we have like a bottlenecked highs, even though we have like 1,000 flavors. That's my what I think.
we definitely have a broader palette today to use.
But a much narrower, like, and like, it has to fit all these criteria.
I'm a cause and effects person. As long as it gets me stoned, that's okay.
Well, I mean, I think effects will come back. Like things are fads, just like bell bottoms are coming back and whatever.
For the fourth time,
Terps or flavor has been predominant maybe for the last 10 years. Previous to that, I think effects were more predominant. Like I say, there's like the three boxes they have to check off. Terps, that structure, and the high. I think it used to be the high was first off, then maybe structure and terps were down below that. Now it's terps number one for sure, structure number two, and effects number three.
I'll make a comeback. I'll be back.
I mean, even like, when Gary comes back, I'm going to try to explain this to him, but like he's set in his ways, right? He has his different view. Okay. So the batches, there's been a couple batches that basically the whole timing of the perpetual is based on 60-day cycles. And his method, which I get, like pushing all the inputs, you can bring in strains, oh, they're finished and they're beefy under 60 days. Oh, push the CO2, push this, push that. Now the plant's done in 56 days. Done. Oh, then you'd have to take the power, okay? And you're going to get another if you can shave 4 days through the year, you almost get another whole cycle. I get the math of that, but then the few times just do mainly because, like even right now, the veg plants need another week to be at the size and get topped one more time to turn back. When that's more dialed in, you have the veg plants ready at that time, 56 days. But by turning off the power in the room for whatever days, which that's what's going to happen here, like I'm going to take that down by 65 days by Monday or Tuesday, and then leave the room off for 4 or 5 days. No light, no AC, no everything go off, fans, everything. The amount is more like, okay, so there's been batches that I produced in the last that I left up 65, 67 days. They were more potent. When you hit it, you were like, oh shit. But that it was more potent, right? Than the batches that I took down at 60. Right.
Mm-hmm.
But guess what? It's not like you can bring that to the table and tell the customer, yeah, there's an extra week on it. It's more potent. So I want 150. I want 50 more pound, 100 more pound than what I did the ones before, because they look the same. They are the same. Where there used to be more of a discerning customer back when that was predominantly what they bought it for, was effects. Like I remember, that most guys that came and bought pounds, they had like a dog, what do you call it, dog bone pipe, but it was clean, like not like this one. This is, I don't know, it's here for whoever. I never hit that thing, but somebody smokes out of it because there's always char in there or whatever. And they would always
No one
ask,
cleans
all
it.
right? Of course it's all right. You're buying a fucking pound. They would smoke some right there in the spot. Like that would be the final
You
part
gotta
of how
taste it.
the deal. Like that, they had to smoke it. Now the guys I deal with, that's not part of it at all. Oh, they gotta, some of them even have like a scope. They fucking look at it. They take a picture with their phone and look at it. They smell it a bunch. They never say, oh, can I smoke some? And even when I tell them, oh, this is really a potent batch, that they don't even hear me. They don't even, it's never like they call me back a week later. Oh, you're right. That shit's is more potent. What the fuck? It's that same cheetah piss, but it's more potent. It's not like it has no bearing, right? Which that, I know Gary's going to point that out. Like, dude, if the difference between 58 and 65 is a week, how much power does it cost to have that week? How much time? Like, yeah, he's good at math. He'll know exactly what that space and all that is. And if you can't be paid for that, then what's the point? Like, wait, we can't raise the price. The price is already like, we're getting a good price. And I know how that guy, no, they're not, but they're really into terps, the way it smells, okay? And it is true, because I see it already. There's a couple people that don't want any perps at all anymore. Like, that was another phase we heavily went in that I think is winding down, where less people want, because there was a couple years ago, if it didn't have some perp tinge in it, they didn't even want it. Now we're at the opposite. There's certain people don't want the the perps. They want green, red hair strains. You have to kind of like, as much as, the apples was like a blue, purple, slaps is like a reddish purple, even cheetah piss has tinges of purple. So many strains that you wouldn't really consider purples have tinges of it.
Blueberry muffin?
Yeah, I mean,
Blueberry?
we definitely went through a phase where purples were the
The lake access I just tried had a big ice heave there, so that wasn't happening because there was a 4 foot wall, 4 foot tall sheet of ice like Antarctica, only not Antarctica. We'll try over this way. I wish I had a fucking. I used to always have a big like million candle power spotlight in my truck, but I don't have one at the moment. So we'll see if my
A million candle spotlight. So, like, what would be your typical spotlight that someone has, like an average one? How many candlelight?
I really don't know. The one that I had it said it was a
150
million candle power. The screen on it or the lens was maybe 10 inches wide, and then it was just kind of like had a handheld grip like a pistol. It wasn't huge,
Well, I
but I
think
mean,
it's like
you fucking light up his little
that
work
I've
area.
seen on YouTube or something. This like military guy designed some flashlight that is like, and then there's like he's showing it where like he lights up fucking this whole huge house standing like across the street. Like
A lot of those are faked though too.
they're not really like I never like
I watched a
I'm
few
not
of
the
the
type that's gonna buy if a product like that is legit, then it's at Home Depot, okay, or it's being sold somewhere. Somebody that has
I
some
watched a
weird
few of the
internet ad or infomercial type ad for some product. I've never gone, wow, I want that. I mean, what's the website or what's no? Because most of those are always like a scam. It's not as good or it's shitty. Like when you actually get it, you're like, oh, this is a piece of crap.
well, this shows you how much I've been ice fishing on this lake this year. Because I figured, oh, hey, if that access wasn't open, the one at the beach has got to be open.
You're driving on a lake
But
right now.
no, right now I'm in a parking lot. This is normally the boat ramp to the lake, and
But
normally
like
one of
people
the
drive
entrances
on
are
the
the boat.
lake. Like you're not supposed to take your full size vehicle on
That
the
ledge
lake.
right there.
Yeah, you can.
That's. I'll even get out here and show you. This is uplift or upheave or whatever the hell they call it. If there was actually
It's
had
the
any snow on the
wind
ground,
blowing.
I mean, we don't even have. There's people, thousands of people that paid 20 grand for snowmobile this year, and you can't snowmobile on this shit. There's no snow here. But
It's
you know what this is this is when the water expands, like you learned it does.
so that's more like ice, hard pack.
Yep, ice, and then it's up and sand and shit underneath here. You know, this fucking yeah, it's just what the layers of ice expanding and going up on shore. I mean,
So wait,
if there was
how
good
cold
snow
is
here,
it right
if
now
there's good snow
outside?
on this side, this would be nothing but fucking snowmobile tracks of people jumping that shit.
How cold is it right now outside, right where you are?
Right now, it's actually not that bad. It's probably like maybe 25, 30, something like that. I can see
So
my breath, but
what do you
I've
got
got my,
on? You
my
got
coat's not
gloves,
zipped up,
you got a
and this is
beanie,
what I'm
you got
wearing.
all this shit.
I mean, I've just got one little t-shirt underneath this one, and this is just a long sleeve.
Yeah, see
I mean, the
now I
coat,
already know. I'd
this
have
coat,
that
like,
jacket zipped up, that hoodie thing cinched down. I'd have barely my cheeks, and I'd be fucking like, all right, we're out of here. It's fucking cold as fuck. My bones would hurt. My
you
bones
know,
would hurt.
but I found nails in 20 below weather, so I'm used to it, kind of. I still
I
don't
get
like
that
it,
you're
but
like acclimated, and 25 isn't freezing, but that's below freezing.
that's below freezing. Yeah, I can see. I don't know if you can see my breath right there or not, but
Oh, that's cold. I get it that you're from Minnesota.
Now you know what I go through, Ben.
Yeah, and it's like Ohio's got its cold, but no, Minnesota's like, isn't Minnesota as far as
Cold.
states the coldest
coldest
place?
coldest in the lower 48.
Yeah,
Canada or Alaska gets colder, but
yeah, obviously. It's above Canada. Fuck.
Yeah, so I'll go to another access here. We'll find one. 'Cause there's, I don't know if you can see all these lights that you see going across there.
Those are people.
Those are all fish houses that people are in right now. Some of them are lake homes, but there's not a whole lot of lake homes right in that spot.
Now, like people still have jobs and shit. So then it's
Yeah,
like
but a lot of
obviously it's
people
the
are, a lot of these guys,
weekend.
a lot of them are retired, and
Maybe.
you get some of you retired guys with the wife, sitting at home. You got your garage, you can go and kick back and crack open a beer if
Yeah,
you want, and
I've seen
maybe
something
have a
about
wank,
the ice
not have the
fishing
wife there.
thing. People that
What's
are
that?
really into that are like a breed of their own, like ice fish guys.
The guy that I'm going to work for is a professional ice fisherman. He has
Professional.
sponsors and shit.
Well, wait, a professional means he makes money from ice fishing? Because anybody's a professional if you make money. That's the key.
He's got sponsors that pay for his little ice house.
Okay, then that's a professional.
Yeah. Make money off fishing. Holy shit.
In chat, people are saying it warmed up to 5 degrees where they are, test nugs. And Agnes is saying something about -5. So 25, you're doing good.
I think Agnes is in Canada, so that may be a different Fahrenheit and Celsius type deal. But it's
Right.
still cold. Still below freezing. I mean, when you can take a cup of water and set it outside and it turns to ice. Yeah, it's cold.
Or like if you took a piss, it would like freeze in the midair.
No.
Your piss is warm for that. But I've seen things where people like just throw water in the air and it freezes by the time it lands.
Yeah.
I don't know what temperature it needs to be to
That's
do
why you
that.
shake it. But I do miss those 80-degree days back in Thailand. 40 degrees at night, okay. But yeah, give me those 80 degrees back. You're right, your bones don't want to move here. Instead of being 53, I feel like I'm 63. It's just me and Ben. Hey, buddy.
You know, I got to do something. That's why I came here. Now, yeah, that's a lot of times why I don't come on here, even though I might put it on and listen to it. Because some nights I come on here and then be on here so long. When I came here to actually do this, that, or the other, and then I just put it off because by the time I get off here, I'm burnt.
We can't see you, bud, or what you're doing.
So it's not like I have that much to do.
Well, if you need to get to work,
No,
let's get to work.
my work is kind of it's not like, oh, I got to make water or got to do this. No, everything's just humming. I could check to see if these are rooted.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. Which? No.
So when you sign off, this should end. Just to let you know.
time for it. I got plenty.
So you're about to harvest in a couple days, huh?
Yeah. Pretty much always.
Yeah.
One a month.
It
So it is
happens
a
every
month in
30,
between,
35
but
days.
somehow, God, I can't. Okay, there we go. No. Trying to turn my camera back around. Now that's just us two.
There should be a little picture of a camera on your screen.
Mm, mm.
And they have like little
I
circles
don't know the
around
way I usually do it, but
it.
oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wanna change. 'Cause normally I can hit the little my video and then it's a little icon, like you say, camera, or whatever. I can hit that and then it flips to the front or the back. But somehow I can't scroll to that. I there's usually like a couple different Zoom screens, and then if you're on the one Zoom screen, you can't do it. You scroll over to the other side or side to side, and then that's where you can hit your picture and change it. Somehow it's not bringing up the whatever. It's no big deal.
I turned the phone on today and all of a sudden there's a new program on it.
Yeah, they pretty much they
I
have
had to
ways.
go through all that before I could get on.
There's like so many ways that even I'm glad the election season's over because like there's laws that you're not supposed to just be able to, especially if you pay a certain amount and have your number like whatever. But and that keeps a lot of the whatever uh, calls and shit
Yep.
because they charge you a couple bucks and or whatever. Yeah, but somehow
It's
the
worth it.
politicians with whatever fucking shit just like went right through all that shit. I think it is because, oh, when you signed up to register to vote and picked whatever, oh, there's probably some fine print in there that, oh, yeah, well, yeah, that's how we like, and wait, I'm pretty sure, no, I didn't put these phone numbers on any registration that I registered a long time ago. Didn't even have these numbers. I don't know how they managed to fucking get you, but they get you. Where they just like send shit to you.
You should see all the mail I throw away.
Well, yeah, I careful with my email because yeah, I don't like all that. But then I realized most of the time when I pull up my Gmail account, 99% of it, I just click, 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 click. Some of them are places like, oh, I did business with you once. You put a screen on my phone. Now I know I can click on that and opt out. And even when you do that, half the time that doesn't even stop them. Because even though there are rules and whatever, there's no like enforcement. So like if a company, oh, they just sell your fucking, they list the email to somebody else, and once you start getting, I kept my personal email like pretty good for a while, but then I used it in a couple things. Oh yeah, you got to put your email, and and yeah, and then it gets out there. Like it's crazy.
Yep.
You buy like shoes from Rockport once. Oh, they have a thing. Oh, yeah, put in your email. You get an extra 10% off. Yeah, that 10% meant, and then they took that email list and sold it to anybody that was willing to pay for it. That's how I think it works. And if I'm gonna want to buy another pair of shoes, I know the website. I'll go there. I don't need like fucking weekly fucking updates on everything. But I know you can click on it, but I just never do. I just delete. And I think
Unsubscribe.
yeah. But sometimes I've unsubscribed and think, yeah, really? And then what do? Oh, they have an unsubscribed list, and then they sell that to different people because those lists are valuable.
Yeah, they are. That's how they make their money.
And I guess there should be a rule that, yeah, you can't like gather somebody's information under one guy's and then sell it to a bunch of other people. That would be a good rule. Or it probably is a rule, but like I say, who's stopping it? Like, you know,
Ah. So Ben, Warren's playing here on like the 14th. Can you help a brother out?
14th of February,
Yeah, he's
Valentine's Day.
playing. He's playing. It's 14th or 15th.
We'll find out and the whole information in text, and then I haven't really been talking to Fred much, but I'll hit him up.
Yeah,
He's
it's
playing
at
out here too, but
Northfield.
that's not till May. But May will be here. Fuck, February's already here.
The MGM
Time goes.
casino, slot machine casino is what it's a racetrack here in
Is it?
Cleveland. MGM.
It's what do you call it? Warren Haynes Band, not Mule.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah,
good.
Warren Haynes Band.
He's doing a bunch of shows out here, but not till May. And then he's also the opening act for Tedeschi Trucks this tour, and that's going to be killer shows. Mule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll send you the info.
Yeah. I should be able to. I haven't hit him up much. Hasn't been much. Well, the winter's always like a slow time in music, sort of, as far as tours.
Well, I went to my search and it gave me a whole bunch of Thai girls.
All right, one more dab at the Saturday. And then what I realized, because my kid Robbie, he's like a rosin. He has a whole operation where he contracts up in Mendo, and he processes it, press frozen rosin, field to the freezers, fucking freeze dryers. Yeah, and a lot of the crops for hash, even him when he's like trying to get the best hash from the growers. A lot of these guys were flower growers that then now are just selling the crop or making the crop into rosin. He's like, yeah, no, harvest early. Like that's a common thing. Like, oh, if
Yeah.
it's going into rosin, they want to take it down early. I guess it's terpier, might be blonder, I don't know. Okay. Well, just like what I was saying earlier about effects, effects are effects. So if the rosin, as good as it is, as the finished product, fresh frozen, if that same plant would have been better effects for sure, leaving it up longer, those effects are like there's no putting those effects back in.
No, you can't.
right? So, okay, then,
If you
oh,
cut
it
them
must be
early,
the
you
taste
can't
of
get to it.
rosin and really potent, and oh shit, how's you don't get high from rosin, but the actual effects of the high are probably less than it could be. And that might be considered the like top shelf rosin. Something wrong with that. And even these two that I have that were sent to me as samples for biz, one is called spray tan, and I don't need number of numbers, but it's twice as much per pound rosin as the Donny burger, because the spray tan was made fresh frozen, meaning plant right to freezer to process. The Donny burger was grown, dried, and then processed.
Probably lost some stuff in the drying process.
Well, wait a minute.
You
So
get
the
it
spray tan
fresh.
might be like a shade, like such a minimal amount lighter in color, not even. And sometimes strains have different shades of color. For sure, the Donny burger is the better rosin. Taste, effect, all that. But it's half the price. Like that, and that number is really pretty good for product that's like that. But they're, they're a big producer. Um, yeah, since it's dry, it's half the price per pound as fresh frozen. Some of that's yield. I don't know. They have their way of figuring out what things are priced.
It's February 13th.
Okay, well, send me the exact everything. From February 13th, I can look it up, but send it to me.
I'll send this to you, bud.
I mean, I can pull up the dates, and then I have to like send them a thing and say, hey,
You should have gotten it right now.
yeah, I heard some click.
Yeah.
And so, like, yeah, I get that the taste and the terpiness is what fuels the rosin market, not effects. But I think all that will change. Actually. I don't know if it takes 10 years or at some point it will cycle back where people like all of a sudden wake up, the light bulb will go on and go, yeah, why do I even consume weed? For the taste? No, for the effect. That's like, and I guess if you're older like us that basically started smoking weed during the commercial era, and some of those things, they were the nastiest seeded, packed weed, but it had some crazy highs. Not some of them were on all that. Some of it was just crap. But mixed in there, or like, yeah, Mexican, uh, Colombian, Thai commercial weed. Yeah, those they didn't lack as shitty as some of them were. Well, some of them were beyond shitty, but most of them, oh, they had effect, definite effect when you smoked it.
Yeah.
It tasted like all that. It was no back then. It wasn't about taste. It was weed. It sure was like you had to be careful where you smoked it because it's going to leave the smell of weed behind.
My Afghani tasted like I was smoking dirt, earth.
Yeah, those are the cushy.
Right after like a rainstorm type earth taste, a really earthy. But I mean, you take 6 tokes off, but 7 tokes out of a bong, and you're fucking stoned for 3 hours.
It's weird because it always brings up like how different we are. Because I've never once thought of like time as far as like, oh, this got me high for this amount of time. You, on the other hand, time is always part of your breakdown, and you got it down to like, oh, these ones are only an hour. And I assume if I paid attention to that, I would notice it. But that's never been my thing. I don't like. I don't think in that term. But when you bring it up, it always like I always am like brought to the same
Man,
thing. Like, okay, and I've known you a long time. That is like if you were a judge in a like cannabis,
oh God.
I would
I
be
put
like,
like
yeah,
three
well,
quarters
let's
of them
just gonna bring
aside.
that perspective to the where in his notes he's gonna write down, oh, 3.5 hour high. Oh, 1.5 hour high, which I guess matters in the quantification of it all. I mean, it does. But like
We
as we're talking
to
about
us
this,
it matters.
I don't know how many years or how we got here. Mainly that I feel like the effects or the high or all that is the lowest of the criteria. Where
For
but
today it is. But
yeah, well, not
25
just
years
today. It's
ago,
been
it was
good
all
here.
about
It's
how
like
high
over
you
the
got.
years. We've been in this trend for some years, and now we're in it. I don't know what's going to like make it change, but change is coming. That's inevitable. I don't know what, where, how long. You know,
I'm
a lot
putting in
of
the
it,
work to hope
a
it
lot of it is
happens.
information. Like most of us, pretty much know that just because it has 37% THC or whatever, some high THC lab results, that doesn't make it good weed, a great weed. Most of that stuff, like right, the best weeds are like in the low 20s and some of high teens, right? Because then they have like, oh, it's not just the THC, it's like the whole entourage, right? And that entourage keeps getting bigger. It's not just this cannabinoids and the terps and then the flavonoids and the esters and down the line. And I'm pretty sure I remember hearing a podcast that basically said, and this makes sense. I'm not a scientist or fucking educating it, but when I heard it, it made perfect sense because there is a certain amount in the flower of what would be considered carbon, like the plant, the leaf, the stem, all that. So the THC number can only get such a percent. And considering I think 37 is the labs learning how to uh, manipulate the numbers a bit, but I would think that there's 33 and a third, like a third percent available of these other compounds. But if you push any one of
All right.
them up, like if you go really high in THC, then all the other ones as a whole have to go
They
down
fade.
because there's
Fade.
only like a total percent that can be there. So if you push one thing all the way to the extreme, it's at the expense of all the other things that make the entourage.
Yeah.
And so somehow we've mainly due to legal market insisting that jars
I'm
are
on a lake,
sealed
motherfucker.
and people can't look at weed. They have to just buy it blindly in a package that's sealed, which I get some of that. But
So
then
this
that
is
that
this is
means
pretty
for
sketchy
pretty
because
much most consumers, from what I understand, because I don't go in these places, but from what I understand, when the people walk in and they say, "Oh, what do you got?" Well, give me whatever the highest THC is. Oh, this one shit, it's 37%. I'll take it because that's the only thing they can like.
They
Well,
know.
what do you buy it on? Right? Oh, you could buy it on branding, I guess. Some of that's going down. They like this or that, but most consumers are like at the counter are saying, "What's the highest THC?" Okay, I'll take that. Except that I think it's pretty much like any real like seasoned stoner or whatever knows that that's not that's wrong. That's not how it is. But that's
but I'm gonna
continuing.
have to cut you off here quick because these could be my last words. My butthole is puckered up really tight right now. Um, I haven't been on this lake yet, for well, it's been a couple years technically,
Does
but
that mean even you were
because I know
cold?
there's areas here where there's channels where there's rivers that come in and out. and open water, and it looks like, I mean, we got snow drifts and stuff in this trail here. Normally, like in the middle of the winter, there'd be a plowed trail on the road going to where fish houses are. But I was hoping I'd come upon a pile of fishers here. But yeah, it's probably dumb for me just to keep, because all you're gonna see is a couple boxes. You're actually just a couple right up here. I'll turn around by then.
Like, I'm pretty
But
sure
the first
people
thing I did
sleep
before I
around
hopped
the
on the
lake.
lake is I rolled my windows down, because if I were to go through the ice and my windows were up, I'd be a dead man. There'd be too much water pressure against my windows for me to kick them out. And then either I would have to wait until the scuba divers got here and broke my windows, or I actually have enough things inside my truck to break a window. But rule of thumb is open your windows.
Yeah, because you
And
may
yeah,
have to float out.
I'm kind of sketchy driving on this right now. Like I say,
that ice.
normally there would be a trail and you would know where to drive. But for instance, you know, the ice heave that I showed you on the shore, those happen in the middle of the lake too. And it's like a fault line, and they can be 4 feet wide.
I remember watching that show
And
called
because I can't see where the road is here,
Yeah.
because I can't see the road, I don't know where these fault lines are. The cool thing is I can do a really cool easy shitty right now. Woohoo!
Now I would think, like I saw on ice road truckers when these guys were crossing ice, that they would have their door cracked open in case they had to jump the fuck out.
Yep.
Yeah, no, my window is open. I'm a spry little guy. I mean, here's a couple fish houses. They're both factory ones. You probably have to pay 12 or 15 grand for one of them. I mean, that one's probably, this one right here is probably, that's probably like 10 grand you're looking at.
And you're just driving out there with your truck. That's the funny
Wait,
thing.
you're on the lake right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And wait, it's 3 in
Here,
the
I'll hop out
morning?
right here. Hopefully I don't get called on the cops, because a big problem is there's a lot of crackheads and shit that go around and steal, you know, break into fish houses.
Yeah, it's 3 in the morning.
A lot of rich people leave nice things in their fish houses. But
And those people
like
are
here now
all
I'm
asleep.
standing on I'm standing on like a foot of ice right here. My phone's probably gonna die right away. Like, can you see how deep that crack is? I guess you probably can't see it from there too much, but I can see the ice like 2 feet down there, and there's a nice little snow drift right there. But normally this lake there would be snow everywhere. It's 2 or 3 feet of snow, and there'd just be a plowed place. And then here we got some cracks going on. Like, see this fissure right here? And I can stick my hand in there. If this ice was moving, my fingers would be chopped out right there. But those cracks sometimes they can wide
A foot
open.
of ice doesn't seem like that much.
What's that?
Like, okay, a
2
foot
feet of ice will hold up a
what if
semi
there's
truck pretty
like a
much.
section that just due to whatever, it's only like 8 inches? Or
Yeah,
like,
8 inches will hold up a truck. Or I think a foot is kind of the
and it's frozen
norm.
solid, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, technically. Yeah, I gotta hurry up and get my phone plugged in. It's gonna die any second. Come on, Ryan, hurry up.
Well, I can't believe we're out on the fucking lake, frozen.
Yeah. Like 4 inches is enough for a 200-pound guy to walk on. But when it's only 4 inches, there's a lot of variability. It could be 4 inches where you're standing and an inch a foot over. But there's always those
I
brave few
imagine
souls
there's
that
probably areas that are dangerous or are known to be thinner ice, or stay away from that, take this way.
yeah, because
How big of a lake
lakes
is
are
it?
fed. Like lakes are usually fed. You know, there's the source of that water, usually in the form of a spring. The spring isn't always under the lake. A lot of times they are, but like this one, I don't know if there's springs in the lake itself, but I do know that there's another lake that's like half a mile that way that feeds into this lake. There's a little river in between the two, and I'll drive over the bridge once I get off the lake here. because there'll be open water underneath that bridge, you know, and then there's the current that goes under that water. And yeah, so like I say, it's a little sketchy for me to be driving around not knowing where the road is. I can kind of see it, but yeah, like I
Yeah,
say, normally there's a plowed path.
I
We just
try to
haven't had
stay
that much
off
snow
the
this year, and
road
plus,
between 3 in the morning because that's when cops just like to fuck with you because like, what the fuck are you doing driving around 3 in the morning? Is that like
oh,
where's
these
the
cops in this
sheriff
town
at
ain't fucking leaving the.
driving
They're not
around on
leaving
the
the police
road
station.
at 3 in the morning?
There, you know what? It's Saturday night. I bet there's 200 people on this lake, 200 vehicles on this lake right now,
But they're all
easy.
asleep.
And this isn't a,
Like, have you seen another car
and this isn't
driving?
a really.
And has there been
What's that?
another car? Like, when was the last time you saw anybody else driving around?
While I was parked, so what happened when I was last talked to you? Um, my phone died on me, and um, I drove like a mile to this next access here, and as I was sitting at the access trying to find my fucking phone charger, 2 trucks pulled in. So, but I mean, I'm
Well,
guessing they were coming.
imagine by
It's
4 in the morning,
it's
half
two
these
o'clock in the
people
morning right
start
now, so
getting,
they were
oh,
probably
two.
coming from the bar.
Yeah. And I go with them,
But
looking for a spot to hang out.
God, there's a lot
Yeah.
of stars out tonight. But yeah, like yeah, on Tuesday or yeah, on Wednesday show. I mean, I'll
Now, have
maybe
you
walk
ever
around
like,
during the day and show you.
Have you been in one of these ice houses or like spent time a night or
Oh yeah,
two?
Ever,
That's
when
something
I
you
was
guys
a
have done.
baby, I was in ice house. I mean, that's where dads go to get away. And like I
Yep.
say, some of these things, like I would live in one over the year. Even just
So
this one
like,
that's next to me
so
here.
out there, it's not like
That's
husband
just
and wife for the most part. It's just guys.
well, there are. I mean, there's tomboys. There's a lot of wives that like to go fishing too, but for the most part, it's guys. You know, drinking beers in their fucking shed. You got to pay. All it
Yeah,
is
it's
fifteen
like a
dollars
big
to get a
tailgate,
buck.
but it's in the middle of the lake.
It's like yeah, it's like your backyard shed. You know, you
Your
got your
tiny
privacy. You got
house.
your
And over the
you have
years,
your First
half
Amendment
these
rights and
people
your
all know each other from town. Oh, that's these guys. That's these guys. This is their
yeah. Well,
spot, my spot.
and you know, like technically, as far as the law goes, you don't need to. You can just post your license, which just has a number on it. But a lot of guys do have like a big sign that says their name. You know, or there's some people
Also, it's a
go kind
social
of
thing,
extravagant with how they paint them.
part of like the
What's that?
social. It's the social thing, right?
It can be, yeah. But I
I
mean, a lot of these guys, it's
mean,
opposite.
at a
It's
certain
an
point, they
antisocial
were
thing.
all cooking dinner and doing that and drinking and wrapping up the night or whatever. And I'm sure there's like, oh, come over to our spot or all that kind of shit.
Oh yeah, well, there's definitely I mean, there's a camaraderie between groups of friends and whatnot.
When
But
I
a
used
lot
to
of them
go
are
to
people
the
are solo.
infield
Like
camp things
here's the fish house right here.
at NASCAR, that's
And
what it
there's like
reminds me of. Because all those guys, like, oh, in this section, these guys all knew each other from all the years of having that
yeah,
spot.
it's kind of like a pit crew or a pit area,
Yeah,
whatever. Like see
fucking party
this one right here is like a 8x12 or something like that. And
and
you see
drinking is a
the
big
wheels
part
on
of
it. The wheels on it work in such a way that they get pulled up, and it lowers the fish house down onto the ice. But that's probably like a $10,000 fish house right there, maybe $8,000. It's a simpler one, and that one is
it.
probably a toy
There's
hauler too. Where
people
the,
in
the
it,
whole back door probably opens, so you can put like 4-wheelers and shit in it. Now here's
and
an
there's
ice
people,
castle brand. That's like a 20. This one's probably like a 14 by 8, something like that.
okay. And
And
then in the off
that one, you're
season, where do they store all these? Either on their property or they have like they're
on their property, or there's a whole. I mean, there's storage places everywhere where people can park. But usually, it just becomes your shed, and it's just an extra building. So it becomes a tool shed, or it becomes the backyard shed to go, smoke your bowls in or whatever. But yeah, like I say, that one. I mean, it's got a little satellite on top. It's got an AC fucking unit on top. That's probably a $25,000 one. I
satellite.
guarantee there's some big ones out on this lake. From where I'm at, I can see at least a dozen trucks parked, and I can count 20 fish houses within 50 yards of me.
Oh, wow.
But like I say, there's probably 1,000 fish houses on the lake right now, something like that. This is a relatively big lake. It's 12 miles long.
Holy shit, that's huge. The city of San Francisco is only
20,
7 square miles.
there's 21 miles of lake shore. 13th largest in Minnesota
Now,
out of
Shit, I've
10,000
walked
plus.
that
most
since
people that live in
Cisco.
Minnesota don't have 25 or 10 or any amount of money to have ice houses, right? So it's mainly the people like the same
Well,
thing
a
when you
lot
go
of
to
these ice houses
Minnesota,
are,
right?
are
There's people that
basically
have Prevost
like
fucking buses and shit.
a lot of the ice houses are basically like mini motor or mini trailer homes, where and a
Something
lot of
you
guys
would
do
put
make them
your
out of trailer
car in.
homes or campers. But yeah, when it gets to
Yeah,
the weights
somebody
on
out
them,
there, like, is there the poor man's version where it's just like a little fucking aluminum trailer, like a
yeah,
regular?
they have what they call pop-up tents that are just like canvas basically. And if you have a little propane stove in there, you'll stay warm.
But
And
even
those
like
ones you don't even need to
whatever
have a
you
license
call
on
it,
them
a
because
trailer, like one of those
they're not
little
considered permanent.
mobile home type trailers, like shitty ones. Like people probably have. If that's all you have, then you take that out there, right?
There's plenty of them out here, yeah. And then what they do is they just make a sleeve that they a piece of plastic culvert or something like that that goes from the and other but yeah, like say yeah, there's seen lights. My fish houses will be always blacked out. I don't know why I don't have one out here now, but all it costs is $15 for a permit for a year, and you can have your fish house out wherever you want it. And the cops can't just come barging in on you if they, or maybe I'm not sure what the actual laws are on that. I shouldn't say that off the top of my head, but I think they have to have you know probable suspicion or whatever for or a tickable whatever the hell. But yeah, that's a lake on ice.
Now weed's legal in
There's
Minnesota.
areas around here where people come and
How much?
scrape off the
How
snow and
many
it becomes
people you think are out there smoking weed too? Or
what's that?
now that weed's legal, how much weed's being smoked in the ice house?
Um, it's I would say maybe something like a quarter. Basically, it's just like your bar scenario. I mean, Minnesota's not really a heavily. There's not a whole lot of potheads here. I mean, but then again,
Well,
it hasn't been legal ever, so
now
it's
it's not
hard
like
to
there's weed stores
say because
around this
people aren't
area.
public about it. What's that?
Are there weed stores in the area?
I'm sorry. You got to tell me one more time. I was covering my volume.
Are there weed stores in the area?
Not yet. Um, if I were to legally want to go buy weed right now, I'd have to go like I think maybe 3.5 hours is the closest Indian. It's allowed on certain Indian reservations. Is the only place so far. Or we've got some crazy laws where um, you can have it in drinkable solution or in edibles, but only at certain concentrations. Like the local liquor store, they sell THC infused beverages, but I haven't even bothered buying one. Um, but no, I mean like it's just kind of like if you're at the bar, there's not every if you're to light a spark up a joint in the back and there's 10 people out there, maybe two people are gonna want to hit it. There's not a whole lot of people that are going out there. Normally, usually it's guys that are out to get away from their wives. Is the impression that I kind of get. That's where kind of the whole sport of fishing came about, or that when men take over at least. 'Cause I think women used to be the fishers. I don't know. I'm probably wrong on that. But yeah, they're like these little houses right here. I mean, are $1 million houses. They don't look like it by any means. I mean, you buy one of them in fucking Flint, Michigan for like $100, but yeah, like I'm looking out at the lake right now, and I guess you can only see two little lights on my phone, but I can see lights to 50 fish houses right now that are on at 2 in the morning on a Saturday. But yeah, maybe tomorrow I'll do like a little drive around on the lake just to if anyone's interested in peeking what it looks like, I'll put it on Instagram or something or on YouTube. But yeah, I can see
Buckethead's
right
going
now
to be here next
there's
month.
three vehicles. I see three sets of headlights on vehicles that are driving off the lake right now. But like I say, it is just bar closed. But a lot of people, shouldn't say a lot, but I'm not above living in a fish house on a lake in the winter. You got free rent as long as you can pay to keep your little propane heater fucking going. You got free rent and fucking and you can be a vagabond. You can move. You know, not everyone out there is fishing.
Some people are just
You
living.
don't have to fish. I mean, that $15 house license fee doesn't include the fishing license, but
How
that's not much
many,
more to get one.
how many months a year is this even happening?
Um,
The ice being frozen.
4 maybe I would say from like November to March. I think maybe it all depends on the year. I think the law says March 1st maybe you have to be off the ice for what they call permanent units. But you can, if you wanted to, you could drag your fish house back out every day, or you could just have like one of these pop-ups like I was talking about, which is just a little canvas dealy, a little one-man show. But yeah, I'll be back in my place in just like literally 2 minutes here. I'm 2 blocks away. I'll if you guys are still going out for a little bit, I'll share a couple
Wow.
images of fish house shit.
General Mission balcony for Bucketheads, $41. The balcony
That's awesome. But dude,
left is
Buckethead is
110.
I love that motherfucker. I'll tell you what, you know who you can play and not get fucking copyrighted? Buckethead ain't gonna copyright after your ass, man.
Yep.
There's a YouTube page called Natternet, Natternet, all one word, and that is Buckethead's official unofficial page. And he puts out something like maybe half an hour's worth of music every week. Sometimes it's just like 5 minute long songs, but sometimes last week I think he put out like 3 5 hour bangers or something like that, or 5 hour albums. And I could be off a little bit on my numbers, but it's something like that. Like is he's a big generator of music. There's always at least a new, like 5 or 10, sometimes 15-minute song every week. But yeah, he's up there, and none of it really sucks that bad. Like I don't usually find myself having to skip to the next song. Every once in a while, there's one that's can be a little bit monotonous, but
Yeah. I thought it was cool when he used like the glove from Nintendo and was able to
Power
change the
Glove.
guitar. Yeah.
Yep. Or what he's really well known for is he has a mute button on his guitar, and a lot of
Yep.
his guitar style uses that
Stops and
mute
starts.
button. Okay.
Bud's big
Yeah, I gotta get my
into
fucking.
bass players. I'd like to see Victor Wooten again.
He's
Yeah,
touring. He
I,
tours
I
with
watched
his
him.
brothers.
I first saw him on PBS or something like that with fucking Bella Fleck and the Flecktones.
And
We
he
had
also
him at
sometimes he's the bass player for Corey Wong's band. That's a guy from Canada.
My favorite bass player's got to be fucking
the
his
whole
name. His
family
name just
is
skipped my mind.
talented.
Well, Wooten's
Who's
like
the
tour
fucking
band is his brothers. Like the four of them
Yeah,
are on tour doing shows last year. The Wooten
I
brothers.
got to see him when
what's
his brother
Primus's
that
bass
plays the
fucking singer?
keyboards was playing for Bruce Hornsby.
What's Primus's fucking singer bass player?
Les Claypool.
Claypool,
Wes Claypool. No shit. God, I don't know. I can't think of that. He's one
the
of my
Flying
favorites.
Frog Brigade.
And somehow my favorite new bass player, this guy Mono Neon, and Les Claypool like became buddies over the last year. And at the bass awards, Les jammed with Mono's band, and Les
What's the
was
bass
the
word? They
person
they
that
say one
gave
note really fast.
like they gave an award to Mono, new whatever, I don't know, some bass award, and Les was the presenter. And Les said, "Oh, my new best friend, Mono," because it was early last year. Mono came on Instagram Live, and I clicked, and he was basically in the crowd of like a festival show. He probably had played already, and Les Claypool's band was playing, and he was showing it. And then the next thing you know, he went up on the stage on the side and had video, and it was basically just zoomed in on Les Claypool. And then there was a post the next day
Just bouncing around like a
both of
maniac.
them where they had met at that show and took a picture together. And yeah, somehow it's only been like a year, and they both have their don't live anywhere near each other. But oh no, there's some collaboration going on between those two.
I like watching. It's been a while since I watched him. I don't know if he fell off or not yet, but there's a
Oh
guy
no.
on YouTube called Davey504.
Oh, what is he? A
He's from like I don't. I think
guitar?
he's Italian. He's a bass player, and what he does is he finds, or like for the longest time, I don't. I'm like I say, I don't know if he's still regularly posts, but he's got like millions of followers. But he would a normal post for him would be like a 45-minute video or something where he would either find all the best bass players he could find on the internet that week, and then he would kind of like show you that he's better than them, or he would go to like there's like
Oh,
websites called Fiverr where you can pay people to do things for you. For instance, you can pay musicians to make a fucking thing for you or whatever, you know. So he would go to Fiverr and then he would either have a little composition that he made up, and he would pay people to play it back for him, or he would just pay people to, you know, I'm okay, you're worth $20, I'll pay you $20. Give me a 2-minute song. And then he would, he would go and he'd hire fucking 12 fucking artists for that show. And sometimes the little 12-year-old that only charged $20 would be put together a better composition than the 50-year-old guy with the studio and fucking charging $1,000 an hour or whatever it was, you know. I mean, and that might be an exaggeration, but not by much. But he's no Davey504. He's fucking kind of cool as shit. I know I binge watched him for many months at one point in my life, and he can shred a bass.
I heard this thing that was like going into that. Okay, so there's two
Jorma's
sides
coming
of the
around
coin.
too.
One side is a huge percentage of people, if it's longer than 8 seconds, you lose their attention as far as like post or that goes. And then there's
Well,
this other side of the coin that if your podcast is an hour or less, it's less popular than the ones that are 3 and 4 hours. So at one point,
yeah,
there's a huge percentage of people high, in this thing that if it's over 8 seconds, you lose their attention. And then on the other side of the coin, a huge amount of people that some of these like intersect, obviously. Yeah, if it's what the if it's an hour or less, it's less popular than 3 hours or more. And I realize I'm both. I my worker was showing me
Yep, for
something.
me, the long form ones are my sleeping
And
ones.
I right around 8 seconds, I was like, yeah, it was funny if it was like 8 seconds, but I didn't need to hear 23 seconds. That was too long. You lost my attention after 8. I realized that's a thing. And then yeah, when I look through things to put on the interviews things, I'm always looking for ones that are like 3, 4 hours. That's how I found Hardcore History, Lex Friedman, all kinds of like content that's there that's long like that, long form or whatever.
I, I've been watching one lately that's called The Y Files. It's a guy he's got a goldfish that's his co-host. That's what's his name?
A goldfish.
Hecklefish is his goldfish. Well,
Okay.
it's a fake goldfish, but he what he does is he watches a bunch of like moon conspiracy videos, and but he's really scientific about them, and he goes about it two ways. One way he'll show you this whole video of why the moon landing had to be fake, and this is why, and this is why, and then at the end of the video he'll debunk the whole thing and be like, well, okay, this is why this is real, this is why this is real. But then sometimes he does it the other way. But either way, he goes into a lot of the um conspiracy theory type things, and does a good job explaining the different
Like it's only in the last few
icebergs
years
or
that
whatever.
I actually had people around me that don't believe we went to the moon or that conspiracy, right? Where
I'm on the fence about it.
okay, well, here's where
You know what I
I
mean?
can't be. I was a kid, like I was born in '63. Even I can remember when like there was a job, they would gather, like a couple classes would come together because there's only so many of these rolling TVs in the school, right?
The AV
Had to
center.
be elementary school because anytime there was like any of that on TV, and I mean I was like first, second, third grade, we'd watch that was like, oh, no lessons today, we're gonna watch this for whatever hours. And then because there's only so many
That was that
TVs,
time that day.
class and this class and this class are all going to come together, make room, everyone. And they'd put this TV, probably still black and white, and it would be
Put the
the
brakes on the
Netflix
TV
or the
wheels.
shit on TV. All the way to when I grew up even more. So that like I consumed all that. And I just hate to believe all that was fake. Like I just
Well,
thought
that's the thing. I was just gonna say, you know how many things that they tried to teach us in school that are fucking blatantly false?
well, I get
Especially
that.
like all of the names of the Spanish explorers and shit. That, Cortez and all these people that we thought, fucking Christopher Columbus and all these things. They
That's
weren't.
the thing
That
about
didn't happen the
history.
way they feel it.
Like history isn't always exact. It's like whoever paid or whoever influenced it to say this or that. And yeah, now it's come out a lot of our history's fucking a fairy tale.
Well, I watched a program the
Yeah.
other day on Netflix. It was about moving out west, and they painted the Mormons totally different than when I went to grade school. I mean, they're making the Mormons out to be like this horrific band of people that just kill everybody because they want to be left alone.
There are Mormon mafias.
Well, people going out west were getting hit by the Mormons, the way they tell it
Or
now.
something to that effect.
Yeah, I mean the Mormons, they're just trucking along and there's no big controversies, but they're very powerful. They have a huge amount of wealth. They're stronger than ever.
Well, because they have to give like a 30% of their income as a tithing to the church.
And they
When
do
you're
look out for each
mentioning,
other. I mean, there's a certain thing. I mean, I'm not with it at all. I think it's crazy, but um, yeah, I
yeah, and
remember
another guy that I really like
in the
watching.
80s, I sold coke in the early 80s when I lived in LA, and I would use the same cab driver at night. I didn't want to drive; it was too sketchy to do things, so I had this cab driver that would like go out and do these deals and shit. And this guy was this Mormon, and for like I don't know how many months, it was like probably 6, 7, 8 months that I had this thing going with him. And then afterwards, he'd be like, oh, because like he had this thing, like he used to, why he gave me such a good deal and shit. Because then he'd be like, yeah, let's go have coffee, let's go here or there. I'd be like, sure. And like he spent every minute trying to convert me to being a Mormon. I remember him telling me every story,
Yep.
Joseph Smith and the tablets and the this and the this and this. And I remember I was always all coked out, like and just out of my
The
mind.
Scientologists are even
I'm
worse.
deadhead world, and I remember right at the beginning, and I'm like, I remember asking him, so wait, did anybody else see the tablets? Oh no, no one saw. Only these people. Oh, those people all related to Joseph Smith, right? Oh yeah, yeah. Like it all was like easily like I remember going, yeah, no, this doesn't seem like the whole thing seemed like something somebody made up. Joseph Smith and his clan.
Same with Scientology, whose inventor was like the most
Guy's
prolific
even weirder.
science
That
fiction
guy's like
writer of
a
all
science
time.
fiction wannabe writer and built that whole insanity that's like, at least the Mormons have some basic religion in it, I think, for the most part, based on that. Where
Well, the
Scientology, oh no, that's like
Scientologists, they
some
have
weird
gods that
ass
they pray
shit.
to.
They believe in some
They
weird
got
ass
aliens.
shit. Spaceships coming for them and every other
Oh
weird
yeah,
thing.
and they'll kill you. They got the men in black who come after you if you fucking
Well,
talk
they're
shit.
like an evil thing, I think. Where I don't think Mormons. I mean, hey, many people live a great Mormon life. That's their thing. Like I don't
Yeah,
judge that.
the
But
Roman, the
Scientology,
Catholic,
oh, I think that's
the
a
church
full
is all.
scam. That is a scam. That's a bad thing. And the guy Miscavige that took over after Hubbard, oh, he's really bad. And
Well, I mean,
Hubbard,
why you don't? I can't blame them though. I mean, all of that
it's
money
all
going to
based on
fucking
this book
tax-free shit,
that
and
Hubbard wrote. This, who was just this guy. I saw a documentary about. He was a guy in that era that was like trying to be famous in Hollywood or whatever, science fiction writer and this and that. And then none of that really panned out. And then he like found the niche, that book, Dianetics or whatever. That's the foundation to this whole thing, you know.
yep. And
And
most
they're
Scientologists, they can't tell you what the story is because they have to pay to get to the next level.
they're initially that's where they built up a lot of their like infrastructure. Now there's this whole like city in Florida that's basically 99% them and their buildings and their operations called Clearwater something. It's obvious, and they're never held
Clearwater.
accountable. Like even this Mustafish guy's wife, who they claim is still alive, hasn't been seen anywhere in public for like 20 years.
That
The
Miscavige or something
wife's
like that.
got him on
Miscavige.
ice.
There's never been an investigation of like, wait, where is she? Producer, or a lot of people think, oh no, she's not definitely not around anymore, but they just keep this facade.
Is
And
that
the
that
other place is out
Miscavige?
here in Hemet, which is like 40 minutes from here, half hour in the desert right there. Yeah, all this whole Hemet, that's where they have their main compound. That's like
Is that Miscavige? Is that the name of the?
section part of it where they've had people locked up that they've from their own sect that if you step out of line, then they'll just put you in their own prison for like a couple people escape from it and shit and tell the story. There's all this content, mainly from that one actress chick that was part of it. That
Herman.
then I forget her name.
Leah
She
Remini.
made it. Yeah, yeah. But then there's like, yeah, that's why to me, I wouldn't care what
Tom
movie he
Cruise.
made. There's no way I would ever. Tom Cruise is a fucking because he's one of the main guys. He's like Mustafish and him are like best friends. Like, so Cruise is fully 1000% Scientology. Right? Yeah,
Well,
fuck
he's got
that.
like
And he's like
because
an
they
A-list
helped. I mean,
superstar,
he
right?
lives like a god amongst men.
Yeah, no, like I thought that he should be
He probably
canceled
has his
for that shit.
food pre-chewed.
Even that, remember his one young wife, the actress chick? Yeah, like her whole
Oh, what's
story
his
is
name?
like the torture that the Scientologist trip put on her. And
Nev Campbell? Was that it?
no, it was
Nev Campbell? No,
no. Uh,
I know who you're talking about, but
yeah, like Tom Cruise is that him and his relationship to Scientology is fuck that. Fuck him. Like,
well,
and
you
to
know what?
be like
You know,
top
you can
eight
do. You can
actors
start
who
a.
pay 100 million to do movie and shit.
That's what
Yeah,
we should do. We should start a church.
no
I've
church.
been thinking about starting. There are cannabis churches out there, but they're kind of dumb.
And,
The ones that are out there.
well, I mean, truth is
But no,
like I'm
all
against
churches
that, and
are
that's kind of like a
just
religion,
tax
and
breaks.
it's like church religion is just ritual, right? And that's the root of it. And
Well,
and
that's how it started, but it's been for the past how many centuries just a way to control the masses, to keep them at bay and to fucking.
well, yeah, I think at a
And then
certain
it
point,
became a whole
and we
taxes
probably
thing and money thing.
needed it, but it became like this unnecessary evil at some point.
Do you know how much land and money the Catholic Church owns? How many multimillionaire farmers and shit die alone and their land goes
Well,
to the church? How many
ultimately,
people?
what I think that the churches in general, the church, that's like
How many
all
corporations
religions,
are owned by churches?
except a couple. What was their like over the last thousands of years, because they've been around now, their main purpose is they went against everything
Accumulate
science,
wealth.
everything in nature. Like, so if you were a person that uncovered or invented or whatever, oh, you became a heretic, they would kill you and say you were a heretic.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, like if you know what I'm saying, like,
Oh,
and so over
well,
all the
they
years,
came up with a
okay,
lot of
now
interesting ways to kill people too.
science has moved past their control, but there was like a long time on the earth that science had to get through the church, right? And so, oh,
Well, the church, the
why aren't we
Vatican was the
doing
biggest.
based and
The
science
Vatican is
based?
still one of the biggest.
Right.
The Vatican will say that they're the leaders in science.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Okay.
Copernicus was a priest. You know, there's
And
I don't know.
and a lot of the stuff in libraries that is missing, the library from Alexandria and stuff that would answer a lot of like things from the those civilizations. Oh, conveniently, and they say a lot of this shit is in this library that only the Pope and certain people can even go in. The library in the Vatican is like got all kinds of shit in it that historians would really need to piece this shit together.
The Voynich manuscript and the fucking
But they have that
the
shit
rest
all
of the Bible,
and no one's gonna
Dead
see
Sea
it.
Scrolls. Jimmy
Yeah,
Hoffa's probably down there.
yeah. I mean, so yeah, I
No, I get kind of sick to my stomach when I think about all the really nice people that are fucking succumb to that fucking bullshit. And if I'm wrong, hey, I can read what do you call? I can repent when I'm at my deathbed. But I don't. I mean, it's a really fucking sick, twisted world when they can have people devote their lives and everything to fairy tales just so the Catholic Church can own more land. 'Cause that's all always land and power and money. I mean, where do you think uh,
well,
That's what the
landlords
world's
and,
about.
and serfs
they were
and
government before there
the
was
whole
right? They fucked up so much that
tiered
then
system came from?
people
Country,
wanted
the
like
guy in the castle.
independent government.
But for the longest time, the church was like, they were the power that we could like like a government, right? There was no government. There was the church. They ran everything.
It was the
The
church, yeah.
bank was the church.
Yeah, the church was, yeah, like I say, they were, when they started having all the land and having all these crops and things that they had to take care of, that's where they came up with money. And
Well, they
the
directed it.
reason why priests can't have, or Catholic priests can't have children is because if they had heirs, they could
They didn't inherit it.
they could inherit it. Yeah, so that's why that had to go away.
Well, you see what that created for the Catholic Church was the scandal of the last 20 years with all these guys that were supposed to be
But there's
celibate
policemen that
kids and boys and shit.
well,
Not just a few of them. It was like a whole thing within the church. Like, I think that
yeah, but
damaged
statistically, I don't think it was really that much bigger than any other profession out there with when it comes to having people in power, people with an authoritative power or whatever. I mean, teachers and fucking daycare or whatever the hell it may be. It's just that was one where they go, oh, they're supposed to be so moral.
Well, it
But
seemed they had a higher
I don't
rate than normal. Like it was pretty prevalent, it seemed like, and it went all the way to the
yeah,
top.
and then they would hide it and they would move them to different churches, and that the Chomo shuffle.
Isn't it
But
now they can be married and shit, or no? They still have to be celibate?
not Catholics can't, like Lutherans can, and fucking
Yeah,
I
well, I
don't know,
mean, I
Baptists
think
and
okay,
whatever. But
like some things it's proven to be wrong, and then, like, yeah, to try to make a person celibate or some shit is like. So you're saying like the Pope has been celibate, like, because you don't just become Pope. You start off as a kid in the church, and then priest, and all the way up.
usually, if you get to the point to where you're Pope, yeah, you're not. You're like a lot of they were eunuchs even back in the day where
Or
they
the
would chop
cardinals
their
or
dick
those
off to
top
prove their.
people, they're like live their whole life celibate. You got to be kidding.
Yeah.
Like that.
Oh
That's
no, I
got to be.
guarantee. I've got
Well,
my
supposedly,
an
I mean,
aunt
that's the thing too. I imagine there's a
who
lot of shit going on that
I have
they just don't admit to.
I have an aunt that was a Franciscan nun for 75 years. She retired like 3 years ago, and she doesn't look like she's over 60 years old really. But she's one of the nicest ladies I've ever known in my life. But on the flip side, for the last 20 years of her service, she was the director of donations for the I don't even want to call it a church. It was it was a corporation is what it was. I mean, huge, thousands of people. I mean, colleges and all these things. And what happens is when you graduate from St. John's University, whatever the hell it is, you're going to be donating a lot of money to that St. John's University. A lot of these places are just so filthy rich, and they hide their money through the church because it's tax free, and oh man, it's so fucking ridiculous.
It's getting close to like 20 to 4. I gotta go to bed, guys.
All right. Well, I got to get something done and get home. It's too cold to stay here, and I don't like to drive at 2 in the morning. So I'm shooting for 1. Well, I don't know. It's all right. I'll drive at 2 in the morning. But that's when your
Yep.
odds of getting
And
hit
to all you
and
believers out
by
there, I
a
was just
drunk
kidding.
driver
God's
goes
real.
up
Angels are
between
real.
like 1 and 2:30.
Yeah, I didn't like going out between those times. I'd rather go out like 3:30, 3 o'clock in the morning.
What really changed in my life when I stopped having contact with police is when I stopped being out on the streets at fucking weird hours of the night. So I never yeah. Even though I'm a night owl, I hunker down at night.
Yeah.
Like especially past midnight. It's nothing but trouble out there.
Invented
You're cutting out, Ryan.
We'll talk to you.
Thanks for the tour of the ice.
Yeah.
Felt like I went
Everybody
somewhere.
out in chat.